6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You can text that. That's our text line as well. 866-932-3244. Golden ticket seats if you're headed this way today. Drive safely. Look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours. Always a fun show. Tom is back. Super Tom. I think his holdout last week because Adler went on a solo project. I think they worked it out, and he's coming back. So Rock and Roll City will be in a full band today, and so they're scheduled to perform. That means Will of Meat of Canned Meat will spin, and Henry the Horse could run out. It'll be organized chaos as always. So we're looking into the weekend, a busy one indeed, and about less than a week away from Thanksgiving. In 1 week today, if you're listening live, it's Black Friday. Anyway, I just wanted to say that so we could bring that one in. Over to my left, it is Mr. Greg Burgess. What's up, my friend?
What's happening?
What's happening? Thank all of you for being with us today. You ready for game day?
Sure.
Come on. In the state of Alabama, where Greg's son coaches, big playoff game, semifinal game tonight.
Yeah.
But, you know, we talked about this, Greg, where we live, unless you get really deep into the playoffs, you don't really experience the cold weather.
Yeah, I don't think I've worn a jacket all year. But, boy, it's going to be cold tonight.
If you're just a regular season team that just doesn't have
you never had to put your sleeves on. It's crazy.
You're sweating all season long. And then finally. Some seasons are a little different, but this one is about average.
I guess I don't remember right because I grew up going to ball games on Friday nights, my dad being a coach. I remember it being cold at games.
Yeah, I felt
But in my I don't know how deep it was. I was a kid.
Yeah.
But I just remember bundling up.
Yeah. We can get in our same commentary, which we won't beat to death. But I really, to be honest with you, baseball season in the spring, early, is colder than football season.
It's miserable. Baseball ain't got no business playing in February.
JC opens.
They have no business playing in February.
JC opens up south of Jacksonville, Florida. I want to say it's August the January the 29th, 30th or something like that.
I don't understand that.
I know.
It used to not be that way. Why is it that way now?
Let's see here. I'll tell you. Let's see. Yeah. He's down St. Augustine. That's where they open up on the 31st of January. You kidding me?
It's crazy.
Crazy.
It's
crazy. But anyway, so yeah, but you need to pull over tonight. That's for sure. I was talking to Reese on the way in, and we'll chat or whatever. Him going in, working outside in the trenches and different things.
Days.
And I said, "Hey, how'd yesterday feel?" Because up in Huntsville, it was a steady wind of 15 to 20, and
that's blowing.
That's what hurts your feelings.
The wind, yes, the wind was blowing yesterday.
He said, "Hey, it took me to about 8 o'clock last night to thaw out."
Oh yeah, and it's just going to get worse.
Yeah, he's going back in it, but the wind is the booger.
I remember
that's
those
the
days
one.
When you work outdoors like that. You get up and you go, okay, let me see what kind of wardrobe I need for today.
Yeah.
And again, you always err to you would rather have not need not have.
That's it. You can start shedding at lunch.
Yeah, but it was a big part of the decision making every day.
Yeah,
certain times of year. And, that's fun. Been there.
We are just, days away from the 12 working days of Christmas starting.
Really?
That starts next Tuesday, the 26th. And that is where we count back from the big year-ender. And, we take away Thanksgiving and Black Friday and stuff like that because the staff won't be here for a live show. And we count back 12 working days. And counting back, the 12th is the number 12 is coming up on the 26th, and then we just count down to where on December 13th it's the last day, and that means every day something will be given away, and looking forward to that. I know it's always fun for y'all to see. This will be the first year that we ever do this with the text line. We've never. I just love to see the activity and the mania of it all. So we look forward to that. I know Rick cannot wait to see how that went last night in Tennessee. He was up there with Blake Prime, and I'm sure it went well. Last night I watched a little bit of the NFL. these historic rivalries kind of always intrigue me. They're not far apart, Cleveland and Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And last night on the NFL, it was the Amazon Prime game. Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit.
I forgot it was even
were on the call. And I went over and looked early just for a little bit, but JC came barreling in with Cuddy, the college dog. And they're off for some of their Thanksgiving break.
Couldn't believe it.
And he finished up on some stuff, and he's like, well, I might as well just come on home. And so he did. And so he kind of that kind of pulled us away and distracted us a little bit. But I looked, and I saw it was snowing. And I went, oh, this is kind of cool. And you know, it wasn't coming down hard. But then late in the game, it was the solid white field.
Yeah, I just saw the highlights. My goodness.
Do you not love watching football in that?
Yeah,
it's kind of cool.
You know, it's funny. It doesn't bother them. I mean, they're still slinging it down the field.
There's something else. Pittsburgh was at one point throwing snowballs at each other.
Yeah,
had a little snowball fight.
Angels.
Cleveland ends up winning late. They score, and Jameis Winston, the quarterback for the Cleveland Browns.
Jameis,
how about Chubb's back for the
that's
Browns?
Big.
And he had that bad knee injury.
Yeah, he had a good one.
Yeah, but he's back, and the Cleveland Browns snapped a Pittsburgh Steelers 5-game winning streak, and Jameis Winston, he did it big.
Did it big?
He did it big. He is the quarterback for the Browns. In case you're wondering,
how about that?
With Deshaun Watson out.
Yeah,
so
boy, it turned out well.
It did. It did.
I mean, so many things in that relationship are bad, not just injury.
But we were watching some of the replay that they had, and you didn't realize it was snowing that bad.
No.
Early, it was just kind of coming down. They were like, oh, it's snowing. And you could see it was so windy and so cold. It was, 31 degrees, I guess. And you could see it was kind of just coming down. They're like, oh, look, starting to snow. And it just kept building and kept building. And then late, it was a white field. They have to come out and, push, make sure you can see the lines and the goal line and all that. But the Browns ended up winning. Yesterday, quick update. We got lots to cover today as we kind of just buzz right through it. Something happened yesterday. Dr. Melanie Petro was here yesterday, and she comes a couple of times a year, and sometimes around Mother's Day, and then again around Christmas to give some of you guys ideas on what you can get your wife or your girlfriend or whoever, when it comes to skin care and all that. And she throws out a bunch of great ideas. And for some reason, the staff targets me every time she comes in. Well, what about Speedy and his bald head? And,
yeah, but you Botoxed it 1 year. And from that point on, you were.
But I didn't ask Dr. Petro if she could bring Botox. It kind of happened, and y'all were like,
you were thrown into
Speedy will do it.
I don't know about a needle in my forehead, but
and so I did that live. You remember that?
I do.
So it seems like now I'm a target all the time.
If somebody has a procedure, it's going to be you. Listen, I did the laser lipo 1,000,000 years ago, and took my life in my own hands.
Yeah, you still bring that up all the time.
God.
And so you and I are over there in the gold ticket seats, minding my own business.
Yeah, well,
and then you remember Bubba brought me in. He goes, "You're gonna take care of, do Botox. You're gonna something for Speedy today." And he was kidding. He was just making a joke. And I was like, "No, I'm good." Well, I'm about to walk him out. That wraps up, and I'm walking him out. And Hannah Black is the sales rep for our flagship station that has that account. Hey, it went well, blah blah blah, and all this kind of stuff. And so, hey, so Speedy, are you going to let me do the laser on you? The skin or for the face laser light? What? I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, what do you mean? Well, what we were just talking about, one of the procedures things. And I'm like, what? And Hannah looks at me and goes, it really would help, and I'm like, what do you mean it would help?
Guilted you.
Oh yeah. What are you doing today?
Today.
Like, what am I doing today? What do you mean?
Well,
and so I'm right outside this door, and y'all are in here. I can hear you laughing.
I heard you mention something, but I didn't know it meant yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm like, what? What? I said, well, I'm got this, I got that. What could you get there like 1:15, 1:30? I'm like, huh?
I was completely oblivious to all that.
Hannah. Yeah, it really would help the sale and everything, and the client. Goodness. The social media and stuff, they love to. Like, last time you did that, they put it on Facebook Live and everything, and it got lots. You want to try it? I said, so fair-skinned, bald guy, y'all, I'm the target. So it's always me.
How about a heads up maybe a week or two out? Let me know.
Well, yeah, you do have, that face is, real red. But this sure would help you. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm a dude. I don't even notice what you mean. What do you mean? So I found myself pulling up at Dr. Petro's yesterday at about 1:15 p.m.
I had no idea.
You want to know why you don't know? Because you don't care.
Well,
and
no,
I told you.
Well, in my mind, there's no way you would be doing. You mentioned it, but I thought you meant later you were going to go do that.
No, this is just confirmation.
I didn't know.
This is confirmation.
I didn't portray it right.
I know what Lisa means now.
You didn't portray it right.
You don't listen to anything anybody says.
That's not true.
Wait till I tell you what happened.
Good night.
But you got to care to know.
Rick and Bubba.
When the doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition announce a Black Friday sale, it's a big event. Field of Greens, the life-changing superfruit and vegetable drink, is on sale right now. And this special Black Friday sale includes Lean, the physician-formulated weight loss phenomena that helps turn and burn excess fat into energy. From weight loss to sleep aids, from creatine to whole food bars, they're all on sale. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the code SALE, S-A-L-E, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. So let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinets and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, and with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, cbdistillery.com code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Hey, did you know you can join AMAC today for only $1? That's right, $1 for 1 year membership. I want to encourage you to visit amac.us/bigvox and join today with this limited time offer. AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, works to advocate for the values that matter most to Americans. Becoming an AMAC member gives you access to free advice on Social Security and Medicare. Plus, members enjoy exclusive money-saving discounts on travel, hotels, insurance, and more. Join today by visiting amac.us/bigvox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com, or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Gaetz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
The Man Church Conferences are coming in 2025. Inspiring speakers, powerful worship, great fellowship, and incredible resources designed for men's discipleship. Tickets are on sale now for Birmingham, Panama City, and Atlanta. Get your tickets and all the details now at themanchurch.com. Disciple men. Change everything.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/big Box. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard outdoor protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Kickoff hour is rolling, and we thank you for being with us. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Golden ticket seats, if you head this way, opens up in a couple of hours. Drive safely. Look forward to having you all. Going to be a packed house today. And Rock and Roll City, Will of Canned Meat, all that's scheduled for today, so it'll be a lot of fun. So as we went to break, we updated last night. Browns beat the Steelers in the snow to I think that was their third win, but it broke a Steelers 5-game winning streak. Hit that, and then as we went to break, I was telling Greg something that I had mentioned to him yesterday, but he didn't listen to.
No,
which is standard.
I think you told
and
it
I
wrong.
get what your wife means now. I really do.
Y'all got to make it more
So
obvious. What
when
you're
I
trying
say
to say
today to you, yeah, that just
I didn't hear it.
I got to say that better.
Never heard today.
Oh, okay, it's because you got to listen.
How about this? How about probably because I didn't think anybody would ask you that day.
But you know what? Here's what's bad. I think you just have a built-in response, and I do too. I'm not really pointing the finger at you, but when I said, "But I got to go today," you went, and like, oh yeah, you even responded
I
to
really
it.
wasn't listening.
No, okay. This one right here. All right, so let me tell you real
I
quick
can't
what
hear
happened.
everything.
Do you remember? Well, let me just tell you. So we pull up, and hey, it's a beautiful place, a new facility. They're still kind of getting some things fine-tuned. It's just, it's really nice. So Hannah and I walk in, and we check in, and we're sitting there. And
You can't believe it.
no, and I'm thinking, well, you forgot. And
I
they're
thought
getting
you were
ready.
doing it later.
So then they go and they put me under this in this room, and they put this light on that's as big as the sun. And they're like, okay, we need to take some pictures. And I'm like, what? Yeah, sit here and let me take some pictures. And what they're doing is the before and after stuff.
Sure.
And I said, well, it's going to be Freckle City here. You just get ready for that. Huh? You don't think the freckles respond to a bright room?
Oh, let me tell you, I got them too.
And so I'm like, well, here we go. Fair-skinned, freckled boy sitting here. And so they do that. They're all so kind. You want anything to drink? They just try and take care of us. Hey, okay, stand by, have a little bit of a situation, but just hang on. I'm like, what?
No.
Well, coming around the corner, the lady, and one of them was here that was going to do the procedure. She is distraught. She is so upset. And I'm like, what's going on? And she said, I have just realized I have been scammed. And I was like, what do you mean you've been scammed? And she said, I got a call from the sheriff's department saying that
Not about jury duty.
that I didn't show up for jury duty.
Oh no!
And I said, wait a minute. Are you?
You knew this story, Adler.
And I said, wait a minute. I said, the jury duty scam? And she said, yes. I mean, she had just stopped. She had been crying.
Well,
she had been
Adler
upset.
was nearly crying the day he was involved.
Yeah. Oh, I know. And I said, wait a minute. Were they asking for $5,000 and saying that you had a warrant out for your arrest? And I knew everything.
Well, yeah,
she looked at me. She was like, yes. And she said, I called my daughter who's in high school, at the school, and pulled her out of school, asking her if she had signed for something because they
These
claimed
people.
that we signed for something at the house.
What in
And
the
that I had
world?
3 warrants out for my arrest, and that somebody was on the way now unless we paid.
Yeah.
And now you're going to have to be arrested, whatever. And it was detailed.
Oh yeah, they're good at it.
Exactly what Chris Adler was telling us.
Exact same. And we've heard we've had listeners that have emailed said, "Hey, got me too."
Yes. And she said what broke it was the police department of the city they were in. She called them, the Vestavia Police Department, And because they said they were trying to involve them and saying, well, here's what's coming. 2 officers are headed your way, and you're going to be booked here, and Jimmy Jam. And when she called them, they said, stop. That's a scam. That is a scam. We're not involved. We don't know anything about that. And they said, do not do anything. And so they discovered it before she went and took money out or anything like that.
It's pretty
but
common thing.
The response was that she developed a massive migraine because of the emotional distress. She had called relatives. They had gotten people involved, shut the office down almost because they were trying to, they thought because of the person talking to her, they were coming to the facility to put her in handcuffs.
Don't forget, Adler left and was like until he finally,
Yes, and I told her that.
They said something suspicious, and he finally, it hit him.
And I told her, I said,
they
look.
must be really good at this.
I said, hey.
Because we're getting a lot of people that are reaching out to us saying, hey, same thing happened to me.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I'm bringing it up again, because I mean, we dedicated an hour to it, right? Put it out, that day and everything, and detailed everything. Adler did a great job of talking about the scam and how it all transpired. And then once he realized, hey, this is a scam, came back and recorded like the last 8 minutes of the conversation or something. But no matter how much you talk about it, it's still getting people. Yes. Because I mean, we even talked about after she said, so these people now probably just hung up with me and called somebody else.
Yeah, they do.
And if they just are successful with 2 or 3% of the people, they've got a pretty good day.
It must be working enough for them to keep doing it because we keep getting emails and stories like this all the time.
So I wanted to bring it up again, to let you know where I was and that you had forgotten. Yeah. And then that's pushed back. I got to go today. Yes. And just going to throw that in. And then the other is that
good. Hey, happy Friday.
And then another one is that not enough people know about it, and I want to make sure that when you're on at the Thanksgiving table and you're with family and friends, make a point to go, hey, I just want to announce to the room, if anybody ever gets a jury duty scam call that you are owed,
they're going to arrest you.
Yeah, and you got warrants out for your arrest. It is a scam, and hang up. And don't do anything. You need to tell everybody you know in conversation because apparently not enough people know. This young lady was so upset, Greg. I felt so sorry for her because she thought her world was coming to that her life was just getting wrecked.
That's crazy.
Scared her to death. And you know what they did? The same thing Adler talked about. They passed her around to different voices. Yes. Well, hold on, the lieutenant's going to talk to you.
And in the background you hear radio.
Yes, and all this, and that the caller ID or whatever had the sheriff's. I mean, they did everything to make you think it was a legit call. And I told her, I said, well, look, local TV stations have done news stories on it. Yeah. We dedicated an hour to it, and Adler talked about his whole story on the air. But apparently, it's not out there enough.
I know. There's just enough people that haven't heard it. They must be really convincing.
They are very, and that's one thing she said. She said, I cannot tell you how convincing they are.
Well, and Adler said the same thing. He said, like, in the background, you could hear, like, police radios, like they were at the station.
Yeah.
Really.
And look, that office and the ladies that work there, I mean, they're family too. And so everybody was upset for her. Yeah. They were trying to figure it out. And they kept looking out in the parking lot. They thought that officers were about to pull up and put her in handcuffs. Because they even told her, now look, we're going to have to put you in handcuffs, but we'll try not to make a huge scene out of it.
Oh my God!
And all this kind of stuff.
They were.
It just wrecked her day. Bless her heart, man. But I wanted to bring it up because again, you forgot, and I can go back today.
Yeah,
and
I remember that.
Not only that, but people, y'all need to let everybody know it is a scam. It's a scam.
Rick and Bubba.
When the doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition announce a Black Friday sale, it's a big event. Now's the time to save a bundle while you reboot and optimize your health. This is the biggest sale of the year on everything. Field of Greens, the life-changing superfruit and vegetable drink that promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. And this special Black Friday sale includes Lean, the physician-formulated weight loss phenomena that helps turn and burn excess fat into energy. Even Radiance, the collagen accelerator, with 4 times more health and anti-aging power than that influencer collagen. Yes, that's on sale too. From weight loss to sleep aids, from creatine to whole food bars, they're all on sale. All you need to do is go to fieldofgreens.com and use the code SALE. fieldofgreens.com and use the code SALE. That's promo code SALE for this Black Friday deal. This is a different code than usual, folks, only for this Black Friday event. fieldofgreens.com, use the code SALE. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com and just look under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with two devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee. So if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right. You get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinet and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients. There's no fluff, there's no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, 80% said CBD helped them with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found relief, check out cbdistillery.com, but you need to use the code BIGVOX for a discount. Over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee. CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox, or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. I tell you, this portion of the program is brought to you by Simply Safe simplysafe.com/bigbox. This time of year with the porch pirates and you getting all these gifts delivered to your front door. Now, if you're like me, they're always being delivered to the front door.
Oh, listen. Yesterday, I pulled up, and good thing I didn't have a porch pirate because he had plenty of booty to get. Pirates.
Okay, that's good. That's good, Greg. I like that.
Now,
you almost didn't get it out. You were smiling when you said it.
Because there was a lot on the porch.
God, he made me cough. But anyway, simplysafe.com/bigvox. I can't talk. Wasn't not expecting booty out of you.
Well, that's what the pirates want.
24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. And the reason I say this, they have the doorbell cam and all that. I get notifications if there's movement, anything going around. It just helps you feel secure when you're not home or even when you are at home. If you're worried about the safety of your home, family, or small business, there's no better time to act than right now because you're going to get 60% off a new Simply Safe security system. This is the best deal of the year. We trust these folks. They have been partnering with us, I think, back to 2014. It's been a while. 60% off today. Just visit simplysafe.com/bigvox. Old school alarm systems only kick in once somebody already is inside your place. These folks, though, stop crimes from entering in the first place with exclusive Active Guard outdoor protection. Live agents keep watch outside your property 24/7, plus there's no long-term contracts, no cancellation fees, and professional monitoring plans only start around $1 a day. So, I mean, come on. Right now is the time. And plus 60% off a new system is the perfect time with a select professional monitoring plan. So go right now. It's their best time of year, best offer, simplysafe.com/bigvox, simplysafe.com/bigvox. You can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Had one of the cameras go off and give me notification last night, and I'm like, oh, JC's home.
Yep.
Just showed his truck.
There's Cuddy.
Pulling in the driveway. The driveway cam went off.
Cuddy was driving.
Yeah. Boy, he jumped out. Golly, that son of a gun is big.
Is he?
Yes,
So he's a big
Catahoula leopard. Think of a really big lab with a little bit of blue merle in it. And it is a big dog. And you don't realize it till, it comes and gets out and starts looking at your dogs. And they're just Australian Shepherds, and they're like, "Hey, what's up?
Hey,
wow,
big
you're
fella.
big. You're a big dog."
Hey, big fella.
Hey, the scammers. One of the things the lady said, she said, "What's so scary is they knew everything about me. They knew my name. Of course, they knew my name, but they knew address. They knew everything about me." She said, "So now that it's over, I'm kind of sitting back, going, hey, that kind of concerns me because they had to do the research enough to know. They knew where she lived. They knew everything about her." And they make it sound so real, So anyway.
But them saying you missed jury duty, I'm going, well, I would have known if I don't know.
And then they try to say you were sent something and you ignored it and so and so signed it. So she's calling relatives. She was calling she had other members of the team there calling relatives wanting to know, hey, did somebody come and you signed something on my behalf or something? I mean, they had her, man. So good gracious,
you got to give them credit if you want to intensify it when you go. Now look, we're gonna have to cuff you.
Yeah,
I mean, they are just pushing every button.
Yeah, she said because they turn halfway through, they turn to where they're fighting for you, and they know this is upsetting, but they just has to be done, and it's a formality. Wow. But I tell you what, probably $5,000 will get you out of it. And that's how they get people.
Wow.
So anyway, just let everybody know when you're hanging out and you're talking that it is a scam. Did you see a couple of things? I need to ask you about the 1,000-pound sisters.
Oh, I forgot to watch
Are they taking pole dancing classes?
It better be a good pole. But I haven't.
You heard about these exercise classes where they use that.
Yeah.
And that's how people get in shape and stuff.
Well, I know I've got it DVR and I got to watch it.
I'm getting eat up.
Episode. I meant to do it last night and forgot. I fell asleep earlier than normal.
Well, I don't want to ruin anything for you. I apologize if I did just now.
No, that's fine.
But I'm getting eat up with email.
Oh, me too.
Have you asked Greg about this?
No, I haven't seen it yet, but I'll watch it over the weekend, hopefully.
People want to know your commentary, Greg.
Yeah, I bet they ain't doing a whole lot. You see people do tricks on there that you ain't gonna see none of that from them. I can promise you that.
Did you see where the world's tallest and shortest women met for the first time.
I did. I saw that.
Did you see that?
Yeah. How about that tall one?
She's 7'1".
7'1".
Mm-hmm. Shortest woman, 2 feet 7 inches.
Now they said, we got to get these two together.
Yeah.
One extreme to the other.
I love how they say they sat down for tea. Well, yeah, they're going to have to sit down.
Yeah, my goodness.
They need a high chair.
That
and
little one climbed up
something.
on the table and stood there.
One can just sit on the ground, and the other one just stand there, and they can sit.
What if
and
she sat on her shoulder?
Ooh, there you go. But they the world's tallest woman and the shortest woman sat down for tea at a hotel in London, and that's something we've been emailed a lot too. People want your commentary on that.
So somebody sat down and said, "You know what we need to do? What? Let's find the tallest woman in the world on record, and the shortest, and somehow get them together. Don't know what they're going to do, but we're going to get them together for tea." And hey, probably took a lot of work to pull it off.
Oh yeah,
I mean, you can't just pick the phone up and go give me the tallest woman and see what she's doing. You can't just do that.
No,
you got to find her. You got to make sure she is the tallest. What if she's not? You got to go with Guinness, I guess.
Yeah,
that would be my first. If I wanted to pull this wonderful stunt off, I would have called Guinness and said, "All right, I need two people. I need the tallest and the shortest."
Yeah.
We're going to do it with the men next. We're going to have the tallest man, shortest man.
We do need that. I've seen some of the because people will send us everything, and I appreciate y'all.
Yeah,
but it seems like if anybody sees anything bizarre, the first people they send it to is us.
Oh, yeah.
Check this out,
and I appreciate it.
Yeah, I do too. Don't stop.
Do not stop.
And a lot of it is, what does Greg think about this? So I need
keep
you to
hearing about the dancing on the pole.
That's a big thing. Hey, y'all, please tell me Greg has seen that the 1,000-pound sisters are taking this class, and I'm like, oh, I don't know. I promised him I would ask you.
They can stand beside the pole and lean on it. That'd be about it.
It has to be a strong one.
It better be. They better have a guy wire behind it.
Yeah. I got another one for you as we go to break.
All right.
59-year-old grandma. She just broke the Guinness World Record for push-ups.
For her age group.
Yes, I guess so. 59-year-old grandmother in Canada broke the women's world record for most push-ups in an hour. She broke the old world record with 17 minutes to spare and finished with 1,575 push-ups in 1 hour.
Good night.
That's made you think about it.
A lot of push-ups. She's my age.
Donna Jean.
She's 1 year older than me.
Yeah. Good night, Greg.
Donna Jean do some push-ups.
I
don't know why anybody would want to. I don't know if
she don't look 59. I mean, I'm not saying,
No, but
I'm hot for her or anything, but you know what I mean. Look. I mean, 59.
That's our age.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, well, you don't look 59.
You don't look, Speedy. It's not 69. It's 59.
Yeah,
and that's how old y'all are.
Yeah, she's 1 year older than me.
Yeah. Wow. Let me.
I'm gonna see if I
walk
can break
that
the
back
man.
a little bit.
Yeah, I did that on the Bachelorette. I told you.
Yeah.
I was going, look at this. Also, they put their name up there and their age, and I was going, man, I'm the same age.
I know that we things ache, when you get older. But do you feel old?
I really don't.
Yeah, and I guess that's why I said that, because I don't either.
I mean,
until I look in the mirror and go, wow, so I'm old.
There's an old guy in the mirror, but
it's an old bald guy in the mirror.
Physically, I don't feel old.
Yeah, I don't either.
I run. I'm not no marathoner.
Right.
But I run a little bit.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't feel 20, and I understand my age, and I don't try to act young. But I just feel like, when I'm thinking, I don't feel that way.
Not yet.
Not yet. But now, does that mean that things aren't hurting and aching?
Miles on us.
Yeah, you got to be careful. And there's a lot of wisdom.
Know your limits.
There's wisdom when it comes to certain things.
Know your limits.
We had a little farm day down at Lenore's, and we were clearing trails and doing different things. And there were some larger trees that had fallen over, and we're trying to pick some up, whatever. And Tommy and I went down to pick one up, and it was a little heavier. And we stopped.
Get the saw and
we
get another
stopped,
cut.
and we said, well, I think we're going to go get the tractor for this one.
Yeah.
But see, that was wisdom. And when I was younger, I'd have been,
I got it.
Yeah. No. You're just trying to push it over so you can get through.
Yeah, I ain't worried about being strong.
No. But she did 1,000.
That's a lot of push-ups.
575 push-ups in 1 hour, earning her second Guinness World Record title.
I'm going to try that.
I'm
not good with push-ups, by the way. I'm not good at them.
Yeah. Mine is pull-ups.
Oh, I'm not good at either.
I'm awful at pull-ups. When we could kip them, that was better, but I cannot.
I can't either.
Golly.
Rick and Bubba.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 30th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number: 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Your home, your family, your moments. First Alert is reminding you to be prepared and install smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level and in every bedroom of your home. Don't forget to add First Alert fire extinguishers on every level, plus the kitchen. And know how to use them. Protection is key to help protect life's moments. And First Alert is your partner through it all. Get fire safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com and Lowe's stores today.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee. So if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right. You'll get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
Waking on their blubber.
We got 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, we're looking ahead to this weekend, and a lot of pretty decent games. Not a ton of them, but one game that stands out that we've been talking about is an early game on Saturday, 11 a.m. Central, and that is Indiana and Ohio State. You will see College Game Day at that game.
Yeah, everybody be looking at that one.
You've got two big guys there, number 2, number 5. It's going to really kind of tell us a lot, not only about the Big Ten, but just about the playoffs in general.
Well, you got Indiana in what, 10?
I'm gonna. That's who I'm be rooting for, and so if I'm rooting for them, then I'm gonna have to say they're gonna win. Do you think they will?
No.
Okay. Now
you love that coach's story.
Yes, and you love the Boise running back.
Yeah, whatever his name is.
Right.
Still don't know it. Don't remember it at all.
Right. So that's going to be.
No, that's a singer.
I think is it Ashton?
Yeah, it is. But I don't remember his last name.
He's real good.
Yeah, he's very good.
And it's okay to know people and like people, not really know a lot.
What about Signetti?
Yeah, he's good. Then you got the same time on ABC. That was on Fox, by the way. Indiana, Ohio State. On ABC at 11 a.m. It's Ole Miss and Florida. You know, Florida beating LSU. You're like, and this is at Florida, so you just never know. They seem to be playing better. I'm just kind of going along here. This is a big one as far as the top 25 matchup at 2:30 on ESPNU. It's BYU and Arizona State. I know we don't care anything about it, but
big deal
that's
if you care.
there.
If you're in that conference, I guess.
Who is Kentucky? We don't know. But they play Texas.
Up and down.
They play Texas at Texas, and you just don't know. You never know.
They could win.
2:30 game on ABC. Also at 2:30 on Fox, following the Ohio State-Indiana game. It's Deion Sanders and Colorado playing Kansas, and you go, oh, Kansas. Well, Kansas just beat BYU.
Kansas started slow this year, but they're playing pretty good at the moment.
Yep. I'm just kind of rolling through here. At 3:15, SEC Network, Mississippi State hosts Missouri. Army is getting a lot of talk, but they play at Notre Dame at 6 p.m. on NBC.
Notre Dame's been playing well.
Yeah. Let's see. Alabama at Oklahoma. 6:30 on ABC.
Tide crush them.
You think?
Yep.
Yeah. Oklahoma is kind of weird with them. I don't know what's going. Who are they?
Not a great year.
Let's go. Just going through here. Texas A&M at Auburn. That's a 6:30 p.m. ESPNU game.
I'll watch that.
Yeah. Vanderbilt at LSU. That's a 6:45 p.m. These are all Central Times. SEC Network game.
I think the Vanderbilt thing's kind of worn off.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of wearing that off, USC, you sit there and you're like, hey, buddy, are they going to – if I told you back in the day USC and UCLA were playing, that would be a marquee game.
Yeah.
Well, they do. They play this weekend late, too, 9:15 p.m. on NBC, and nobody's talking about it.
Do you remember the contract Lincoln Riley got and all the perks and all this, that when he went to USC?
Yes.
And, boy, it has not paid off.
Man. They
What
just
the
are
deal
kind of just they're just around.
I know. I mean, you would think.
Golly.
With all the resources they have.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So there's your college football Saturday. Kind of just a quick glance at some of the games. If I didn't mention your team, I'm sorry. But a lot out there to look at. I don't know how much I'm going to see. Because I've got to get this treatment today that you forgot about. I asked him, I was like, can I be outside tomorrow? Because I got to play golf tomorrow.
That's right.
You would think it'd be deer hunting since deer season for where we live is open with rifle season. But hey, I can deer hunt whenever. I'd love to spend time with my boys. I say kids, they're men. And Tyler already started talking a little bit trash last night.
Well,
he
knows
did.
he's the favorite.
I'm like, and he had River. River was in the back seat going, "Yeah, Pops, Dad's gonna beat you." And I'm like, you got your son talking trash too. You could hear assistant coach's echo from the back seat.
Yeah, take that.
Yeah, because it was on speaker at Bluetooth in the car, and it was just faint enough to sound like assistant coach.
Yeah, in the background. Gonna beat you.
Yeah. We tee off at 11:30. And
we're a toboggan.
And I said, well, son, as much as you play, and seeing that you do this with Titleist, I said it might be 3-on-1. I said we might all three just play.
That would be the fair thing.
Normally it's something like Tyler and Reese against me and JC, or me and Reese against Tyler and JC. We normally split it up. But I haven't played in months. JC hasn't. He's been doing baseball, and Reese
been working.
Good night. So I'm like, son, you realize you're the you've been hitting? Now, when am I going to do that? Well, what do you mean? Am I hitting?
How many buckets?
Yeah, you been going to the range?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to hear it Saturday now. I'm like, what do you mean you don't want to hear it?
You're gonna hear it.
You are the only one that's been playing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not making it up.
It'd
be different if you were exaggerating.
Yeah. I tell you what I'm going to do. If mine goes into the water of the woods, I'm going to drop, and we're just going to keep playing it. I'm not going to care. Yeah. Now, I am going to try to play decent, but it's not going to ruin my day. But he's all about it. And then we go back to their house, and Mabry's got this big birthday party. Get cake and eating.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
He told us the menu, too.
Ooh.
And it's a good one.
Oh, well, you got something to look forward to.
Yeah, Terry's bringing a dessert, and so it'll be a fun Saturday. So saying all that, I won't get to watch much.
No.
I'll have to get updates. Really wanted to see that Indiana-Ohio State game.
What time is it again?
It's 11 a.m. See, you don't listen to anything.
No.
Gosh.
A lot going on. Look, I mean, I can't help you. Got to go again today. That's just golly.
You gotta get if you want to know whatever you're doing at 11:30 a.m., just know that I'm getting some laser treatment for you. And they want to put it on social media, use it as in the indoor. They want to do all this stuff with it, but they need a guinea pig, and here I am.
The only thing worse than somebody asking you to do something the day of they needed it done is when you show up and it gets postponed to the next day. That's actually worse. Yeah, because you're there. Yeah. It could have been right now. You'd be done.
And then I was thinking selfishly like that, and then I thought about why it was being postponed and felt really sorry for the lady being scammed, and so. It was just a bad situation.
Anybody else?
But I'm glad.
Couldn't anybody else help you?
There was talk about that. There was talk about that. But all the chairs were full. I mean, they were busy, and it just kind of messed everything up. As I was leaving.
I just wondered.
Going to come back today.
Today.
Thought about you a lot.
Hey, it's
just you don't give a rip.
Just Friday afternoon.
You don't give a rip either.
I do, but not like you think.
I'm like, okay.
I give a rip because it's very funny.
I know this ain't like the blue light now. No.
You just had the blue light.
I know, and she said no, it's the red light. And I said, well, my gracious, how many lights y'all got?
What about the yellow? I mean,
kill a fella.
Do not enter.
Yeah. So
clear.
And she
the
said,
right
I said, now am I good tomorrow? I mean, I got golf and all that. And she said, no, you can wear a hat, and I'll tell you what kind of sunscreen to put on. So I'm that guy.
Yeah,
so I'll be coated with
I'm
sunscreen
out.
and a hat.
I'm out.
Gosh almighty.
Good night.
It's going to be cold. But anyway, good luck for you. Good luck with you tonight. Unlike you, I think about you on things, and tonight I'm going to be thinking about you.
Yeah.
Are you having to go by yourself, or is the family going to be there?
Yeah, the grandkids, everybody be there. They got to be bundled up.
You taking your mom?
No, mom don't want to get out in that cold. She'll watch it on TV.
Oh, you talked her out of it?
No, she don't want to get out.
She was wanting to for a little bit.
No,
just be a great son and take her.
If she wants to go, I will.
Okay. Hey, Miss Cannell, do you want to go?
She does not.
She doesn't?
No, it's cold.
Oh,
it's going to be cold.
You sure she doesn't want to go?
Pretty sure.
Okay. So you'll have a big family affair. Yeah, everybody will be there.
It'll be fun.
Good.
Grandkids are always fun.
Oh yeah. Hey, can I get what was it he always asked for at the concession?
Kona ice. Probably won't need one of them tomorrow.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun. Coming to you from the old Big Boy studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology, this hour starts with a national anthem. And a half minutes past the hour. Let's go. A brand new hour beginning now. Speedy and Greg have knocked out the kickoff hour. Here comes Eddie Van Adler. He now settles in and drives the YouTube bus. Whether you're catching us live or archive on the YouTube channel, listening to us live on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, listening to us live on our TuneIn app, or catching our podcast archive every day. Whatever the case may be, whether it be live and archive, we're glad you're here. We got a lot to do on the program today. We'll unpack it all, but we need one. We're missing the silver tongue one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
I was searching. Slow down. E-L-O. Bubba, how do?
I'm good. How are you,
Well,
sir?
there's so much to unpack. I mean, things developing. Here we go. We got to go here. So we've got the golden ticket seats coming in today, and there was a lot to do when I hit the ground here today, and so I haven't really got the opportunity to do this, but I'm thinking we'll see. I don't know if did y'all get the, a lot of times people will get the, hey, man, looking forward to the golden ticket seats, going to be there on this certain day. And, we say hallelujah, looking forward to it. Hey, let's go. And there was one guy, and he started declaring to us, I don't know if y'all saw this, that he could beat anybody in the Rick and Bubba Giant Game of Knowledge.
Yeah, I saw that.
He said he was untouchable, that he acted like he didn't think he could get a question wrong. And I actually thought to myself, and I failed to do it, and I was trying to do it, but I think maybe we could even do some ad hoc or whatever. But, I thought, should we sit him down and just fire questions at him and just see how well he can do? I mean, he seems very... I mean, he said he's the walking dog. And he also has given us a warning. He's coming in hot.
Yep.
He's a type A. And he's going to be electric.
We see that from time to time.
We do. Well, we have a little look. We love all of y'all. Everybody has different personalities. We all do, and everybody in their own way. Unless you have a personality that annoys people, then then that's when people always say, "Well, that's just the way he or she is," and we go, "Well, yeah, that's why we don't like them." Yeah. But type A's, can be a lot of fun if you can corral them. And we'll give. I remember we used to talk about it back when we had the window. You could see them. You could see a type A. Because the type A would not wait for you to come to the door.
Right.
The type A, no matter if you were in the middle of talking about the death of somebody, they'd be jumping up and down, holding up their sign.
Yeah, they're going to let you know they're there.
Right. Sign in one hand, some kind of food in the other, and they're just jumping up and down.
Telling the heart-wrenching
You're talking about somebody just died of cancer,
right?
And asking everybody, to pray for the family, and they're jumping up and down.
Yes.
And a type A is going to come in hot. And they're going to approach. Okay, they're not going to sit in their seats.
No,
they're going to approach, and you could send out. Here's kind of the way we operate. You might as well throw that in the trash because the type A's coming in here and they're going wall to wall.
They're going to rewrite the book. Baby.
Oh yeah, and they're going to engage whether you're in the middle of something. Doesn't matter.
Really?
Right? So right. You think they're not going to look at something they want to see right in the middle of a live spot?
Hey, y'all seen this?
Right. Absolutely, they are. Okay, so but where would we be without type A's?
No, I love
Well, we wouldn't have been here.
No, a lot of things they make things happen. I'll give them that.
That's right.
Yeah, so
they are the foundation that builds the house.
Absolutely. So they'll be here today. I will go ahead and say, and I know we'll probably do this. So got an email yesterday from the Rick and Bubba store. Okay, I'm just gonna read you what it says. Okay. Says the Rick and Bubba new CD. Hey, y'all run a Z and shut her down. That CD is available right now. So you can go to the store. Now, that's hard copies. You streaming people, easy. I don't know when it'll be available on streaming. It will at a later date.
Eventually.
But you need to get a hard copy.
But hard copy, the hard copies are available right now. And when they run out, they're gone.
Let me tell you what's going to happen.
We won't reorder.
What's going to happen? We're going to have all kind of sad emails.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
About I wanted one, I didn't get it.
That's exactly right.
And when streaming, I'm not going to have it for Christmas or whatever.
You talking about these sad people just asked for a golden ticket seat last week?
Yeah.
Okay. Could y'all not have got that request in sooner?
Trust me on this.
Okay.
If this is something that you want for long term, get it now.
Yeah.
Get it now.
We won't reorder.
There won't be any more.
All right, so did you see this?
We're shutting down.
We're shutting down.
Yeah.
Hey, and look, if you notice on the cover, it has on the marquee Rick and Bubba Employee of the Month. So, there's stuff on the back too, but there it is. Run me a Z and shut her down, and we're Employee of the Month. So I
got a neighbor that's gonna love that one. By the way.
So that's
there you go, Jeff.
So one of the CDs, Speedy worked hard putting this together. One of the CDs is some of the best moments of this final year. The other CD features the original telling of Car Wash Joe just because of the title. And then it also features segments that have been overlooked over the years, never made a best of CD, but y'all request them a lot on best of shows. Kind of deep cuts. So it's available now. Also restocking now. Bubba's, he can't believe it.
I'm choked up about
He's choked up about it. Also,
how about when you choke and you're not even eating anything?
I know.
You just choke for no reason.
I call that getting strangled.
Right.
Strangled.
I had a good one about some teams we pulled for, but it seemed mean. All right. So then the ornament that celebrates the 3 decades of Radio Gold, the final ornament, it's been restocked. So if you want the ornament, now this will be the last time because, Chris, there's not enough days left. So if you want it, it's there. She also told me to pass along. She said, items remaining. There are 80 pairs of Rick and Bubba socks.
Come on.
There's still about a little over 100 copies of the 25-year CD. That was one way back on our 25th year.
That's a good one, though.
Yeah.
Boy, that's a good one.
And that's pretty much it. They said everything else is nominal and will probably sell out in the next few days. So the new items are the restocking of the ornament, the new CD, And then there's some old items that are there, but they won't be restocked, and they'll be gone.
Give me some of them socks.
So yeah, if you wanted some of those socks, I forgot about the socks. They have about 80.
Pretty warm.
They have about 80 pair of those. And if you want the 25-year CD and you never got a hard copy of that, there's about 180 of those. Both of them, about 180.
There you go.
So anyway, that's all at the store at rickandbubba.com, or you can text at 866-932-3244. Just text the word store, STORE, and you'll get the link, and you can go get whatever you want there. But listen to Bubba's words. There will be no, I didn't get a hard copy of the CD, what can I do?
Could not be left out.
There's nothing we can do. So get them before they're gone. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, talking about returning from Philadelphia, going to see my daughter there, and had a great trip, and we're almost home. We're in Atlanta, and those of us who live in this part of the country know that the Atlanta connection is where timelines go to die.
Yes.
So you are, and again, let me be clear. We really didn't have anywhere to be. All it did was delay what time we would eat frozen yogurt on the way to the house.
Right,
okay?
right.
And I had planned it that way, that we would have, the day to get home, because I knew better. Done it enough.
Right.
And but what you feel bad for is like the wonderful couple who listens to the program who has about a 1.5-year-old that is being a champ. But see, they think that kid's going to get on the plane at 2:30,
right? And
it doesn't get on the plane till 4:40.
So it's a whole different deal.
If you have small, you feel bad for the woman who found out that it was actually her grandfather, not her father, but was very upset and she's trying to get home to her family. You feel bad for those people. You feel bad for the guy who had appointments and was looking through his stuff and realizing
that's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen. And so then I started kind of feeling like that I needed to fight for the people, and which my wife thought I really shouldn't. And so we're sitting there, and so they give us the first, and I love how they'll just throw up numbers that they know they're not going to make. New time, 3:40. No, I love this, 3:39. Not 3:40. Yeah. 3:39.
It's like saying something's 99 cents.
The first time we're supposed to leave was 2:30. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're at 3:39.
Ooh.
And you realize, all of us who've flown enough, if they're not boarding you, say if it's 3:39 and you're not boarding by 3:15,
ain't gonna happen.
You're not. No. So that blows through, and the guy comes on, our new guy, and because our other person was tired, and of course we're all not, and says. And this is a new thing, because I heard Delta doing it all down the gates. This must be their new thing. People must not like to hear, hey, we're just not getting it done.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Or they don't like to hear, because sometimes you'll hear this is their new one. And we experienced it one time, I remember. This is their new one. They start telling you stories of where your captain and crew are located that need to fly this plane, which I think is kind of odd. Just tell us that we got delays or something. And they try to go, I guess, real detailed, but that's where this guy messed up. Like, that's supposed to make us, I don't know. This is what he says. Your captain and crew have been delayed, but they have now arrived at gate C, we're at D, and they're working their way here. Okay? New time, 4 something. Okay?
All right.
Which we know, I just told everybody, don't feel relieved.
Stop listing the time.
Ma'am, who keeps calling the person that's waiting on you, don't call. Don't call. Don't act like that's the time. Okay? Me, who keeps telling the place that where our car was supposed to be picked up, I'm not even calling them anymore. I gave them one change. I'm not going to give multiple. Just say it'll work. So then we all begin to grumble a little bit, and then I start picking up people who kind of want me to represent the people. Now they start going, hey, you gonna let me get away with that? That kind of stuff. And
if it was me,
and of course my wife has given me the be a light. Okay. So
be a light,
now,
not a forest fire.
You got broken English up there.
Right.
Bluebird's gone home.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So we wait, and then you get caught up in that horrible thing. Since I give you that, anyone in uniform, you think now we're leaving, and then you watch them blow past your gate and wander on to wherever they're supposed to be going. Okay. So then, and I guess I don't know if it was his lack of being able to English, and then I walked up to him. I said, "Now is that we locking that down? That is what I am being told." Mm-hmm. Okay, so they roll in here. They're on their way here. So I'm like, so we rolling? We rolling
Yes,
on that
Johnny
one?
Quest.
Okay. So then we roll on past that. 339 comes.
Haji, have you seen Bandit?
Yeah, listen. 339 comes.
I
and
think
goes.
we left him in the volcano.
339 comes and goes. Okay, and I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he just didn't remember. It was weird. And all of you that were there, because there were a lot of people who listened to the show that were trying to get back to Birmingham too. He comes on and he goes, "I have an update on flight 5184 headed to Birmingham. Your crew has landed at Gate C, and they are now working their way here." I said, "You already said that."
Correct.
And look, he goes, zoom. He looks at, I said, "Hey, you've already said that." Is that how far is Gate C? Are you acting like that's just now happening?
So you're that guy right now.
We're at D. C's here. And like that. And he goes, but he gets cross with me. I said, "By the way, you've already said that." We're back 21 minutes past the hour. Coming up, golden ticket seats, wonderful wheel of canned meat. Big day in the Rick and Bubba store today. As we mentioned, the new CD is there. Hard copies, Run Me a Z and Shut Her Down. Also, you'll see the restocking of the final ornament, the 3 decades of Radio Gold. All right, so Bubba, you were telling me a story. So we're kind of keeping around in the office, kind of settling in, looking for everything. You're like, "Hey man, you got any idea who Katt Williams is?" And I was like, "No, I don't. I don't know who that is. I bet Adler does, but I don't. No, I have no idea who it is."
Well, I think this is going to be a pretty big story when all is said and done.
Sounds like he's done
Katt
pretty well.
Williams, the comedian, and I'm not familiar with him. Okay, I know Adler.
Adler, you know who Katt Williams is? Why are you nodding? You don't want everybody to know you know who it is?
No, I was just getting my headphones and such ready.
Okay.
We've played we've played a couple clips of his.
You know, he's the one that predicted all this P. Diddy stuff.
Here, Rick, see if you recognize this shot right here. This is from the club Shannon Sharp's podcast.
This is one of the things we played a little excerpt from this.
Is it Yuck Fest?
He is very dirty. He's very
dirty guy.
A hard R on his content.
Don't know his content.
But hey, he's been.
But he's funny.
All this.
So
and he'll let you know exactly what's on his mind.
Adler at rickandbubba.com.
We did a story years ago. Y'all aren't going to remember it because he's bizarre. Remember this, Adler? He punched somebody.
He did.
Somebody just came up to him out in public, and we did the story because I think we had footage.
When
of
you
it
said the name, I went, okay. I think when you first said it, I thought it was a female DJ.
Yeah.
But then I realized that you were talking about a comedian that apparently has been very successful.
Yeah. Yes, and there's a story in AL.com today. Katt Williams has confirmed that he has bought a military base in Alabama.
Have y'all heard about this?
It's not actually the whole military base, but it appears to be part of it. And according to this story, it looks like there's indications it may be at Fort McClellan.
Now, please tell them what his
I drive through
plans
Fort
are.
McClellan all the time.
Please tell everybody what his plans are.
The comedian has been mum on which property he actually purchased.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Mom.
What?
Mom.
It sounded like you said mom, like somebody's mom. And I was like, mom.
M-U-M.
Okay,
mom.
Cat and his mom.
What you're saying is mom's the word.
Right. Mom is the word.
Right.
And there has been a 90-acre tract of land with some very large buildings for sale at Fort McClellan for some time. The big concrete structures are known as starships.
Oh, I know exactly where that
They're
is.
barracks, and the surrounding
starships.
property consists of 30 concrete buildings and 3 million square feet of indoor space.
Say that again.
3 million square feet of indoor space.
Wow.
There's 10 barracks with 20 rooms each, 2 large gymnasiums, and more than 90 acres of usable flat land on the Fort McClellan site. Now, the broker says that the land has been purchased through an LLC, and it has been confirmed that Katt Williams has visited the property frequently during the purchase process, although they can't exactly tie him to the purchase. But he said he wants to start a movie studio. and he wants to produce movies
like Tyler Perry.
And he said that there was a lot of pressure on Tyler Perry to do that, and he didn't want him to have all that pressure on his back.
That's funny.
So he wanted to help him out. And so we'll be seeing how that comes out. Earlier this year, he was on tour in Alabama for stops on his Dark Matter tour, where he performed in Huntsville, Birmingham, and Mobile. Now, the interview about him doing this was in GQ magazine.
Okay.
Gentleman's Quarterly.
He has ambitions of becoming a movie mogul.
Okay.
And the exact quote is, "It's just not fair to put all that pressure on Tyler Perry."
Funny.
He said,
That's funny.
He can only do so much.
See, Bubba,
so that's an AL.com story today. You can look into that, and we'll see how all that plays out. But that's very interesting that you could end up with a movie studio lot, and it sounds like it's set up perfect for that, with a lot of outdoor and indoor space. And I've been to those gyms. We used to play basketball.
Oh, I know exactly where that is.
And they are huge, huge structures.
Yeah,
huge, massive. They would be perfect for a sound studio, sound set.
And of course, you got all the everything you need right there at Linlock.
Well, you used to, yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is
it can be rebuilt.
On a serious note, that it would refurbish that whole area.
Oh yeah. Well, there are some things to do there. Some.
Well, what I'm talking about though, but when the fort was pulled away, that really hurt. It crippled that part. Obviously.
Oh yeah. Well, it
does everywhere that happens.
Yeah, it's been a long, process of that coming back around.
But I've been impressed how people have used the property even now, though.
Yeah, they have. There's a lot of folks live there. It's
the golf course closed?
Its own little town. No, it's still there.
It's still there.
Cane Creek.
They can play there all the time.
Yep, good course.
Well, now how would they be affected by something like this? If you put a big movie studio in there and you're living there in the neighborhood, I mean.
Well, this is zoned, I guess, for business.
Yeah,
so, there's some residential areas, some business.
Yeah, it's kind of in its own deal there.
So that might be very very interesting. I've always thought it was a great location for
something. Yeah,
because those buildings are massive and they're concrete. They're going to be there after all of us are gone. I mean, they're huge structures, So it's good that they're going to be used for something. And plus,
are you calling this as what's going to happen?
I'm just saying there appears to be, according to this story, there's a lot of smoke. Now, we haven't exactly seen the fire yet, but it has been bought.
Right.
He said he bought a military base in Alabama in the interview with GQ.
See, now your subscription to GQ pays off right there.
There it is.
Right,
you got it right away.
Right.
And so, I don't know. I think that'll be interesting.
Of course, some have reported him at Dad's Barbecue, right there, not far from
Dad's Barbecue. People have seen that. Though, do you think, honestly, and you probably didn't read this in the story, but he's talking about considering bringing on as a partner Matt Gaetz. You think that's wise?
Rick, I did not see that in the story. That would strictly be speculation on your part. But I do think it's funny that you could have some pretty major stars coming in there to do movies. That would be interesting.
What's that motel on there? The Remington, or what is it?
I'm going to leave that to Greg.
They could stay there.
Yeah. Well, Greg, once again, Katt Williams has discovered what we've always said, because we're all from Calhoun County.
Yep.
Near Atlanta, near Birmingham, near perfect.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, that thing is just a few miles from where I grew up. So.
Yeah, and look how beautifully, all kidding aside, where it sits. Honestly, it's not that far from Atlanta. And of course, not that far from Birmingham.
Oh yeah,
and
with the way the highways are now with the bypass, you can be down on I-20.
Not far from Nashville.
Man.
Not far from Nashville. So there you go. There you go. Interesting. A lot cheaper than California. Absolutely.
A lot cheaper than California. Not even
California
close.
It just keeps trying to run the movie business right out of the state,
and they have successfully done a lot of that.
Yeah, they gave a lot of it to Atlanta. Mm-hmm. Maybe they can give a little over to Bama. We'll be back bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick. Well, he had already said it, and it's like he'd forgot he said it or something.
You probably say, now most of you, everybody didn't understand you because you got broken English, but I did get it.
Hey, let me tell you something.
You're lying.
Hey, liar.
You're lying.
And look, and then I started getting some people that shared my. I started getting some brothers and sisters that were drafted women. They liked having a loud guy.
Oh, really?
That's right. You tell him. Yeah, you already said that. That's right. Now I'm stirring them up a little bit. She's like, "You about to stir everybody up?"
Yeah. Thanks.
She goes.
Hey, instigator.
She goes, "Here's that thing you do. And I said, what do you mean? She goes, yeah, you'll start leading your little cult, get everybody stirred up. And I'm like, no, everybody's already stirred up.
But you don't want Haji to be the guy that's putting the pen, holding the wheel on back there.
Right,
you know?
right. She's like, please, this you shouldn't
stop it.
You're getting frustrated. You're rubbing your face. You got the kids stirred up. You know, like that. I said, well, we all stirred up. And then I start thinking, I don't speak for me, honey. I speak for this family. God love them over here with the little 1.5-year-old that should already be in Birmingham. I'm speaking for the woman who has tears running down her face because she can't get to her family who's mourning the grandfather. I said, I'm speaking for this guy in the suit that might as well take it off because he's not going to make this dinner. Okay, might as well take it off. It's not about us, honey. I'm speaking for the people. I'm speaking for the people. How long do we have to? I said, we all get in this mode. You start thinking you're flying for free because that's the way you're being treated. I said, you feel like a bunch of livestock. Let's herd y'all to the next gate. Put them in the corral, Haji. Like that. And then it starts dawning on you, wow, we're paying for this. Oh, my gosh, we're paying for this. This isn't free. Whether I arrive at the time I'm supposed to or 3 hours later, I'm still going to be charged for it. And I didn't get what I wanted. I wanted to be in Birmingham at 2:30 for all the things I mentioned, and that didn't happen. I don't get a discount. I don't get anything taken off. All I get is somebody tell me they're tired.
You don't even get a kiss.
Line us up, Haji. And you're thinking to yourself, then they go, I love this one. We get on the plane, comes up, and the kids wanted, I don't know why they wanted headphones for such a short flight. I'm like, why would you do that? This was on the flight there, and they were like, and he goes, if you want headphones, I said, yeah, and he goes, well, that'll be $2, and we don't take cash. What? Hey, I got $400 a kid, a member in here. What are you talking to me like? You ought to be shining my shoe. And thanking me for being here and say, would you like 4 headphones? In case one of them gets a short in it. I don't understand this thing. We charge you lots of money. We treat you like crap. I just can't comprehend that. You get this feeling when flying commercial that you're hassling everybody of having to crank the plane, get the plane ready to deal with your luggage and deal with you at the gate. Hey, we didn't make it late. We're all upset and piled in here on top of each other, multiple flights, because y'all can't stay on time. And then you make up stories about these
mysterious crews,
these phantom crews that are all spread. You know
what your problem is, Rick? You're a JS.
What's that?
A jet snob.
That's me.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
You needed the cloud. Is what you needed. A little commercial for the PC. Oh, the cloud.
You guys, what gets me? And look, I know we make mistakes too, but it just seems like. That's just horrifying marketing and customer service. It's just horrifying. And again,
you wonder why any of them can't stay in business. Either.
Look, and again, I go back to this. I go back to this as I said, and I said one time the same thing here because we make mistakes. It ain't about being perfect. Please don't hear me. Okay, now we'll have some fun with that. It's not about that. Well, I remember sometimes somebody got upset with me because I was like, "Man, y'all not getting it done," and they said, "Well, what do you want me to do?" I said, "I want you to care. That's all. Just care." Hey, we're going to make mistakes. Y'all got a lot of planes flying. I got that. It's hard to stay on time. We got weather, all that. I got it. But I don't like the attitude of that somehow you're offended that we'd like to know we're going to be home. I don't understand that we paid for. Please understand, we don't fly for free.
Well, keep in mind, Rick, it is the airline that puts the numbers out there that tells you when your plane leaves and when it arrives. That's not something you came up with.
And they
actually have a schedule.
And let me tell you something. Now, they make a huge deal out of when they're on time. They don't make such a big deal about when they're not, And, when I love that, like I remember my mother never believed in, and of course she didn't have to deal with a lot with us, unfortunately, on giving money for making good grades or giving money for being a good kid. She said, I don't think you should be paid for being a decent human being and doing what people expect of you. I don't want to see a celebration about you being on time. You ought to be on time. I want to see a lot of humility and concern when you're not. That's all. That's it. Maybe come over and check on the little baby that's doing the best you can. Maybe tell the woman who's not going to make it to her family who's grieving the loss of somebody. Tell her you're sorry about that. We're back 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so some of the things that are coming on the text line with the announcement of the new CD today. If you're having any issue whatsoever with creating an account to shop at the Rick and Bubba store, just use the instructions there. You need to contact them. We have great customer service. They'll take care of you. There's nothing that we can do for you on that. So just contact customer service there, and they'll help you set up an account, or if you're having trouble with your account, whatever the case may be. The demand right now, there's a huge just rush to the store. Bubba and I have never been known for our ability to do a soft opening. It's just not the way we operate. We come out and go hard.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, never heard of it. And so anyway, that's probably because of all the traffic that's going on right now, but they'll help you with that. Somebody asking, does the CD entitled We Ain't Never Been Nowhere? Well, there is no CD entitled that. Actually have Willie and Wanda on it. There is no CD called that. There's a DVD called that from the 20-year tour, which was called the We Ain't Never Been Nowhere Tour. So there's a DVD, and it does have the retelling of it. Bubba and I live on stage telling it. DB. But there is no CD named that. If you're looking for the CD that has the Willie and Wanda story on it, it's called Stay In It Volume 1. No hard copies are available. You would have to go to the streaming services to find it, but it is there. It is out there on streaming. So I hope that helps some of you there. Greg, I know that as we continue to, we break news like Katt Williams buying up Fort McClellan.
Katt will do it.
And we'll see how that goes. But, we're going through the different stages. Grandparent world, you and Speedy are in it.
Oh, yeah.
So this is one thing that actually, Greg, you were the one that reminded me that those of us who went through our parenting years and all of our kids are grown and gone, and we think that certain things have left our life, you were the first one that says, well, your grandkids just take you back through it all again. You don't have as much obligation to go to everything, but you're still going to a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And it's precious and mild. And I understand one of your one of your grandchildren had a performance she went to.
Well, she goes to Mom's Day Out 3 days a week. And Ellis has gone through this same program, and around Thanksgiving they have a little
get together
performance, whatever. Anyway, so Marion, I got 4 grandkids. So Ellis is 6, Marion's 3, Pace is 3, and then Mary Hollis, the baby's 1. So she's actually third in line. Her and Pace are just a few months apart. But anyway, so this was her first performance. Now, you got to know about Marion. We were all saying she's either going to walk out and just stand there, or she may even leave, or she'll get into it.
Yeah. So here she is.
There she is in the middle.
Is that a turkey?
That's a turkey on their head, and also they made a turkey on the shirt out of hands.
Oh, okay. So they have their little turkeys on it. And what kind of performance? Is musical?
Yeah, it's music. They dance and do little claps.
Oh my gosh! Look how tiny they are. I mean, they are tiny.
So precious.
It's pretty funny. But.
All right. So right now we don't know if Marin Burgess is going to walk off stage.
No.
We don't know if she's going to just stand there, or we don't. Does she have the potential to cut loose?
But she did tell her mom that she liked those shoes because she could jump high in them.
Okay, that's a good sign. If she had shoes and she told her mama she could jump high in them, that's got to be a good sign.
That's all about the shoes.
Okay, all right.
But yeah.
All right, so she is jumping. Look at her jump. But she's really jumping.
She can get some height.
She's waving a little bit. What is that? Is that
That's something they're all supposed to do.
But she did do it. The others didn't.
Others did.
She did. Clearly, your grandchild's better than everybody else.
Yeah, I told her that at the end. I said you were clearly the best.
All right, look, a little bit of movement there. She seems to be willing to perform, Greg.
And we were surprised.
Yeah, look at here.
She is the leader, I will say that.
How about she's actually, okay, yeah. Oh, precious.
But anyway, so we got through that, and that was awesome. So afterwards, then they take you and show you their classroom and their stuff they've made. And then, of course, you would go, well, hey, let's all get a picture.
Of course, she's dressed as a turkey.
Yeah. Well, she decided she didn't want any pictures. So we don't have pictures. She declared she wasn't getting her.
So I get on stage and I hop and I go through the motions. Frankly, was a leader in her group.
Oh, yeah.
And you think, well, this is a good sign. We'll get some great pictures. And she just said no to pictures.
No pictures. So anyway, so we said, well, let's don't take none then. I was kind of glad because the women always make you take 10 or 12.
How did you ever get the women to cut loose on that and let that go?
Well, the kid, she called it. And here's the funny thing. They had these, each had these little turkeys and pumpkins and stuff they made. And one of them they had like 3 different things hanging down, and you write family members' names in it.
Right, yeah.
Well, we look at hers, and it says Nash, and we're going,
who's Nash?
Who is Nash? We have no idea who Nash
Wait a
is.
minute. She put down that a member of her family's name is Nash?
Well, come to find out, it's the baby doll that is at the school that's name's Nash. I guess she likes it more than she does her family.
Yeah. Well,
But so we were all going, anybody know who Nash is? And she told us, it's the baby. And
Right.
But it's not even one of hers. It's one that's at the school.
She's at the school.
She really likes him.
Yeah. She's
we might get a nickname here.
Oh, yeah.
Greg's grandkids all have these just really
They're so fun.
different personalities, and it's funny how they all tick. It's a whole different thing.
And all four are coming to your house next week.
I
So
know.
get ready.
Oh, I can't wait.
Ooh.
I tell you what, I've already got prepared to go for One Pistol Pace Jones is Deep and Wide.
Oh yeah, he don't like that.
Yeah, he likes this is a lot of mine, but for some reason he has some aversion to Deep and
Yeah,
Wide.
you don't sing Deep and Wide.
Tell him how he tells
He'll
you.
wave you off.
Papa, I don't want to do Deep
Papa
and Wide.
don't like Deep and Wide.
Well, guess what's coming as soon as he
Oh,
hits
I
the
know.
floor. Deep and wide, deep and wide. Hey, sing it. Everybody sing it.
Last Thanksgiving, Rick, you remember we were outside and you were being funny and you pulled your shirt off?
Yes.
And Marion got on to you about
She
it.
got on to it. She pointed her finger at me and said, "Don't do that."
Okay.
Didn't like it.
She
You
said
put it back
she
on,
thought I was
too.
being inappropriate. But just like that day she seemed kind of passive, and then all of a sudden she jumps in with the boys and begins to attack me, the enemy, and at one time was sitting on me.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because I was being put in some sort of dungeon or something.
Yeah, you were the monster.
Yeah, and she went all in. That was one of those days I underestimated Greg's grandkids. I thought, well, they won't be into this long. At one point I wasn't even part of the family. I was just captured by all the children, and the adults just moved on with their lives and just left me.
We were having adult conversations. Rick's down there playing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
But like I say, any organized recital type deal with the kids at this age.
Oh,
you
so
can't beat
unpredictable.
it.
No,
And you got to see
because you just don't know.
some of the other ones because they had even an age group that's younger than her.
What?
And watching them up there trying to corral them up. Yeah, it's so funny.
I love the teacher that's out front. And they're like, "No, look at me,"
Yeah.
and they're all looking at
And
their
they're doing
family and
this.
mom and dad and start waving.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure all of you like if you could walk into church and you see that they've got the risers set up front.
Yeah, you know it's going to be good.
And you realize it's children's choir. And to me, and I'm glad they start them young, but I don't know what we deem success. Have you ever noticed a lot of times they'll just play the tracks with them?
Yeah.
And really what you just heard is whoever's on the tracks.
Yes.
And then the kids, some of them move, some of them don't.
Some of them will try
Some
to throw
sing
a
part
word
of
in
it.
a little late.
Some pick their nose.
Oh, yeah.
You know, some sit down.
Yeah.
You know, and then some walk off, like you say, they see a family member and they'll go over and sit with them.
Yeah.
And it's always interesting to see how many they can hold together.
Oh, this one little girl yesterday, she was crying before it.
Oh,
But
really?
Then they finally she calmed down, and then when she gets on stage, she starts throwing down.
Oh, really? After crying?
She was
She went from crying to putting on a show.
Well,
It was. I mean, when they just put them all up there, ain't nothing better.
Yeah, no.
And then the one that always is interesting is the parent that won't let it go, and their kids usually somewhere in the middle, but not right middle, just the middle row, but kind of they're always either far to the left or the right, and they just stand there and cry the entire song.
Yes, I mean, just cry.
Yeah, like why won't anybody help me? Do you not see me up here crying?
You're making me stay up here.
Come get me.
The people who work with them and try to organize it, bless their hearts.
Oh, hey.
Oh,
like I said, the one that's like down on the knees, like in front of the stage, like look at me,
Yes.
and I'm gonna show you everything to do.
Yeah, deep.
And you got to be careful when they
Right.
walk off. They'll center something in a minute.
Exactly. And those are very special people because
Yes.
our mind works this way. Because we'll do like you had the best line this morning, and it needs to be a slogan. And Greg was acting like he didn't know something, and you said in order to know you have to care.
Yeah.
I thought, man, that's so true.
True.
And so because we're always thinking about what, and you'll see those people, and they'll bring in a choir like what Marion was doing, but she was doing on stage. But these children's choirs, and they do all the hand motions, and about half the kids do them, some don't.
Yeah.
Some make up their own motions, and then they'll take them off that riser. And the rest of us go to the rest of the service as the kids are removed. But I always look and go, they're still with them.
Yeah.
There they go.
That's right.
There they go. They still have another
Patience
hour.
of Job.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
they're all
a
going.
calling.
Yeah, and they walk by, and you're real thankful for them.
Yeah.
And they volunteered for it, 5 years ago, and no one else will relieve them.
I know,
And
yeah.
they're stuck there now.
They
They'll never
want
get
somebody
out.
to tag them out.
They'll never get out.
That's so true.
Good job, Marin.
She did. She
Good
jumped
work.
up there. Then she had her jumping shoes
I
on.
thought she'd got some air. She did
did.
pretty good.
Pretty good.
Outstanding jump. The shoes were key.
Yeah.
Best turkey in the bunch. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are excited to get the opportunity, rarely get a chance to talk to some of the older children. 21 years old now. You might remember the early days of her being on the program, and this past December turned 21, and also will be performing in the Crucible in Philadelphia as Elizabeth Proctor at the Merriam Theater, March 24th through the 26th. Those tickets are available if you're going to be in the Philadelphia area. Get to go by and see her and a great cast in the Crucible, which we are excited and proud of her for getting that role. And she joins us by Skype. Brandy, how are you today?
Hi, Dad.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm a little sick, but I'm feeling better today.
I know. You know, and we've got a lot of that going on. We got to get you well for the big trip this weekend. Now, here's the good news.
She ain't been hanging out with Adler.
I hope not, because Adler is up here with some crud.
Did he
too.
leave? Is he sick? Is he gone?
I hope so. I hope he is.
He's gone.
Let me
send him to pediatrician.
That'll way to guard the post.
Flu and allergy medicine. So
Yeah,
a little loopy, but feeling better.
There we go.
Let me say this, honey, and I want you to know that I've got good news and bad news. Okay, the good news is if you get well, you can still go. Okay. The bad news is if you don't come along, I'm gonna sell you a ticket for $5,000.
Well, as long as the $5,000 goes back into my account from Philly, that's fine.
Now
somehow I figure it'll end up there anyway.
All right. I know that you have been studying, to be an actress for a couple of years, and we just talked about you're getting some work as an actress, which we're all very proud of. And one of the things that you were talking to Sherry and I about was that you've learned how to lose your Southern dialect a little bit. And now I did acknowledge that you sure did act like you hadn't learned anything when you found out you could get a role in To Kill a Mockingbird. Suddenly you became small-town Alabama real quick.
Yes, I might have even told them that we were from the same town as Harper Lee, but it's fine.
It was close.
All right, so Greg, now I want you to listen to this, Brandy. Listen. Brandy.
But I'm going to pan down after it does it.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
How you like that?
I want you to listen to this.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
And then this.
Yeah, they're going to have to get in there with some tweezers to get a hold of it.
All right, now there's Uncle Greg.
and I don't know what the technical term for it is, but we all suffer from it here. I think Greg's guilty of vocal jaywalking.
I agree.
He cut the corner a little quick.
You're right.
You're right.
By the way.
All right, so Brandy,
You're right.
first of all,
Good,
tell Uncle Bubba, Uncle Greg, Uncle Speedy some of the things you've learned that you actually have to learn to shape your mouth different ways to use different dialect, correct?
That's weird, though.
Yes. Sophomore year, we learned Standard American, and we do all of these like crazy exercises, which I have some warm-ups for Greg. And,
great.
And then we have to learn the vowel placement and consonant placement, like where they sit in the mouth, because for Southern, it's like back in the throat, but for Standard American, it's right in the middle of the mouth. And so, especially for me, I had to learn like some words I thought were 3 syllables are actually only 1 syllable, and singer is, you don't pronounce the G on it, and tin and 10 are different words and pronounced differently.
So yeah. Now show them some of the dialect, like how there's a difference between like New York versus Boston versus New Jersey. Show them some of those. That was amazing.
Okay, I need something to read. Let me see.
All right, find something.
Read a shampoo bottle or something.
And Greg, watch how she.
I could get the voice guy if you did it.
She's moving sound around.
Okay.
We found Brandy
This
living
is an
under a
American
bridge.
Girl magazine. I'm going to read.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
So I'll do. What do I start with? New York.
Yeah, New York first.
Okay. Bring home your bitty baby, soft and huggable. Bitty baby dolls come in 5 skin, eye, and hair color combinations. Choose your little one, and she'll arrive with a plush bitty bear in a memory book and ready for love.
All right, now,
I think you got that.
What would you like to? But there's a difference between that and like Jersey. Is that the one you were telling us?
Well, this is that was like standard New York, and then we would learn like if you did like we learned Southern, like old Southern, it would be bring home your bitty baby, soft and huggable. Bitty baby dolls come in 5 skin, eye, and hair color combinations. Choose your little one, and she'll arrive with a plush bitty bear and a memory book and ready for love.
Yeah, okay.
Here, Belvedere. Here, boy.
Tarnation, girl. You sound good.
They always use that in movies. And I don't know anybody. South Alabama, a little bit.
That's you, Greg.
Let's see.
I don't know if you know.
I don't sound
you're not.
Greg is what they call country, right? Brandy, what they call Greg?
I think it's redneck, yeah.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. If you are in the Rick and Bubba audience and you're like, if they mention Field of Greens one more time, I'm getting it. I don't know. I just can't quite pull the trigger. Well, this is the time to do it. The Black Friday sale is going on. Brick House Nutrition and Field of Greens, of course, is the product we've been talking about a lot. They have other products, but they're now taking the biggest sale of the year on everything, but that will include Field of Greens. So some of you that are like, I want to try the Field of Greens thing. Does 30% off, does that fire you up? Okay. New promo code just for this sale. All right. It's just for this. And it is the promo code SALE, SALE. That means you want to be part of this. Now, Field of Greens is the life-changing super fruit and vegetable drink that we've been talking about. Listen, they promise that if your doctor doesn't notice a change in your nutrition and you don't get better numbers at the next checkup, then they'll refund your money. There's confidence. I love this product. It has been a life-changing step for me. Now, they also have other products. They have one called Lean. Now, this is the physician-formulated weight loss phenomena that helps turn and burn excess fat into energy. If you would like to try that, you can. They do have, we remember Speedy used to be a big creatine guy. They have that. They also have whole food bars that are great, nice little meal supplements there. That gets you nutrition. So everything right now is at 30% off. So go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code SALE, S-A-L-E, take advantage of that, or use the link we have at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So Bubba also today, and Bubba's breaking stories today. He's broke the Katt Williams story.
I just told you that AL.com had a very interesting story.
But if AL.com says it, no one takes it serious. You say it.
Well, I'm just telling you, they got a story about it, and I cannot confirm that has been, confirmed by a second source. But anyway, go ahead.
All right, so now over to the political. Let's just call it. With everything that the President-elect Trump has gone through and former President Trump, we were saying, you know what? Anything that you can do to cut down on distractions, let's get on what we need to do, and let's get you inaugurated, and let's move on. And when Matt Gaetz was thrown in the mix, we were kind of, I don't know.
It was one of the more,
I don't know that you want to take that baggage on.
It was one of the more surprise nominations that Trump had floated out. Mm-hmm. He appears to be going heavily with loyalty in this, and but there is some Matt Gaetz clouds out there, and he has denied it, and he has been cleared by a DOJ investigation, but we never heard what the House committee came up because he resigned the day before it was supposed to come out. So anyway, he did withdraw his name from consideration yesterday after a call from President-elect Trump, who says you don't have the votes in the Senate. You just don't have them. So he took his name out of consideration. President-elect Trump quickly moved to find a new attorney general, announcing former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi as his pick to head the nation's legal system. You have seen her on TV before. She's been a prosecutor for nearly 20 years. She was very tough on violent criminals and made the streets safer for Florida families, according to Trump, as he made the announcement on Truth Social. So once again, we see someone who was branded a misogynist, who apparently is not a very good one because he keeps appointing females to high positions.
Not a good misogynist. Yeah, this is no way to be a misogynist.
I think she will be an easy confirmation. She has an incredible record as prosecutor and very, very tough, very, very loyal, and very, very conservative. So I think she will be a shoo-in and will probably do an excellent job.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure if you show me, is this the picture of her here?
That's her probably speaking. At,
I don't know.
I
her.
think she probably spoke at the Republican National
Yeah,
Committee. Or she spoke at something.
but
you've seen her before. She's
you know
blonde
what?
and-
I really don't. I don't know who that is, but everybody out there is saying it's great. You say it's great, so I mean, it sounds good to me.
She's tough too, buddy. She don't play no games, and that's you're going to have somebody to that.
All right, so now
in that job to handle that's going to be get in there, and they're going to have to gut that organization and start over.
No doubt.
I mean, it's woo.
Well, the problem is, when I'm not. I know a lot of you are going to say, look, you've heard us give speech after speech after speech, innocent until proven guilty. It's not guilty to not guilty till you prove yourself innocent. But when you've got so much distraction and controversy, you just have to be careful that you don't hand your opponents something that they can cog the wheels, bog it down. This thing needs to be smooth, and anything that's going to keep it from being smooth, you just don't need right now.
Yeah. There's definitely due process, and where this would end up or not, who knows? But as you said, you don't have to be guilty, but if you're a distraction, a lot of times you would not want that in this process because they got a lot to do in a very short amount of time.
And to that point, you can't now on trying to implement this new administration with all. You made the great point. There's so many people you got to appoint, and you got to get the team moving. You can't now all be pulled to this one attempt over here that now has slowed down, bogged down. Right. There's huge opposition. Then you get the people within the party fighting amongst themselves on how they feel about him. That's just not worth it.
Right.
I mean, it just isn't worth it. And now people are wondering, so what does that mean for where he was serving? What happens to him now?
Well, he stepped down from Congress.
Right.
So that seat is now open. Did you say he won that seat again, Adler? Because I'm really not up on his status.
Yeah, he would be back in January 3rd. If he stepped down, he could just go right back in January.
Okay. Yeah, he already stepped down in this process, which was a little strange because most people don't step down till they, become, confirmed in the new job.
But didn't he say he did even no matter what happened, he didn't want he was not going to go back into that district as congressman? And didn't DeSantis already call for a special election? So wouldn't he have to run for his same seat again?
Well, like Adler said, if he already won that seat, he would be sworn in again. But
he stepped down after he won, though.
Right. So I don't know. Good question.
And there's rumors out, and I don't know if they're true, but just the talking heads that a Senate seat, an interim Senate seat, maybe from Rubio appointment or something that DeSantis could appoint him. He could be Senator Gaetz.
The governor can appoint senators that cannot appoint House members. That has to be an election. So I don't know. Yeah. Who knows?
He could have another role in the Trump administration.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, the Hill is even floating that he could run for governor.
Huh.
He could return to the House, like we were talking about. So he's got options.
Yeah.
People are asking Bubba, what do you think about the press secretary? Who is it?
Yeah, I don't even know.
Who did he pick?
Did I see that? I don't know.
Is he already picked, or are they wanting you to give an opinion on who you think it should be?
Yeah, he picked another female, actually. The youngest one ever. I forgot her name.
There he goes again.
Caroline Levitt.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Caroline Levitt.
Don't know who that is.
You're going to hear that a lot.
Another blonde female, so once again, Trump being a terrible misogynist.
Yeah. There we go again.
Yeah, it just doesn't really fit the mold, does it?
Yeah. So, are you familiar with her at all?
No.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm out of the league. I probably know if I saw her picture or something. But
all right, we'll come back. So there it is, the Matt Gaetz thing. A lot of you hit that on the text too. We are aware of it. So we'll come back. More of the show, continuing stories from yesterday since the last time we met. More updates on headlines today. Your phone calls, golden ticket seats still to come. We'll be back, top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so it's opening tonight. Bonhoeffer. Have you already got your tickets? Have you figured out where it's on? Big weekend, big movies coming out. But let me tell you something. Get Bonhoeffer on the priority list for this weekend. If you're familiar with the true life story of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, you know how intriguing we're talking. We're talking about I'm a pastor. I'm staying out of what's going on with World War. I'm discipling the people. I'm here in Germany. Hitler's taking over. Oh my goodness, Hitler is wicked, evil. He's trying to eradicate the Jewish people. Bonhoeffer gets to safety, even though they're coming after the pastors. He gets to safety and then says, I just can't stay this way. I got to go back. And he goes back, and not only goes back to continue to help people spiritually, he also becomes a spy and gets involved in an assassination attempt against Hitler. So if you've never, Sherry and I had the chance to see it. We got a pre-screening. Guys, go see this movie. You're going to love it. So find the details by going to Angel. It is an Angel Studios production. Angel.com/Rick for Bonhoeffer, pastor, spy, assassin.
Dead on, baby.
The old Southern is what Foghorn Leghorn talks about.
In South Alabama,
or certain elected officials.
All right, Brandy, show Greg. Now give us standard American and see if we can get Greg's mouth to do that.
No, give me redneck. You do redneck. I want you to tell me what I sound like. Go for it.
Do Greg's line that he did in standard English.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to pan down after it does it. He goes, I'm pan down after it does it.
I'm going to pan down after he does it.
See, I can't. That's crazy.
Try it, Greg.
Open your mouth, dude.
What part of the mouth am I talking again, Brandy, for that front?
Okay, you need to open your mouth, relax your jaw, and try to just make your sounds longer.
Longer.
Yes.
I'm going to pan down after it does it.
That's not bad.
I'm telling you.
Try to for does.
Does.
Yes.
Does. Not does.
Relax your mouth, Greg. You're
sound
fighting.
gay.
You're
That's it.
fighting your mouth.
Quit fighting your jaw, Greg.
Does.
Say it again, Brandy.
Does.
Where does he? What does he do with his
Brandy,
mouth?
Let's hear your redneck.
Do you have a redneck brand?
Okay, yes. Bring home your bitty baby, soft and huggable bitty baby dolls come in fine skin and hair colors and combinations. Choose your little one, she'll arrive with a plush bitty bear and a memory book ready for love.
See, if you notice the difference,
say you don't sound
she
like that?
never opened her mouth. I've never seen your mouth open.
That's my problem.
Brandy,
I
give
don't
us the
open my
pan
mouth.
down line.
All right, pan down.
I need to open my mouth more.
Do pan down in redneck, Brandy, as a redneck woman.
Wait, what is it? What
He's
did he
talking
say?
about a camera, and he says, "I'm going to pan."
Or give her the tools. Give her the tools.
Are you
line.
ready to do
That's better.
tools? All right, let's do tools. Here, you listen to this, Brandy, and then see if you can teach Greg what he's doing wrong. See if you can do it. Here we go.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
But yeah, you don't have your mouth open and you like lock it in your jaw, so you have to bring it forward.
See if you can do it, Brandy. Do this
Bring
one.
it forward, like act like you're putting it in your lips. I don't think we have the tools.
Oh, people think I've lost my mind. I don't think we have the tools.
That's better, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, yeah.
Brandy, can you do redneck? Oh, I don't think we got the tools to pull this off.
I don't think we got the tools to pull this off.
Yeah, well, see, you're cutting words off like you said jaywalking a little bit.
Brandy, if y'all have a play and they have like the old country Uncle Otis, will you let me come try out for the part? I believe I can
But
play
what's
it.
funny,
Sure, you can nail it.
you would think a Southern accent would be slower and drawn out. It's really, if you do country redneck, it's chopped up.
It's chopped up.
It's
Yeah,
abbreviated.
we are redneck. We
Well, and
cut
you just
corners,
kind of
yeah.
like mush all the words into one. But
Yeah.
with standard American, you have to give pause for each word.
And we
like,
don't-
you know,
we
you have
don't
to
open
pronounce
our
all
mouth.
of the syllables and
And
consonants.
don't forget,
Got
she
it.
classified this as redneck.
She did.
Yeah.
Okay, just go ahead and
I
get
can't
ready.
say
And she's
anything,
learning
yes.
now you now what are some other things you've had to learn? I'm sure there's English.
Yeah, you do the British.
You do British.
Pan
Yeah,
down.
we learned received pronunciation. You want to hear that?
Yeah, let's
That's
hear
like upper class British.
Upper class British. Okay.
Bring home your bitty baby. Soft and huggable bitty baby dolls come in 5 skin, eye, and hair color combinations. Choose your little one and she'll arrive with a plush bitty bear and a memory book and ready for love.
Very good.
Wow.
What about the Cockney
that sounded
version?
a little bit like me.
Yeah, can you do low class British?
Oh yeah.
Which
Bring
is
home your
redneck
bitty
British.
baby. Soft and huggable bitty baby dolls come in 5 skin, eye, and hair color combinations. Choose your little one and she'll arrive with a plush bitty baby bear and a memory book and ready for love.
It's British redneck.
That's British
You know
redneck.
what? I started to say, you
it
sound like
really
you're
is.
from Southern Britain.
That's right. So,
Yeah.
It seriously is.
Yeah, and
So if I was British, that's how I would talk.
Let's hear New York one more time.
Open your mouth when you talk.
New York one more time.
New York, one more time. New York.
That's my whole problem. I don't open my mouth.
Well, Uncle Greg, you got to just open your mouth. You just, when you're down there in the South, you don't know what you're saying. You just close your mouth. I can't understand what you're saying, You just need to open your mouth.
So you talk like Fran Drescher when she was on The Nanny.
Right.
That's it.
She is Marissa Tomei and my cousin
the
Vinny.
very stereotypical version.
Yeah, and what about now? You did one in New Jersey, I used to love, where you said Hampshire and all that. Is that New Jersey?
New Hampshire. Yeah, it's more like Bronx, Brooklyn. Jersey.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I like the little head movement.
But they actually teach that how you.
And Brandy's right in that camera.
That's why we love Skype.
I noticed that when she goes to New York, it brings.
Yeah, I know. She gets right up.
You know why she's acting too.
She did British. She backed up.
I know. You know why? Because New Yorkers get in your face. And the gang is all here. We sure are glad you are. A brand new hour has started. Thank you. As we roll through it, we'll get some of your phone calls in this hour. We've got updates from personal stories this hour. We got the headlines. Golden ticket seats coming our way a little bit later on. And we announced early the final installment in the Rick and Bubba Best of CD series, Run Me a Z and Shut Her Down. Is the new CD. It is out today as far as hard copies. It's not at the streaming services yet. We hope it'll be there, before the end of the year. But the hard copies are available, and they are going briskly at the stores. So if you want to grab a hard copy, you can. One CD, the best of moments of this year. The other CD, some deep cuts, including the original telling of Joe Car Wash based on the title of the CD. Also, we were told by the store that they were Rick and Bubba socks are still in stock. They had 81 pair. Last I saw, they're down to 30. There's also copies of the 25-year CD if you never got it. So, and the new ornament is also, and this is the final ornament. This is acknowledging the 3 decades of gold for your Christmas tree. It's been reordered, and it's there too. You got the collectible tea glass series there. So all these things are there, but when they're gone, they're gone. And if you're having any issues with your account trying to order stuff, just talk to customer service. So, Bubba, when sometimes you have what do they say about the road and the best of intentions and all this? So we've lived it so many times. No good deed goes unpunished.
Right. The road. Let's see. What
the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Sadly, that is what it is.
Right.
When that seems like that's a little bit extreme, but we understand what we're saying. Not literal, but just how you have. I feel like I'm. So here's what I was trying to pull off. Where we live is opening day for gun season or rifle season tomorrow.
It's always the Saturday right before Thanksgiving.
Yes, yeah. As I was told by our friend who I text every year about it, that I need to really
lock into that.
Yeah, write that down.
Seemed like we would get that one. Like the bow season opens the 15th of October, no matter what day it is.
Yeah. And I know the people that know, and we keep asking, wish we would apply it.
Right.
Because they've told us over and over.
Right.
But anyway, so opening day is, we love opening day. Those of you who don't know that much about hunting the great American white-tailed deer. There's really, when you're talking about bucks, mature bucks, there's really 2 times that your odds go up. Opening day, because they haven't been pressured yet.
Yes, because they could get. I got a 10-point 1 year opening
you
day.
You sure did.
Loaded it up, was back at the house by 7:30.
Yep.
And it was just careless. It just wandered out there like it does every morning.
Forgot.
It didn't get the memo. Hey, hunting season.
Deer don't know how to read a calendar. They have no idea.
Well, they appear to know.
Yeah, but when the pressure hits, they know that.
Right.
So, and then you don't see them again to the rut, and that's the mating season, and we all can tell you why they get killed then, because they become stupid. So anyway, and there's a great lesson there for young males everywhere. Don't end up on the wall. So anyway, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to pull off. Let's go opening day. Now I have to be careful. Because opening day, if you're a deer hunter, you have to decide whether you're willing to pull out of the deer hunting account before the rut.
Yeah.
because our wives know that when the rut hits, we're going to be trying to go multiple times until it's over because that's our best shot at a mature buck. So do you stay home that weekend and earn some points because it's just opening day? There's plenty of season. Or you haven't been, though, for almost a year, so you're just yearning to get back out there. And you're trying to pull it all together where you're getting credit for spending time with your family, but you also get to hunt. And it's a juggling act, and you have to be careful with it, especially if you're trying to protect the purity of Camp House. Protect the purity of Camp House. Y'all know, you've heard us talk about this, and that's the one place. It's almost like if you've ever been a dad or a husband and people don't understand why you take so long in the bathroom. It's because for a moment, nobody can get you. You know, if they come to the door, you're like, hey, I'm in here, and they leave you alone. I remember my dad going in. I used to think, man, my dad must really have gastrointestinal problems. but then one time he didn't lock the door good, and I looked. He was in there reading the paper.
Yeah, it's just,
and he was having some time to himself.
It's just personal time.
Yeah. Well, that in my life, Camp House is that for me. It's a man's oasis. It's where things are only done the way men do things. Okay, and you've heard I've been trying to protect it, for years, and
Save Camp House was a thing.
Yes. Yeah, so here was the juggling.
Survived many attacks.
It has. Yesterday, if you'd heard the statement I made, and I think every man out there will go, amen. So Camp House is in small town Alabama, and we live that way. I want to be in that culture. I don't want to bring the Birmingham culture there, okay? Mm-hmm. We don't do things there the way we do things in kind of a metro area in Birmingham. There's a Saks Fifth Avenue in Birmingham, okay? There isn't there, okay? There's the Piggly Wiggly, and I'm not talking about the nice one. I'm talking about your basic Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah.
And everybody knows that when we're there, we are Piggly Wiggly. They don't take American Express and have cash or debit card, and that's where we go.
Yep.
For everything we need, if it's Camp House. Is that established?
Yeah.
So
takes you back in time.
So I was going. So young Broderick, he's a married man now. So now deer hunting's different for him. Mm-hmm. And I said, I got to know if you're in on the hunt right now. I've got Mom sold on me taking this young man that we know that's never been deer hunting. And I said, and so the afternoon, I know I'm in. And I'm going to have to guide, but at least I'll be in the outdoors. And I love watching somebody take their first deer if that happens and all that. The morning hunt is in jeopardy, son. If I don't have you, I'm out. She's going to say, well, we'll just go down there that afternoon. Okay? And I'm going to miss, I won't have that morning hunt. I need you. He goes, well, I want to go too. I said, well, I bet you do. Don't you like deer hunting? I do. I said, you're not sure whether you're going to go, how hard you can go in on it. He goes, well, I got to get something that afternoon and whatever. So then he said, well, what do you think about, like, Mom and Cameron and my wife? They can just come down, and when we come out of the woods, we'll have Camp House breakfast with them. They're not hunting, but they'll and I was like, is that going to help? And he's like, yeah, I think it would. I said, okay, well, Mom would love that because she doesn't see you a lot,
right.
and I hear that most days, and now she thinks I'm going to get time with you, and she won't. Now I'll say, well, look, you're in. Now that right there, I thought, well, man, that's we go out and hunt.
Mm-hmm.
We come into Camp House breakfast, and they may even be willing to go ahead and prepare it.
Mm-hmm.
But I prepare Camp House breakfast
right the way you like it,
the way I want it, the way the men want it.
Mm-hmm.
You remember, we've all come out of the woods early because of Camp House breakfast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's all we care about. Talk about it all the way to the ride back in.
Okay, when I come back, what happened? Because Sherry, of course, goes all in. She said, oh, I love this. I've already texted Cameron. And I'm like, okay, good. And I'm thinking, Rick, look at you.
You've done it.
You've done it. Okay? Don't go for Friday night. I know you're thinking about it. You know what I mean?
We got to get down there.
Yeah. Hey, we got to get on that. We got to get on down there. So I go out to my truck. I'm going to go to Camp House, and yesterday, before I left for Tennessee, to go ahead and get supplies in there, because I don't think I can get there today. Get supplies Go check all the, you sweep out the shooting blinds or all the dead wasps in there from when you cut all that. Get everything kind of ready.
If you don't have good shooting house.
Yeah, be ready. Yeah, there's two I didn't have to clean.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but anyway, so they're amazing, by the way. Yeah. And so, do I set the kid? Do I set the young man there, or does he need experience? Does it need to rough it a little more? But anyway,
he'll be spoiled if that's first.
Yeah. Okay.
You don't want your first experience in the stadium to be in a closed box. You want to be out there.
Because in his mind, he's thinking, nobody ever took me to the woods, but Mr. Burgess is. Mm-hmm. And then also we go to an apartment, shut the door, and go, the deer will be here in a minute.
Yeah. You don't want that.
Yeah, I got to make him rough it.
Release the deer.
Hey, you need to take him one of them I made. I did it for $750.
Mm-hmm. Those are good, too.
Yeah, they are. Of course, they're $750.
That's, for me, that's really good.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, as you know, we talk quite a bit on the program about the world of coaching youth sports and, in some cases like yours, junior high sports and all these different things. We're very involved in it. And this time of year is always really crazy for the Burgess family with 3 boys playing football. And thankfully this year I'm just coaching 1. Last year I was like 1.5, assistant on one team, head of the other. And it's, this year it was I took on something that I'd been asked about for a couple seasons and been putting off. But my youngest son that plays football wanted to. We made the move to a different league and in a different team this year, and I'm coaching the Cahaba Valley Lions. And this is a team that was has been through a lot and. Hadn't had a lot of success and trying to get it turned around, and they're definitely doing a lot better. But it's it was one of those. Anytime we coach, and over the years we've had so many stories. You try to remind yourself over and over again of the reality of what you're on the grand scheme of things.
Right.
What you're really doing.
Right.
Because
why am I here?
Yeah. In your
what's up?
You're 47 years old and you're nervous throughout the day, and you have to tell yourself it's a 6th grade football game, Rick. Yeah. You know what I mean? And then you think to yourself, why is it even that? Why am I so uptight about it? And you think to yourself, as I've said, youth football is where your witness goes to die. You know what I mean? And
brother.
And so I'm thinking to and so one of the things I'd noticed is I said I'm gonna make a commitment as I'm maturing and getting older, not to let things bother me that used to really bother me. Okay, and I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna get better. So I've noticed, and Greg, you can relate this because I know you when you were a kid and growing up and still to a degree, and I've noticed people that when they get upset, the people that will throw things, and you've told me that you really enjoy. That it really does make you feel better.
It actually does.
If you throw something
or stomp something.
Or stomp something. And so
or kick something.
And I've never really been that guy, but I guess in my attempt to not, number one, so I can come do this show and be able to speak, I've tried to do away with the yelling and make that a minimum.
Well, that's kind of tough to do.
Yeah, but I've done a lot better with that. I really have because it's with having the calluses on my vocal cords and stuff. I really have to try not to yell a lot. So I've cut that way down. But I guess cutting that down, that frustration has now manifested itself in a different way now.
Overeating?
No, that one seems to have haunted me for most of my life.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I'll overeat when I'm happy or sad. So
I find both occasions suitable.
Yeah. I've started throwing my clipboard down.
I saw that on video.
Yeah,
and Rick, the speed of which you go from holding it to throwing it is what's funny to me.
Right.
We all enjoy seeing Spurrier throw his visor or whoever do whatever they do. But I'm gonna tell you, your clipboard throw because you don't throw it out. The one I saw, you threw it straight in the ground. It looked like it even stuck in the ground
like a knife.
You'll enjoy this. Okay, so last night we're 1-1. And we're taking on the defending champions, and they are a machine. And
I saw some of the footage.
And look, and we know they're a machine. We know that. We know we got to get physical. We know we got to rise up. We know we got to be prepared. And the team, now these are not good signs when you're playing the champion, the machine. Okay, extremely well coached. They've got great athletes. They're physical. They execute. I mean, they do it all, which championship teams do.
Right.
Okay.
That's how they get to be champions.
So, so I know that we got to get our act together. Okay. And you go from wanting to win the game to let's just not get embarrassed. You know what I mean? So
just hold it in the road.
So this is not a good sign. We get someone injured in pregame.
Yeah.
And I've just found out today injured pretty bad. And how about this? I'm gonna tell you something. You talk about a tough kid. I mean, he was walking around trying to stand, and we think, oh, well, he's got hit on his knee or something, working on kickoff and kickoff coverage before we went out. And somehow he came down the field, and some people got together and he got in a pile or something. And we thought that, he got hit on it because he was being so tough about it. He was walking around. He was limping. Of course, I found out today his leg was broke. But
excuse me?
So, yeah, leg broke. But
Tape it up.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today on a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. So, preparing for this, so I feel pretty good about myself right now. I'm thinking, okay, we're going to hunt Saturday morning. I'm going to meet my son there. The ladies are going to come in, and we're all going to come out of the woods, have Camp House breakfast. There's something else came up that we needed to do down there, and so we'll do that. Then go out and hunt that afternoon hunt. So I think I'm ready. Okay, so I'm leaving, and I get in a conversation talking to my wife about the day, and she says, "Well, what are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm going to go ahead and go to Camp House and get all supplies that we need for Camp House breakfast and snacks and stuff like that. It's for the season's starting now. It's off and running." She goes, "Well, I have a list of things you need to get."
Oh no!
And I said, "Whoa, what now?" And she says, "Well, yeah." She said, "Because I'll go ahead and make the breakfast." And I said, "What? I'll just get what we need. I mean, where are you going?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to Piggly Wiggly, where they don't take American Express, and it's either cash or debit, because that's what we do at Camp House." And I'm going to go get a carton of eggs that has no label on it. It just has a picture of the pig on it, and there's big white eggs. And I'm not. And she goes, "Oh no, there's some things that I need." And then she said it from Whole Foods.
What?
And I said, "Honey, you don't even say the words Whole Foods involving Camp House. No. You don't bring Camp House into the Whole Foods world.
You can't even show that bag around there.
And
you're right, Bubba.
And she said, "Well, there's things that I need from there." What do you need?
You can get bacon at Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah. And she goes, no, I want to make some beef bacon.
Oh my God!
And I'm like, "Honey,
this is coming apart."
I said, "Honey, we go and we get it." I mean, when this is us.
Does she not understand the DMZ zone there?
I know. And I was just my head, and I'm like one hand on the wheel. I said, "Honey, I just have to." And hey, and can you get some pumpkin flavored creamer? I said, pumpkin flavored creamer? The Camp House don't even have creamer.
Much less pumpkin.
You drink your coffee black at Camp House.
Did you tell her she's coming into your world?
I said, "Baby, you're entering." I said, "I'll just cook it."
Things you have at Camp House: bologna,
trust me,
light bread,
yes,
ketchup and mustard.
Yeah, every attempt to do better is left.
You have Mrs. Buttersworth, the original.
You didn't tell her that. You're
I
not brave.
didn't.
You're not brave enough to say
I
that.
just said, "Honey, I'll get everything you need." Oh, and I need get a candle, something maybe that smells seasonal.
Negative.
That smells seasonal. I said, "What?"
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Maybe pumpkin or Christmas tree. And I'm like, "Sherry, what's it?"
That'd be a negative.
If these men know
smell
that
outdoors
if they,
there.
I said we can't. If people walk in and see anything associated with Whole Foods, that's the end of Camp House. I said, "Here you go again." I said, "What's happening?" It's the George Costanza speech.
Yeah.
I said, "Baby, you have the Rick that lives in Birmingham. Okay, you got Birmingham Rick. Birmingham Rick, he'll go to Whole Foods. Okay, if you want me, that's perfectly fine. Birmingham Rick, he'll go see a play. Okay, sure. Birmingham Rick will go do things. You want to see the symphony. Well, Birmingham Rick will do that. I said, but not not Camp House Rick.
No.
Camp House Rick is a different Rick.
Yeah.
He's
Gary's Rick.
And what did I tell Costanza? I said, if Birmingham Rick goes into the Camp House, he will kill Camp House Rick. Mm-hmm. And I said, and a Rick divided against himself cannot stand.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, and I said, we get our supplies at Camp House, not even from the nice Piggly Wiggly, from your basic Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah.
I'm talking about that you wouldn't find it when we're getting uppity, baby. It's Oscar Mayer bacon. Okay, that's when we've lost our minds. That's when we won't. I said normally we just go with the Piggly Wiggly brands.
Yeah.
I said the eggs. I mean the eggs just in a white carton.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no! You get those. We need those brown eggs. And I'm telling you,
cage raised.
If this stuff comes into Camp House, and so I went and picked up, the supplies.
Nutty Buddies,
so you went
those Pop Tarts.
So you went to Whole Foods and
well, after I was done at Whole Foods. So I did.
That pumpkin creamer is good though.
Thank you, Adler.
Rick, please don't leave it down there where others can see it. Just take the pumpkin with you back home.
If they bring anything in,
it has to leave.
And then
if Gary walks in there,
I can't believe you went to such a high class place as Piggly Wiggly to buy that.
Well, that's all that. Well, I didn't have any other thing about it.
Usually we're Dollar General.
Well, I went to Dollar General, but they don't have the selection that Pig has.
Well, that's the beauty.
Let's face it, Pig.
Not as many choices.
Pig selection, not exactly. So then something else weird happens, and then. Because Camp House is in jeopardy. Now I realize I'm just one hunts about. I'm willing to just do things that don't make any sense. Mm-hmm. But so then I realize, hey, I haven't been down here in a while. I need to check the propane tanks. And I go out because it's getting cold. And I go out to the propane tanks.
You're just now doing that?
And well,
I get ahead of it.
And they're all like, they're ready. They need to be filled. So, I mean, they got enough left for us to get through the weekend, but I need to go ahead and get
percentage?
30. They would tell you to call them at 30.
You're getting down to
Well, that's what they say. Matter of fact, one of them was 20, and I had the woman get on to me because I didn't call it 30 like she was my mom.
Your guy doesn't come by and check it anyway. Mine don't like autopilot. They come by and check it. If it drops below 80, they put some in it.
No, I got in trouble. So one house was 30%, the little Sherry's little she shack. Mm-hmm. And then the other, I brought up, can you tell us what the percentage is? And it was somebody like that.
That's how she talked?
Yeah. And I said 20%. You're supposed to call us at 30. I said, am I in trouble? And she was like,
what are you going to do about it?
Somebody from India? You were talking?
It was. One of them. Now, look.
Propane tank?
For a propane tank?
Listen,
Rick.
the propane tank over at Camp House, this is you talk to this person. Sure, y'all need some gas. You need some propane. That was Camp House tank. Mm-hmm. The other tank is with another bunch that we inherited, a little more highbrow.
Why can't you get the
They
same?
had a calling service like from India, which was weird.
No, I don't believe that.
Listen to this.
So
this
you got two tanks side by side and two different
two different things.
Can you not change that?
Well, over time, I didn't realize they were all different.
I don't think you're paying attention.
Yeah.
I don't think you know what's
I wasn't
going on.
paying it. But I thought, what am I doing with propane tank talking to India? And so she it really did happen. And then this was one of the weird. She goes, well, you can use our online. And I was like, no, I'm good. I just can when you should call it 30%. No, we got that. I said,
look,
but
there's no reason to keep talking about that.
This was the weirdest one, and it even stymied her. Well, if you go online, do you want me to read your zip code? And I said, I know my zip code. I can read it for you.
What?
No, I don't need you to read me my zip code. I know my zip code. You should be asking me for the zip code.
Yeah,
well,
what I mean?
You didn't know you were at 20%. She probably didn't think you know your zip code.
And I don't know. Are they turning me in as the 20% guy?
Yeah, that's it.
And
we got a 20%er.
And I was like, I just kind of want us not to be down here during the winter and run out of propane.
How quick can they get out?
And one of them was so smooth, and that's the one that I was talking to. It was the cooperative, and they were kind of like, okay, baby, we'll just tell. No, is there a dog or anything that would go after? You got it locked in anywhere? No, it's open. Oh no, well, you don't have to be. We'll take care of it. All right, we'll get that done, sugar. Oh. But this other thing was like put me on hold forever.
You want to know your zip code?
Are you still holding? Yeah, but I'm losing the desire to.
Yeah.
And
I need to get in Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah,
it's fading fast.
Somebody asked about biscuits. We do canned biscuits at Camp House.
Sure.
Not Saturday.
You might just have to mark this up, too. I'm getting to do a morning hunt. I'm going to be out there. The wives are there. It's just going to be breakfast. You just might have to just settle.
It's starting to feel like normal breakfast and not Camp House breakfast.
Yeah. You might have to have that.
Yeah. We come in for normal breakfast?
I guess so.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That will cause you to limp in many instances.
All right, so we get.
Wait a minute. You have a kid that broke his leg during pregame?
In pregame. See, now that to me.
How did it happen?
Now, there's a side of me that says, now that's getting ready. You know what I mean?
Good gracious.
I've heard of warming up, breaking a sweat, but that's ridiculous.
Well, we were telling the kickoff receive team there's certain people that are their guys, their runners that are coming down, and we got to pick them off. So he was acting as one of the runners, and our receiving team picked him off, I guess. But if they kind of got in a wad or something. But he was giving a good pitch, and he was working hard for the team and got hurt. So that happens, and so that's a downer. But we don't know his legs broke then. We think he's just got banged up in pregame. So then on the opening kickoff, one of our best running backs comes off limping. He's hurt on the kickoff. He toughed it out and went ahead and played though and got through it because he's that kind of kid. Then our middle linebacker, who is our leader on the defense, he gets hurt, and he's fighting through. And you go, okay, well, if there's any way for this to be in a worst case scenario, my goodness, we're here. Okay, so then, as you know, I have the list in football things that shouldn't happen and the list of things that can't happen.
Yep.
And on my can't happen list is fumbles. I really have a hard time with fumbles. I really struggle with fumbles.
Amen.
Because when we're playing a good team, look, it's already going to be a challenge. We've already got a giant mountain to climb.
If everything goes right.
Can we please not make it easy on them? Okay. Now let me show you where there's growth. Now I've got my play card. I've even go as far of me throwing the clipboard that I don't even bring it. The offensive coach comes over and says, "Here's your laminated playbook for this game." So I don't even have a clipboard. So I think, all right, I don't even have anything heavy enough to throw. So that's good. And I'm not going to throw it. That's what I say to myself. I'm not going to throw it. I mean, that's ridiculous. Grown man throwing his clipboard. Right. Okay. So
it's funny though.
So on the sideline, you ain't heard nothing. You ain't heard anything yet. So all of a sudden, we they score on us. We stuff them on the extra point. So we're showing a lot of courage. So we then we don't do anything with it. They get the ball. We get a fumble. So now we're about to go in at halftime. Worst case scenario, down 6-0 to the Monolith, or best case scenario, we go there and drive in, get an extra point. We might go ahead right for half. About a minute 14 left in the half. Good field position. So then we decide we'll fumble it back to them. I don't throw anything.
Really?
Now inside, my stomach is shredding like you're preparing roast beef.
Right.
And when it's been in the crock pot.
Your stomach's throwing clipboards. Plenty.
Now inside, acid reflux, my churning, but I'm showing no reaction. I'm not happy about it, and we're going to try to correct it.
It's still 6-0.
Of course, now they'll take that fumble right back down the field for me. Because in football, no matter what happens, that kind of stuff always leads to points. It always does. Yep. I don't know why, but it just does. Okay? Right. So now instead of going at halftime 6-0 or up 7-6, we're down 13-0. So we're talking at halftime about that. And so we get back in the second half and we fumble a snap and churning, shredding, still no reaction. So then we get another offensive series and we fumble again.
Oh, no.
And so then now it's starting to get harder for me. And now we've got people that are getting upset. And at one point I'm screaming out, people are losing their minds. There's all kind of drama going on and this and that, and people are hurt. And at one point, this is when you know it's about time. I blurred out, I didn't know I'd have to be a child psychologist to coach this team. My gosh, I mean, we got any more? How many head cases we got over here?
Behavioral expert.
Right. So now I'm starting to come apart a little bit. So then we fumble for what I consider to be the last time. Okay, so I go to take it's not a clipboard. It's just the laminated play chart.
Right.
And it was a nice, beautiful night in Alabama last night. A beautiful, nice, crisp, clear night. And the last thing I see is I take it and throw it like a Frisbee. I now go like a Frisbee toward the stands.
Didn't that feel good? No.
I'm now throwing it into the stands.
It's almost like a spinning throw.
This has got all your plays
on it. Yeah. I turn it loose. Oh, it gets better. And as I turn it loose with such veracity. And the last thing I see is it's headed for the Little Dipper. Okay, the stars in the sky.
Right.
I lose my footing and fall onto the field, completely on my back in the mud.
What?
Okay.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. TheraBreath, boy, I tell you, TheraBreath. I love these products. They're fantastic. They go after, the foundation. What's causing the bad breath? Dr. Gaetz developed these for his daughter. He was like, she was struggling and losing her confidence, and he said, I want to find stuff that will actually help. And boy, did he. Because it's a lot of the things that are out there, they just kind of cover the breath for a little while, and then, if you go too much long without doing it again, and a lot of them are high in alcohol, it just gets the bad breath back. And then there's just the things that happen. You eat certain things throughout the day. So TheraBreath is ready for whatever is out there with the lozenges that you take with you. They also help you if you do a lot of presentations. Dry mouth causes bad breath, but dry mouth also makes presentations hard. So the TheraBreath lozenges are fantastic for that. They've got an oral rinse. Gum disease is a major problem. You want to have healthy gums. If you want to see their products, you can go to TheraBreath.com. They're at over 100 retailers too, but sometimes because of shelf space, all the products aren't there. Look for that orange cap, and you can go to TheraBreath.com and you can find out for sure all the products are there, and you can have them shipped to you if you'd rather do that. So look for those products at TheraBreath.com or at retailers everywhere, and enjoy the confidence of always having fresh breath, and then being ready in case you have something happen during the day where you need a lozenge. It's ready to go. All right, so we by the way, also I just let everybody know too that I'm going to wait till I get the whole milk for Camp House. Yeah. So all right, let's talk about Speedy keeps saying that the fact that they keep letting Joe Biden be president, that's bothering him because people like him they need this to end because it's become so uncomfortable now.
Well, we don't have much longer, Rick. We're going to light a Christmas tree. We're going to carve a turkey. That's about it.
Right.
Watch a little fireworks. It'll be over.
Yeah, well, apparently he's now trying to do the Boston Celtics 2024 NBA champion presentation.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the NBA champs, the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, and is this him attempting to honor them at the White House?
Yes. Yeah. Bubba, you knew their name, didn't you, buddy?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Well, I knew that they won the championship. I didn't watch a lot of it.
Well, unlike our president.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might.
Okay, so here we go.
2024 NBA champions, the Bulls. You're Celtics, right?
Oh, my gosh.
No, my goodness.
Oh, my gracious.
The balls?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
The balls?
One more time.
Celtics, right?
Let's hear it again.
Oh, my gosh.
You're Celtics.
2024 NBA champions, the Bulls. You're Celtics, right?
Wow.
Yeah, that's not that's not a well-known franchise. The Boston Celtics.
Jill at?
If he was going to mess up, I wouldn't have thought it was trying to say Boston Celtics.
Look, we need to.
I mean, that was pretty obvious.
I want to help the White House out here. I know we got a lot going on in the world. It's a little dangerous out there, but I say Jill does not leave his side till January 19th.
She can't. Well, she's nowhere to be seen.
Do you think I'm going to try to help him? Do you think he was trying to say Boston?
And he just stopped
and said balls.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he tried to say Boston, and then he goes, "You're the Celtics, right?"
Yeah, because he forgot.
Yeah. He was trying to say Boston.
At first, I thought he was leading with like basketball or calling them the Boston Balls. But I think all of us will be saying this: the Boston Celtics franchise is pretty well known.
Yes,
This is not a new team. This is not a new team. Mm-hmm. This is not him trying to come up with the newest NBA team, one of the newer ones.
It's an old team,
and it's one that's changed its mascot. We're not talking about any of that. I could see him getting messed up on the New Orleans Pelicans. I don't remember them being Pelicans. I thought they were the New Orleans Jazz, and of course he'd be way off on that because he went to Utah.
Right.
But I could see him stumbling around with Pelicans, Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
He said, "Where's Larry Bird?"
Boston Celtics.
Good to see you, Larry.
2024 NBA champions, the Bulls. You're Celtics, right?
Oh. Balls. The Balls Celtics.
Balls. Oh. And then he said,
"So
these guys are the best."
So for anybody that's out pushing the concept that Biden would have been better to stay in the race. It would have been better for the Democrats. I don't know. I think this one was just not going to be your day.
This was not the Democrats' round. They'll unfortunately live to fight again.
Yeah, they will.
This one was not. So I guess since we've gone down this road, you want to go ahead and get our Jameis Winston out of the way?
Sure. Why not?
Videos 4, A and B. This new thing where we all have to hear Jameis Winston's latest, and I'm putting quotes around this, inspirational speech. He never fails to deliver.
I find myself pulling for Jameis.
So we have.
He means well.
Yeah. So we now have the pregame and the postgame. All right. So he's playing with Cleveland, right?
He is.
Right. Yeah. He's the Celtics, right? No, so here's
and they were in Cleveland. It's freezing cold.
All right.
The snow.
And they're hosting the Steelers, who's on a 5-game winning streak.
All right. So
said you don't become a Brown until you beat the Steelers. What will it take tonight?
Y'all.
The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord. So I'm dependent on the Lord.
Is that the message to the team?
Day by day, one play at a time. That's the message.
Weather conditions tonight. We're expecting winds up to 15 miles per hour in a wintry mix. How will that impact your ability to throw the ball?
Face.
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow, to be in true football weather.
Amen.
In Cleveland, Ohio, at Huntington Bank Field today to give him the glory. It's a beautiful day.
Sure feels like you're playing in the AFC North.
It is. It's magical. Thank you.
You know,
I like what he's saying.
If you've watched him over his career, something has changed with him recently, and I like the change.
Yes.
No doubt.
He appears to realize the situation he has been blessed to be in and that it won't last forever. And this may be his last shot to make a go of it before he has to move on to the next chapter of his career. And he seems to be very appreciative of it. And I'm not going to be critical of that.
No, I'm not either. I will just say this because I'm with you. I see I'm taking it in. I want to give glory where I'm thankful that I've had this opportunity and the Lord's been good to me. All of that I'm all about. There's just something about it that just seems a little.
He knows the delivery.
Just a little,
He's not answering the question.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
which is fine.
You're not compromising your faith if you go ahead and give him some X's and O's with it.
Right.
Things we need to do.
I think it's just what's on his mind.
Right. Well, good.
I love how he stares off to 2:00.
Yeah. Well,
and waits a little bit.
That's the I'm taking it in, like Bubba said.
I think he's going through a deeper transition right now than we're giving him credit for. I hope that's the case.
I hope that's the case.
I was pulling for him last.
Well, he hadn't been doing it big then. So that's bad.
They did last night.
Well, they won.
I'm talking about him when he was using that term. I haven't heard him use that term in a while.
And that's a good thing.
Well, based on what the reporter asked him, and they won, so he's a real Brown now. Because they beat the Steelers.
Now, he didn't answer that question, but that's what she was asking.
There was a quick pregame speech too. If you guys want to hear it,
hate those that new helmets too. By the way,
this is with his team
in the locker room.
Oh no, this is normally where he doesn't do well.
He's huddled up, and it's quick.
Now make sure we keep our priorities straight because it only matters about us. Not the lights, not the cameras, not the action. It's about the action.
Not the lights, not the camera, not the action, but it's about the action.
Look, locker room speeches,
they're tough.
Are in a whole nother league.
And his have always been like the time he ate the W. Remember, he made his W with his hand. He was eating it. He was,
Well, he always seems to just teeter on the brink of inspiration and oddness.
Yeah.
It's right there. He's dialing it in. All right, so here's the post-game speech.
Sure.
A lot of speeches from James.
No, this is just post-game shenanigans with the broadcast crew, and
all doing snow angels,
and they get them out on the field. Yes.
Let's do it.
Okay, well this is fun. Okay.
Let's go, Tony.
Oh, that's cold right there. That's so cold.
You went with the face down snow angel initially. That's impressive.
So look at that. All right.
Snowball.
And he thought he would slide more.
Yeah.
So they're bringing fun back to football. This is
that's
great.
Right. So they did win. They beat the Steelers.
They did.
How
they sure
that?
did.
He actually and guess who makes the tackle on the Steelers of the fumble? So Jameis here he steps up, makes the throw. The catch is made. 19. I don't know who that is. He's running, fumbles it. Steelers recover, and then boom, who makes the tackle?
Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston.
Look at him playing hard.
Way down the field.
Look at him playing
That's
hard.
Impressive.
You know what? It's a new Jameis.
The snow was unbelievable. There's a picture of the field, and it's green. In one picture, 10 minutes later, the field is completely white.
Fun. That's fun football right there. Phone calls are next. Our first time to check in with you, America. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. We'll find out what's on your mind when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wait a minute. I'm now throwing it into the stand.
It's almost like a spinning throw.
This has got all your plays in it.
Yeah. I turn it loose. Oh, it gets better. And as I turn it loose with such veracity. And the last thing I see is it's headed for the Little Dipper. Okay, the stars in the sky.
Right.
I lose my footing and fall onto the field. Completely on my back in the mud.
What?
Okay. So
Wait a minute, showing yourself and you fail. That's nothing better than that.
Mr. Coach example.
Please tell me somebody has footage of this.
Well, I'll just give you the text because on my
I love this.
on our staff, because everybody didn't know when to discuss it, but then because they all wanted to discuss it then. But everybody knew probably not the time to discuss it right now. Let's stay in the game.
God's good.
And look, now this guy's supposed to be a minister too, and I think this is kind of sad when he sends this text last night at 10:20. One of our defensive coordinator. He says, "I thought the one bright spot was Rick's discus throw of the play chart."
Yeah,
while falling.
He said, please, all of you. Now this is a pastor. Join me in prayer that it was caught on video. Y'all, if that video makes its way here, y'all will be so.
I'll be so happy.
Picture the anger. I just turned around and said, and I watch it.
How, on a scale, how bad fall was it? I mean,
bad,
out of control,
real bad,
like
real
falling
bad.
in the pine straw.
Real
kind of
bad.
thing?
Yes.
Well, Rick, whoever.
Hey, jarred me. Jarred my frame.
Hey,
jarred my frame.
Rick,
there was a minute where I kind of lost my breath. I thought they'd have to do the thing that we do for them.
Pull the pants up.
People pull my pants up, get my breath back.
Did the players see it?
Yeah. I mean, they like to knock the wind out of me.
I bet they love
They like to knock the wind out of me. And then you crawl back up to your feet and go, how can that happen?
No, Rick, you go,
yeah. I mean, what are y'all doing out there? But anyway, so then there's the sad moment, which my wife talked about endlessly, was when it went so far that a little cheerleader got it off the fence, which the fence is yards away.
Right.
Okay. And walks it back to me all scared and says, "Here, Mr. Burgess, here's your place." And of course, it's
got
broken.
mud on your back.
Of course, the laminate now is broken and shattered.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, Mr. Burgess, do you need a towel for your mud on the back?
Are you okay after your fall, Mr. Burgess?
Now, Rick, I know the assistant coaches had some shirts printed out. What did they say on the back? See Coach Burgess?
See Coach Burgess.
Now they can add See Coach Burgess Fall.
Yeah.
Guys, one Coach Watley has the film, and if it's on there,
Coach Watley, please send that to me.
I'm sure it is.
Unbelievable. Hey, I go down hard. Picture it just leaving, too. Now, of course, they were asking questions. Did you even think that it could hit somebody? I said, not at the time, no. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. How about you? Thank you for being here. As we move through another one, phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So we announced early today from the Rick and Bubba store, as we're now 14 shows left, the items that are still there. The new CD, if you want a hard copy, is there today. Just got an update. Half of those are already gone, so they're going to go quick. The ornament came in and is now sold out again. So the Christmas ornament is sold out. The CD is half sold out. They won't be replenished. So just FYI on that. For those of you that want to know when it'll come to the streaming services, we really don't know. We turn it in, and as soon as they can get them posted, they do. So it will probably be a few weeks from now. So there you go. And then also there's some Rick and Bubba socks in stock. Some of those are still left, and those are going quick too. So check the store at rickandbubba.com or text store to 866-932-3244. If you want a hard copy of the CD, you better get it today. All right, so let's go to the phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Alan is out of Nashville. Alan, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey,
this may be the last opportunity I get to speak to you live while your show's on. I've enjoyed you over 26 years of it. My family actually stopped by on the way to Panama City. We survived the hurricane. Thank y'all for that.
Fine.
Wanted to give you a Rick and Bubba movie review on Red One.
What about
it? Yesterday afternoon.
Uh-huh.
1.5. It's got a little bit of a Rock's funny. He's great. J.K. Rowling plays an amazing Santa Claus. It's really neat.
Funny.
Touching moment in the first 7 or 8 minutes that kind of sets up the movie. J.K. as Saint Nick gives you a good little a quote to have, so you want to look for that. But then it's got a little tinge of like Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter kind of mysticism in it throughout. And Chris Evans is not the bad guy. He's not the villain, but he plays like a shady character. But I would definitely go see it. It's just not going to make the Christmas rotation in my family, though.
Okay. All right. Well, good appreciate that. Thank you, buddy. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and thank you for listening. Let's go to Jason. Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
We're great.
Just give you a hunting report. 2 years ago tomorrow, I killed the biggest deer I've ever killed on opening day.
Good for you, buddy.
Yesterday, I went to hang a tree stand. There were 9 deer out in my green field.
Easy. Yeah, we saw your picture.
One big buck, and want to give a shout out to my wonderful wife. She actually helped me plant my green fields this year.
Oh, well, how about that?
What a great wife!
You know, the husband and wife working on deer
Did she pull the plow or what?
No, she actually walked and threw out the seed by hand. Gigi, I love you.
Okay.
Oh, well, how about that? How about old Gigi?
You can tell it's hunting season for sure.
Gigi, hard worker, helping her husband get his green
Anybody
field
named Gigi's always a hard worker and got a great sense of humor.
Of course, it could also be that he gets on her nerves and she wants to do anything she can to get him out of the house.
Oh, why go there? Why go? You risk running a special
It's
moment.
a consideration.
Good gracious.
Frank, Pell City. Frankie, go ahead.
Frank.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey,
I just want to make a comment about Ellen the Degenerate moving to the UK. I hope she took all that money she made in America with her, because it's kind of pricey keeping up Charles and Philip and their wives. You know, it's costs a little bit, the high-end wives.
Well, I would say the good news for Ellen and her wife, right? I mean, if they don't want to live here, they can go, and you know. The more Democrats and left-wing Hollywood libs we can get to leave, I think the country, it's kind of like when you remove people with church discipline from the church, it makes the church more pure.
Yeah.
I think it makes the country more pure.
Well, you know, she either left because Trump won or she was such good friends with Diddy.
And that's always what everybody's wondering. That's
there's
why
a lot of those
Tom
now.
Hanks, yeah,
you're going to have to question when all this falls out.
That's right.
We continue. Let's go to Dale out of Kansas. Dale, go ahead.
Hey, I've got a problem if we get rid of Biden right now. That gives us 2 months of a Kamala presidency.
Yeah, we can't. We got to ride this out. Yeah.
Solution is we put Biden in the basement and to just have Dana Carvey dress up as him for public appearances.
Funny. Yeah, guys, we don't need to remove Biden. We got to ride this out. Okay.
Yeah, and it'll mess up Trump's 45, 47,
That's
his
right.
hats
It really
and shirts
messed that
and
up,
everything,
yeah.
merchandise.
Yeah, look what it does to the merch. Good point. Let's go to AJ in Alabama. AJ, go ahead.
Hey guys. I guess first off, second, I wanted to ask how to get started, y'all's opinion, and the do's and don'ts of hunting public land.
The do, put on as much hunter's orange as you possibly can.
And then find somebody with private land and invite you.
Right. Our dad was the master of it. I mean, he somehow he did tons of scouting in the off season when you're allowed, because if not, I mean, these management areas, I mean, it's tens of thousands of acres. How in the world do you even know where to begin? So you're going to have to do some sort of scouting. Now it's too late now because you've waited till the off season has passed. Try to find people that hunt the area. Know enough about the environment that usually produce good deer. You become familiar with places like that, but wear your hunter's orange. Get in there before. I mean, you got to be sitting out there in the dark and let the sun come up and let everything. And because what'll happen if you'll get in there early, a lot of people aren't willing. It's kind of like Bubba and I. We've done 31 years, and I know a lot of you say, "Well, you didn't have to tell us that." Not because we're the most talented, but because a lot of people just can't get up and keep coming back and doing another one and doing another one, doing another one. So a lot of hunters are not willing to do what hopefully you'll be. Get in there really early. Get set up, and them moving in will push the deer on you. Yep. So that's a good pointer too. But you got to scout in the off season, and you've missed that. So now just do.
And just hook up with that guy that wants to hunt with Rick.
Right. Yeah. Jack's his name. Yeah. Let's go to Chris, Lake Martin. Chris, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
I remember when I was in science class. And our teacher's going over different kind of whales, and they're going over I believe it's the blue whale, biggest whale in the ocean. And she said, but it has a very small throat, so it's only able to consume the small fish. And I said, well, what about the story of Jonah and the whale? And she said, nope, small throat can't happen. I said, well, when I get to heaven, I'll ask him. And she said, well, what if he's in hell? I said, then you can ask him.
Oh, Chris.
How did that go?
Yeah, the Bible actually says large fish. It doesn't say whale. So
it may have been something that's extinct now. Who knows?
It was some sort of large fish, but that's a funny setup, and we went with you the whole way. Savannah out of Birmingham. Savannah, welcome. We got about 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, hey guys, sorry. My childhood memory is like listening to the Rick and Bubba show every single morning with my dad, like on the way to school. Yeah. And we ran into Rick on 280 once.
Oh, really?
And he told him that I was his biggest fan. But my dad only has a couple days, weeks to live, so I wanted to tell him that I was able to talk to y'all.
What's your dad's name?
Mark Cheatwood.
Mark Cheatwood. Mark, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for raising your daughter right, and
look at her today.
Yeah, and ultimate healing is about to come, and we're excited for you, but we understand the sadness of it for you, Savannah, and your family as well. But what a great memory!
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, it means a lot to us. Thank you that y'all have that memory.
Yeah.
Top of the hour, we'll come back. Golden ticket seats will join us.
There's old Hunt Jack. He's ready to go.
Yep. Can go any day, sir. I see some Type A's through the camera out there.
And they're toting food, too.
All right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
was several weeks ago that I went into a rant that I'm not saying I'm proud of on the program about how I prefer, if I could, when I go into a retail place to buy what I'm there to buy, check out at the register and leave. I'm so tired. Are you a member of our club? Do you have our card? Do you have our and it's just rampant. And I keep running into this like people won't accept my no. You know, I'm telling. Do you have one of our blankety blank cards? No, I don't. Would you like one? I would not. Oh, sure you would. No, I really would like to get in my car. Is what I'd like. That's
they tell you can save big, and I'm like, well, will you knock 50% off of that I've just got? Well, no, not that. I go, well, I don't want it then.
Yeah, well, here's what I said one day because I got so tired of the negotiation, I screamed out, I want to pay too much. I want to pay too much.
Let me overpay and get out of here.
If I could overpay and get my car, I like that better than saving the 50 cents you want to save me for me standing here and discussing these goofy cards. Can we just get out? Are you a member of our club? I am not. And they look at you like, really? I'm not. I don't want to be. I don't want to be a member. So here's one of the.
You're against clubs.
I just want to leave. You know, like I tell people.
I like this. This is a crazy concept. I like to check out since I'm here.
Right.
And people are standing behind me and get the heck out of here.
Yeah. Well, what I've even said before, I said I think y'all think you're more important to me than you really are. I'm just here because you're on the way home. You know, I mean, if you weren't in this location, I'd never be in here. You know that kind of stuff. And so then. I thought to myself, well, that's just foolish, Rick. That's foolish. I mean, you sometimes you build up these points or you build up whatever, you should use them. That's just being irresponsible. So I thought to myself, my oldest son is in college, and my daughter, the oldest of all of my children, is also in college. She's in Philadelphia, okay? And coming up at the end of the month, she will be starring in The Crucible at the Merriam Theater in Philadelphia, and we're all very excited about that. It's one of the biggest jobs she's gotten as a new actress and all that. Well, we're going to go see the play when it actually opens. Well, my oldest son, her brother, cannot go when it opens, but he has spring break coming up.
Right.
So he wants to go see her. They haven't seen each other in a long time on spring break, and then go see a dress rehearsal of the play. He's going to be able to pull that off.
Right.
Great idea. So, you know, she has a roommate and a small apartment, and I said, look, it's not appropriate for you to go there and sleep in that apartment with her with a female roommate,
right?
And you're bringing a buddy with you. That's not appropriate. So let's get you a hotel room. And I thought, he said, well, I've only got this much money, and he said I'm gonna stay there. That's a lot of money. I said, well, you know what? I've got points on my American Express card. I said I'll just get you a room with my points. And I said,
I never really grasped this point thing either.
Let me tell you how the points work. The points, they try to get you into a mode where there's no way you'll complete the task. You know what I mean?
They're going to see if you'll wait them out.
Of using the points. Here's what was said on the phone.
Now, you get a point when you spend a certain amount of dollars.
Yeah,
right?
and we got, I use American Express.
So they're like little mini dollars?
Yeah, I use American Express for everything because I like you can do whatever you want as long as you pay it off in 30 days. Okay? So, and you build points, but it's also easy. If you accept American Express, I buy everything with American Express, and then I also have a very detailed, this is how what we spend a month, this is what we do, and so unless you just refuse my American Express,
right.
I'm using it
right
everywhere, candy bars. I mean, and then I think,
and you get to track your spending pretty well if you keep it on the card.
Yeah, and concession stand, but none of them take it. But anyway, so I think to myself, we don't use our points much. I'm going to step into the point world. Why wouldn't I use my points?
How many points you have?
Oh, I've got like 200-something thousand.
Really?
Oh, yeah. So because
is that a lot?
Because I don't know.
Is that a lot? Anybody?
Who knows?
I mean, is it like pesos or
But you know how when
sounds like a lot.
You know how when you do something, that you're not real savvy at, and you think, well, today I'm being bold.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step in and I'm gonna use points like most Americans.
I'm going to redeem points.
So I call the 800 number. Hello, American Express. I'm an American Express customer. Can we have your account number? Why, yes, you can. Well,
I've been a member since.
Well, hello there, Mr. Burgess. Now, at this point, I'm talking to an English-speaking person.
All right.
Okay, and things are going well.
Yeah.
Which is very surprising.
Listen, and then I mentioned points.
Oh, no.
I would like to use my points. So you're not calling to make a payment? I am not. You're not calling to get a new card? I am not.
Up your limit?
You're going to up, well, there's no limit on it as long as you bet off 30 days. So they say
unless you're pumping gas,
right? Unless you're pumping gas,
$90.
They limit you there, which is weird.
Well, you get 90.
So I can pay off.
You can buy a third world country.
So I can pay
but
off.
You can't get a tank
I can pay off these 300 acres I just bought on American Express. But you don't think I can pull off the tank of gas?
Yeah.
So anyway, I said I would like to use my points. Really? Yes, I would. Well, I'll have to send you to another department. And I'm like, uh-oh. We're back. Adler's here. Greg's here. Speedy's here. The gang all here for a brand new hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. There he is.
Glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us here on the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Here come the golden ticket seats. They are settled in. Type A, he has made his presence known, and he's coming in.
Boy, it's a good cake he brought in.
He's coming in super hot.
Most Type A's don't realize they're Type A.
No, he
embraces it.
He called in an email. Well, what I did, when we get a heads up on the Type A, what you want to do is try to come at them harder than they're coming at you.
Yeah.
Don't make them work. Just as soon as they come here, go embrace them.
Yeah.
Get out, just jump up and down. Let's just get.
Is that what you're doing with Hunt Show Jack?
Yeah. Let me tell you,
Hunt Show Jack's funny.
Hunt Show Jack is waiting. Hey, where do I fit in?
He'll tie any guest. Ask him if he can talk Rick and take me on a hunt.
Yeah,
it don't matter who it is.
Yeah.
That's so fun.
I also put a little happy between the two of you. I didn't even take it in there. It's a mixture of some M&Ms and nuts and all that.
It's just a mixture.
I'm gonna that's that. What is that called? Where they make it almost like it tastes like a Baby Ruth. They put all the peanuts and the M&Ms together and all that, and then throw some candy corn in there.
No, we don't have all that. No
that doesn't have that one. Okay.
God.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Now it's awkward.
Awesome.
Now it's awkward.
Just peanuts and nuts.
But the I think this is actually going to help when I see how much food everybody's brought, because I had an incident that happened last night that, you talk about going up and getting fired up, and I thought Bill Bubba Bussy especially, and also the rest of us, what a great moment, and then it led to an awkward. I'll talk to it here in just a minute. How many of you in the golden ticket seats this is the first time you've ever seen the show, ever? Okay. How many? I know Type A's seen this before.
Yeah. He knows the answer to every question.
Yeah. First time in this studio, but you came to the other, though, right? Okay, yeah.
And we'll talk about the one question that had him stumped.
Right. There was a question that stumped him. He said he's never missed a question on the Rick and Bubba Giant Game of Knowledge about the show, the Giant Game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge, but he said he missed one. So, Bubba, last night had the honor and the privilege to travel to Henderson, Tennessee. Now, we have people here in the golden ticket seats from Jackson, Tennessee, and they said I was only about 30 minutes from them. With us, when we go places, a lot of times we don't have any idea where we are. We keep looking for reference points, and so this I love small town America. This story and actually the actual story comes from a place near there, and I think they said the population. Is it even 1,000? And that's Fanger, Tennessee, Finger. And you don't say Finger, Tennessee. It's Fanger, Tennessee.
Even though it's spelled that way.
Okay. And that's near Henderson and also about maybe 20, 25 minutes from Selmer. Not Selma. Selmer. Okay. So
even though there's no R on it.
So there was a man when the Man Church was in year 2, and he is a deacon, he is a Sunday school teacher, and he's over the men's ministry at Old Friendship Church. And I don't remember the exact number, but I think it was around 60 people attended that church. And so he decided, we say, disciple men change everything, that he would start offering one of our curriculum on Sunday morning, just like a Sunday school class. And he would just go out and invite men to come to it. Okay. This was in 2021. And so he started with like 15, then he got 24 men. As we sit here today, that class features about 50, 55 men, and the church has doubled in size. Because what we said, he said these men then got serious about their faith, and then they brought their families in, and our church doubled through reaching and discipling men in a small group on Sunday morning. Incredible story. So we've been sending speakers there, and his name's Edward Jones, and he kept saying, when the time's right, I'd like to do something a little bigger. Like we go to we have a place called Williams Auditorium, and we just reach out to all the counties and bring another speaker, and we'll get good worship band and free, and let's just see how many men we can get from all these surrounding small towns to come. And I was like, oh, Edward, buddy, don't. Of course, he asked me. He was talking about weekends. I said, don't do weekends. I said that let's do a weeknight. That'll be the best thing. And they had some of our guys going and doing just stuff there at the church, and so he had we think easy 400 plus men come out last night from all over that area, and it was incredible to watch his hard work and his devotion. Deacon, Sunday school teacher, in charge of the men's ministry. And so I got to talk to their pastor, who's Dr. Ashley Ray, and he has only been the pastor there for 8 months. And so we were back off the stage area, and he came up to me. He goes, hey, I just want to – you don't know what it's like to be the new pastor and find out that a guy like Edward has been devoting himself to men's ministry, and I'm inheriting a solid, powerful men's ministry. He goes, I can't think of a greater gift I could be given. He goes, it's just a game changer. And so I just want to commend Edward, and our part's easy, but what he's been doing and the other men there is really, really incredible. And so got to meet the pastor. So when we had to fly up there and fly back, Blake Prime went from our team. Mike Talton, Bubba, they used to be the king of fried chicken. He went, and he was going to help us with running the resource and stuff. He's starting to help with the ministry, and of course Bones, who does all of our road manager, get everybody where they're supposed to be, and he's had a great friendship with Edward, and so we go and we land, and we're supposed to be picked up by a guy named Mark. And we realize when we land, not only is the airport closed, they've padlocked all the gates. We can't get out. We can't get out on the other side. What? And so we're all kind of standing around, and we've got boxes of the devotionals we're taking. We're looking around, and there's like nobody. I go up to the window. This is what I love about small town America. In Selmer, Tennessee, winter holiday hours, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And we landed like 4:40. It's closed. It's closed. And then I looked at it.
They have lights on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I looked at Chuck, and I said,
"Do you have to do the click?
I said,
fly by."
Yeah. I said, Chuck, but you have to. Did they not know you were coming? And he's like, well, yeah. I mean, we file a flight plan and all that, but I mean that doesn't mean.
Yeah.
He goes, we. I said, but we can't get out. And he's like, yeah. And so finally, I see the truck coming, and I said, that's got to be our pickup. It's got to be. And I just hear loud out of the pickup. He's pulled up. Y'all didn't call nobody. And I was like, look, and I said, Chuck, are we supposed to call? Look, and Bones goes, new thing to add to my list of things to do. And
call somebody.
He goes, well, let me call so and so. I'll see if I can't get the gate code. And we're standing behind I don't know why he didn't leave the thing open. He's got that old car we had out here for people that might need it. So you see an old car just parked against the gate. I guess I let people use it flying. So finally, Mark gets the code from his buddy that actually runs the airport, and so he comes around, picks us up, so we go, and it all worked out. Well, you got to let somebody know. And I'm like,
you're going to start climbing the fence.
Well, and so there was some talk about that. So we get there, and everything's so well done. So then there's this other picture. So there's this little Edward's wife Tiffany prepared dinner for everybody, and we had great chicken and green beans, of course, and coleslaw and mashed potatoes and rolls and they had a little piece some strawberry top cake, and I didn't go there. I thought I'd do a little better. That's just the only problem with taking Blake Prime with you is he's watching everything you eat, and all that, and you trying to do a little better. And so then I kind of eased back, and all of a sudden there's a picture of Adler, and I see this.
Oh yeah,
Bubba, you see what that is, don't you, buddy? That
looks like goat drop.
That's
cookies.
goat drop cookies,
chocolate oatmeal,
homemade by one of the heroic women of this community. So what do I think? Guys, this has just been our life. These people right here, they've brought us food. People give us food all the time. Yeah. So what do I think? That must be for the show. And so I go over and I take a couple of them and, hey, primo.
Oh, they look like
I go to put the lid. I go to put the lid on it and to ease it back over to my stuff, and I'm stopped. And one of the women says, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, aren't these a gift to me and the show?" And they're like, "No, no, these aren't y'all's." And I was like, "What do you mean it's not ours?" I said, "It's pretty standard. I mean, people bring us their local recipes. I bring them back to the I bring them back to the guys, and we all eat."
Yeah.
And she goes, "Well, you're not taking those. Yeah, these are for everybody." And I said, "But they're in like a Tupperware thing, like ready to travel."
Yeah.
And they would not let me have them.
Well, I hope they got all in.
And so everybody.
Did you distract her, like throw a rock and then slide them?
Yeah.
Slide on your bag?
I thought to myself, should one of the speakers steal your cookies?
But, probably not. That's not a good example.
I wish we had them.
That's not a real good example.
You know how there's great goat drop cookies?
Oh, yeah.
And then there's good. And then there's These were in the great category.
I would say most all of them are good.
Oh, but I know how we like them. This is Lisa level.
Oh, Lisa's are good.
This is Lisa
Especially
level.
I get them while they're still warm.
Yeah.
You get in trouble for that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So thank you to all the guys that came out. Thank you, Edward, Pastor, and also Tiffany, for your incredible hard work, incredible hosts. What an incredible evening. Boy, it was great to watch all your hard work and obedience produce some powerful stuff.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So then they try to play classical music, hoping that I just can't take it anymore.
Oh, yeah. Right.
But here's what they didn't know. My wife's in Washington, so I don't have a honeydew list.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
One of the children are with her. 2 children are at college. One's in school. It's a rainy day. I'm at home by myself. I just put it on speaker and leave it over there and start doing stuff.
Yep.
And I said, "Oh yeah, no, you ain't gonna get me. I'm gonna use my points." 24 minutes later.
First tactic. That's tactic number 1.
Yeah. 24 minutes later. Hello, can I help you, please? And I'm like, first of all, I thought you need to speak up. You're a low talker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Bad English low talker.
Yeah.
That's another hurdle to get over.
Yeah, and I thought, I see what y'all doing. Y'all don't think I can come through this obstacle course. Hey, I'm going to use these points.
I'm running this gauntlet.
Ain't no way you're going to beat me, okay? And they would have beat me if it had been like a 2-night stay, but you're not going to beat me on a 7-night stay.
No.
You know what I mean?
Mm-mm.
So anyway, I go, I'm going to hang in there on this one. It's worth it. What would you like to do? And I said, I want to use my points, get a hotel room in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Okay. Do you want to see our list of partners? I'm sorry, come again?
You're pressing the phone so hard to your ear to hear.
Come again, Haji?
Would you like to get from me to you want a list of our partners? No, I know which hotel I want. Broad Street, Doubletree. Okay, let me check in that, please. All right, now here's what I did.
I'm there with him.
Listen, I thought this was smart. I'd already called the Doubletree and knew they had a room.
And knew they took points.
Well, you're good, Rick.
And knew that there was a room available. Okay, and that had two beds in it. And I already knew the double bed rooms were booked, and I knew there was one with a king size bed and then a little. One of those,
you mean you'd actually done your homework?
Yeah, I was ready.
That's just so not like you.
See what I can do when I'm not being pulled.
So not like you at all.
And so
what's wrong with you, Rick?
Who are you?
Okay, I'm checking right here. Would you like to do another hotel? Nope, that's the hotel I want. Well, I'm looking online. I don't see anything. It's double beds. I said, I know, but there's one that has a king size bed. I just talked to him. No, I'm not seeing it in their room. Set available. You want to get you another hotel? No, I don't want another hotel. I want this one, and I know there's a room there. King size bed.
Just talk to him.
Got the fold out couch. Could you hold on to just a minute, please? I'm sorry. Could you hold on for just a minute, please? All right. Here comes the music again. But they can't get me. I just go speaker. You know what I do? I go speaker.
You are so focused.
Pick up my Xbox controller.
I ain't going nowhere.
I'm playing in the NCAA, baby. You know what I mean? Like that. And I just let them sit over there. They think they get me again. 24 minutes to have me on hold. They tried to get me with the person couldn't speak good English.
I'm writing a list here.
Right. Things of stuff that I would have punted, but they weren't gonna get me today. You know, I'm like, hey, I spent a lot of money with y'all. We get in the hotel room today. And so I'm sitting there and I'm
cashing in, baby.
And I get right down to a key, third down and short. What? Hello, are you back? Yes.
I check, I find a room. I think I got in the room, and I got there, but they only one bed. I said, look, there's a fold-out couch in the room. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes, it is. Is it executive room? Yes. It's got another bed. No. Yes. Give me that room. But did not have another bed. Yes, I can get another bed there. How about the rollout bed?
Yes.
How about their 2 college students? They can sleep in one bed. They
don't care.
My gosh, they'll sleep on the floor.
Get up under the
Can
sink.
you get them in this hotel? Now they're starting to get to me. They think I'm on bail. They think I'm going to hang up. And finally I said, you're doing a great job. Let's book it. Sir? Yeah, let's fire it.
You're doing a great job.
Pull the trigger.
Please tell me they put you on hold again.
Can I put you on hold for 1 second? No, it better be a second. And I laughed. I said, it ain't going to be a second, is it? No. so then we get back to the music.
Sorry.
We get back to the music.
All right, here we go. Here's your on hold music.
We get back to the music. So I go back and I choose, which I will do on 3rd and short in a minute. I choose power option left. Yeah. Look, and I get the first down. I pick up about 11. Okay, against a team it's SEC championship. Okay, and
this is a big game.
Yeah, and so then this goes on. Then you hear, no, I can't play sync. We'll come back. I had you booked and I got to put a single day. And I said, I don't know what you said, but am I booked? I send you. I want to send your email. I got confirmation number. 22 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Yeah, somebody mentioning on the text option, Selmer, Tennessee is where Buford Pusser was and actually was killed. They showed me where he was killed.
Really?
Yep, said that somebody cut the brake lines on his Corvette. They showed me the place where he went in the curb.
And made a few enemies, didn't
How about that?
Yeah, and showed me exactly where it happened.
Wow.
And so there you go.
It's not goat trot cookies. It's goat drop cookies.
Yeah, goat drop.
I know that's not the most.
Who said goat trot?
Somebody on the text.
Yeah. It's goat drop.
It's chocolate oatmeal would be the more common
That's
name.
the technical name.
Yeah, but it looks, unfortunately.
It does.
Yeah, anybody's been on a farm can relate.
Yeah, and somebody might have thought we were doing that. Now, you said we got a couple things to hit here, but
you ain't gonna believe this. You ain't gonna believe this.
All right, so tell us what it is.
All right, Lee Greenwood's "God Bless the USA."
Yeah,
we've been hearing that song for a long time.
Type A, you have to settle now.
You can't tell everything you know. Okay?
I know, right? Yeah,
heck of a basketball player.
He'll go to the hoop. I'll tell you that.
A lot of people don't know it.
I so didn't expect this.
Pretty good at horse.
I didn't expect. Yeah.
God Bless the USA was first released in 1984. It debuted at number 7 on the Hot 100 for country songs.
I didn't know it was that long ago.
Did you know this week it is back on the charts 40 years later at number 2 on the Billboard digital sales chart?
No, it's not.
And they tied it all. They've tied it all to President Trump's win.
Of course.
Lee Greenwood, he'll go sing at every opening ceremony of every event from this point.
And they're all good. We've seen him, Rick, how many times?
Oh,
he sang it in the studio
8 or 9 times.
Yeah, we've got to hang out with Lee Greenwood, and powerful song, but a powerful song.
Yeah. You got to admit, he's milked it for everything he can.
Thank you, Greg. I will.
Greg, I don't think we can sit here.
84.
We can't sit here on this desk and make that comment about anybody.
Let me tell you this.
I think if you're a singer, you might put something else out.
Well, he has, Greg.
Yeah, but nobody cares.
Pot calling the kettle black on that one.
Greg,
I don't know. I've never seen anybody.
Well, Greg, if you got a hit, make it count.
What's he supposed to do, Greg?
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, but
he hadn't seen the opening ceremony.
What was that, lineman?
Yeah, I was
actually used to actually work. Good point.
I was taken back a little bit by a couple things.
I don't see any calluses on their hands.
When we got
it's pitiful.
When we were, and he
Greg
was
used to check our hands all the time before he joined the show.
Yeah,
He'd pull my hands in. That's what I thought. Not a callous one.
Not a callous one. So when I think
all we get now is paper cuts.
That's it.
I expected to, when I was interacting with Lee Greenwood, which was an honor. There was a couple of things I didn't expect. I was.
I didn't know he was such a big basketball player.
That's the one. I was not prepared.
Game.
I'm sitting there, and you know how you start trying to put something together, and we're back there behind. It was an outdoor event. Where was that? In New Jersey. And
yes, it was Six Flags over New Jersey. Yeah. We went with Hannity. It was a lot of fun. I mean, nobody knew who we were, but we were glad to be there.
Yeah, they had no idea who we were. So I was standing back there with Lee.
Got to meet Susan Lucci.
Yeah,
which my wife was impressed with.
Talking to Lee Greenwood, and before I realized, how you kind of put something together. I think we're going to talk about America, since he seems to be so inspired by our country.
Yeah, God's blessed it.
And before I knew it, I'm like, is Lee Greenwood challenging me to one-on-one in basketball?
Was it horse or like a one
like straight 21,
up?
21. And then I was like, well, yeah, you didn't see you as a basketball player. And then he went on to tell me that I'm mistaken. That not only is he a basketball player, he's a very good basketball player.
Oh boy!
And then before I know it, it's like I'm in the inner city. At some playground.
Like calling you out.
And Lee Greenwood is out there standing at the top of the key, trash talking me to come out and take him on in basketball.
It's almost like we just got thrown into the movie White Men Can't Jump.
That's correct.
You know what I mean? It was
If you were Billy Ho,
if you walked over,
that was his name. I didn't make it up.
You wanted to say it.
Lee Greenwood is standing there, and just picture you're approaching him. Do you think the conversation is going to turn to him challenging you to basketball? And I mean, drawing some lines and describing how good a shot he's got and how he goes to the hoop and using words I didn't expect Lee to say.
Were you impressed as you're a trash talker?
Yeah, but that part I guess I was okay with. It was just he began to.
Well, we all know
really
how Rick is, but we didn't know Lee Greenwood.
You expect that from me.
He came up to me and it was separate. I mean, he just made a beeline and said, "I heard that you think you can shoot the rock." And I said, well, back in the day, it's been a long time. And he said, anytime you feel up to it, let me know.
I mean, he was
like, I was like, gosh, did Lee Greenwood he just dogged me or something?
You remember, it was the first year I was working here. We had him in the studio.
Oh, boy, here we go.
You had to go to this music store. You had to go to the music store and get a certain keyboard for him to play.
I remember that.
I'll give him this. He pulled it off live better than I thought he would.
Okay.
I mean, just standing in a studio. Yeah. I thought he did good.
And then he asked
but then
we start
trying. Now we start trying to get him because Rick had given the story about. But this was after that. So now we keep bringing it up to him and trying to see if we can get him talking trash again.
And then he's not talking to me as much anymore because of my rebound comment. And I said, well, you may get a shot off, but you won't get the rebound.
Yeah.
And then I realized I'm engaging Lee Greenwood. And I mean, are we about to play?
He's a little fellow.
Yeah. And and a little spicier than expected. A little spicier than expected.
Yeah, he'll really paint a picture.
He can sing it though.
He will.
Well, he's proud to be a blanking American.
Yeah,
right. I think that's.
At least I know I'm blanking free.
Right.
Oh, give me some of that blanking coffee.
Yeah.
It's really blanking on everything.
And I think maybe when he presented the original lyrics, it's obvious to me they took some of them out. And said, Lee, I don't think that'll have the mass appeal. Let's take those
Good
out.
for him.
Hey,
Good
he's
for
got
him.
the number 2 download.
Good for him. Hey,
how about that 40 years
I didn't
after
realize
the fact.
84. My guy was a senior in high school.
And still draining
that's
threes.
40 years ago.
And still draining threes.
40
Still got his
ago.
game.
Right.
Or what he called.
Well, yeah.
There's several people that we've run into that were big into basketball. Toby Mack was a big basketball player, too.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sorry I didn't catch that because his original conversation, I guess, had me distracted. There was basketball after that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a greeting I'll never forget. We've had some experiences out there.
Oh, yeah.
Some good
ones.
ones.
Sure we have. Sure.
Some good ones. And
somebody on the text line wants to know if we ever met Rush. No, we didn't, and I hate we didn't.
Y'all met at the microphone.
And it wasn't because we didn't try, by the way. We had several pass there, and we were not found worthy.
Okay.
When you see a picture of y'all speaking into the IB microphone, you would think, I bet they met him that day.
Yeah, you see us, there's the golden microphone.
Yeah, I was there then.
Bubba's doing Dip and Dan. You see that picture and you go, that must have been after they met Rush.
Right.
I mean, they were that close.
That was one of the failures of this show over 30-some-odd years. We did not get to meet Rush.
And a shocker, I don't think Rush had a desire to meet us.
And a shocker. That was the problem.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I said, all right, that's that long number. Just send it to me email. You want to write it down? I don't. No.
I can't understand you anyway.
Just
Yes.
are you sending it an email?
No.
Yeah. You write it down. Number is. I don't want to write it down. I'm not gonna write it down. Just send it to me in email. Could you get email address, please? And I think, here comes Rick and Bubba. Rick at Rick. Yeah, I say Rick. I know, but it's Rick again. Rick at Rick. You say Rick at Rick? Yes. And Bubba. Is that spell out and? Yes, it is. Spell out A-N-D. Bubba. Bobby. Bubba. Bob. No. Bubba. B. B. U. B again. As in boy. Yes. Another B. B. A. Papa. Yes. Say it back to me. Rick. Bubba.com. No. Rick at Rick. You say Rick. Yes. Rick at Rick. A-N-D. B-U-B-B-A. .com. You write down and
I've had this conversation so times.
You write down confirmation. No, I'm not writing it down. If you're gonna send an email, and then she said, "Do you want me to send it to your son?" No, I'm not trying another email address.
No,
I will forward. Okay, Mr. Burgess, you got one room. You can fit the Broad Street, Philadelphia. Yes. Anything else I can do for you? Change the whole flipping system. But anyway, so I think I got it done.
You waited on that?
I had an easier time talking to the guy in Cairo while a revolution was going on.
That's true. And asked him about it.
Whole process, 36 minutes.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Phone tro and go. Speedy's on the phones, ready to go, fired up, drawed back like a flip. And all 10 lines are open, and you can dial us right now. The phone tro is designed to get a lot of people on. Not let people kind of, monologue. You make a comment, you ask a question, you bring some information to the table. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. It's content, information. Let's go. Keep the show moving. And then you got to ask yourself this. If I heard myself on the show, would I be informed? Would I be entertained? Or would I have to be honest and find myself annoyed? We know that you can find, and it seems to be getting a little better, bringing back the ability for one to call themselves. TNUSA.com/bigbox. Now, that's Tax Network USA. I hate to be Debbie Downer on the Friday edition of the show and bring up taxes, so pardon me for that. But if you're out there and you and the IRS are not getting along, don't go out there and try to face them by yourself. Now, they're gonna, here's what happens with the government. They'll demonize the uber rich, but when it comes time for revenuing, they don't go after them because they know that there's piles of lawyers between them and the person's money. Over here, hardworking Americans, easy pickings, easy pickings. Yep. Well, so why don't you make sure that that's not the case? Why don't you go to tnusa.com/bigbox. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help you settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to stay away from, which ones that maybe can work with you. They're reasonable. It's free and confidential. If you'd like to find out what they can do for you, just reach out to them at 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or just use the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. 30 seconds is king. Lines are available. We'll start with Lee. Could this be Lee Greenwood? We start with Lee. 30 seconds.
Get the dump button.
Hey, Lee, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
If tomorrow Rick feels frisky, he can meet me on the boards. And as soon as my hand touches the rock, he will never even score. His ankles will get broken when I dribble and cross him up. And why is Ricky crying? Because I finished with a dog.
That is fantastic.
Yes.
Hey, well done.
Well done. Oh, wow. Great job.
What a way to get it going.
I'm sorry, that was good.
That is so good.
If he'd have dropped one F-bomb, it would have been real.
The scratchy phone made it even more real.
He took time to put together some good lyrics. That's really good.
And delivered them.
And that's the kind of level we got to have, guys.
Yeah, that's what we want.
That's what we want. Bubba,
out of 10 of those, usually 8 are bad.
Bubba, it's Show Hunting Jack.
Uh-oh.
Show
Hunting Jack. 30 seconds, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah. Morning, boys. I already know, Rick, but I was going to give advice to hunting the public land. You're right with a lot of orange, but your hunting permit is the map of the territory that you're going to be hunting, the topography map, and you keep that with you with your regular map. Because it's very easy to get lost, but without being able to scout the topo map, you're going to look for pinch points.
Did y'all expect?
He's never been serious ever.
He had a funny line underneath his name, but he didn't use it. The line was supposed to be, he's at the Piggly Wiggly getting supplies for the weekend. That's funny.
That's funny.
He goes off in some tirade about how to truly tell people how to hunt public
I felt
land.
like I was in one of them classes to get a hunting license.
What do you do? Has he got a hunting show?
See you Saturday.
You're Show Hunting Jack. You
down
gotta
at Rick's place.
You know, stick with that character.
Yeah, he's at Piggly Wiggly.
He told me he was looking forward to breakfast.
Yeah, well, that's what the line should have been.
That'd have been perfect.
And coming right after the Lee Greenwood guy, I
I
thought we were going to keep hitting.
I thought he would volunteer to go get your groceries for you.
Yeah.
I didn't
and then you would feel obligated to ask him to stay to hunt.
Didn't you feel like we had the Lee Greenwood guy was good?
Yep,
There's Show Hunting Jack. We are on a run. And then Show Hunting Jack goes off and telling people about maps.
Information.
Lines are available, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Join us. Wendy is joining us. Hey, Wendy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Good morning. I just wanted to tell you guys that we're going to be sad to lose the Rick and Bubba Show this year. However, my 15-year-old daughter said as long as Adler's on the show next year, everything's going to be okay.
She loves Adler.
Most 15-year-olds do.
She does. She's a singer and songwriter, and she loves listening to him write songs and that kind of stuff. So she's excited about it next year.
Good news for her.
Well, we're at the same maturity level, so it works out perfectly.
Yes. Yes. 866 We Be Big, Gadsden, Alabama, where it all began. Steve standing by. Steve, go ahead.
Yes, this devastating news that hit the University of Alabama's website yesterday. I was wondering if y'all had heard anything about it.
Yeah, we're out of the loop.
Well, Jalen Milrose and one defensive player got suspended for the rest of the year, and both of them have entered the portal, and about 6 or 7 of their teammates have joined them so far, and they're talking about a full walkout.
I believe that would have been maybe come up in the news.
Yeah, I would.
No timeout for that?
I would have thought. Well, Rick, honestly,
Okay. Don't y'all think the word?
I think ESPN would have had breaking news banner up on that one. I hadn't seen it.
Yeah, where'd he get it out of the Shelby County Ledger?
Greg, what's wrong with the Shelby
Nothing
County?
at all. But I mean, you don't go there for.
Yeah, I don't.
I do.
Sorry, Shelby County Ledger.
No, I read it all the time for their high school football.
Don't you think our lines would just been smoking, our email covered?
Yes.
I mean,
this guy's got the scoop, though.
Because I will say,
ESPN would have had banners going, lights flashing. They'd have been live on location. Hadn't seen it.
Dunaway and Brown.
If you're
Dunaway
right,
and Brown would have gone live.
Yeah. They would have fired up the.
Breaking news. Ron, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I think if Trump can help revive Lee Greenwood's song, I think over the years, the chemistry that you guys have and bringing everybody in from the interns to Helmsy to everybody, y'all are just as alive as if the day you just started. But I think the most important person here that has kept y'all alive and made this show great has got to be the Lord Jesus Christ.
Well,
all right, thanks a lot, man.
Well, that goes without saying.
Well, I was about to say, especially if nothing else, examples of his grace.
Yes.
Marie, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
And
Go ahead.
his sense of humor.
Yes.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey.
Quick question for Bubba and Greg. So a long time ago, Greg let slip, apparently, that Travis from Skinwalker Ranch had said something about being visited by like a shaman in his dreams. And then Bubba was like, hey, he told us that offline. Well, the show's almost done, so can you guys tell us the background story on that?
Travis told that.
I have no comment, ma'am.
Didn't Travis tell that?
I actually need a few gigs next year, so
I thought Travis told the shaman thing.
You never know when they'll need a ham operator out at Skinwalker,
Right.
so I have no comment.
Look, I've warned you about you being around these people. Just be careful. Let's go to South Carolina. Jenna, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, it's North Carolina, but that's okay. I just want to let you know I have a neighbor from Colorado, and yesterday I told her that I was going to fix sausage balls for my family for Thanksgiving, and she said, "What is that?"
What?
She had never heard of sausage balls. Never heard of them.
She's
So I made some and gave to her.
And where's she from?
Colorado.
Oh,
okay.
They're too busy smoking pot.
There ain't no balls like sausage balls. Perfect holiday treat. Yeah, that's shocking.
Yeah, I thought everybody in the world had sausage balls. I mean, that has to be one of the most well-known treats of all time.
All right, somebody's putting something on.
Yeah, but
it's got to be fake news.
Look at the headline. Look at the headline.
Got to be fake news.
Until ESPN's live, I ain't buying it.
Right. We continue.
And that would be a big story. I'd be looking at it right now.
A huge story.
We'd be looking at it right now on television.
Let's
Who's
get
that, the Weekly Wiper? Where'd they get that?
Lacey, Mobile, go ahead.
Hi, this is for Bubba. I know that you're a fan of the McRib sandwich, and
Yes.
McDonald's is bringing it back for a limited time, just in time for the holidays.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to let you know.
A lot of them.
Just in time for the holidays.
I don't want to brag, but I was told they were doing it in honor of the show ending.
Right.
You know,
And,
nothing says Christmas like McRibs.
Right.
Oh,
Compress that meat down and just let me, just in my mind, make me think it's a bone.
We get around the table for the holidays, and we got McRibs.
Let me tell you, the line just in time for the holidays.
Right.
That's perfect.
Y'all, McDonald's is selling the McRib sauce, a jug of it that you can buy.
Well, the sauce might be okay. It's that we're not sure what that meat is.
And they got it decorated like it's a Christmas thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Just in
McRib
time for the
sauce.
holidays.
Just in time.
There's a lot of surprises out there.
Yeah,
guys.
look at there.
It ain't no real tree.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Keep in mind before we get into the depth of the trip, you have to understand, and I'd never been there, and I know a lot of you have been there several times. I've gotten your emails.
Right.
Of the United States.
Right.
And here we come. And I will say this, my coach never did wear the scarf.
He just posed for it and then threw it away.
Never wore it.
Right.
Every day he would be told he was wearing it the next day. He'd show up for the ride. He would not have it on.
Does anybody know where it is?
Don't know where it is. He never wore it. He would not wear it.
What did he wear?
Just normal stuff. We were
a trench coat.
Yeah, he had a jacket. It wasn't a trench coat though.
What kind of hat?
He never wore a hat.
None at all.
Never wore the hat. So I guess that must have been the compromise. But when we were there, the weather. I mean, we were very blessed. The weather can be kind of brutal in London that time of year, and it was nothing. When we had it was really sunny every day except maybe one, and the only rain we ever had was a little drizzle one night, and then it rained on us driving to the airport to leave. So we were very fortunate about that. Now we had to leave early.
Yeah.
By the way,
yeah. How's Heathrow?
Well, we hit Gatwick on the way out, which is quite a ride out to that. So when you go to the concierge desk, you say, "Let's get our plan for in the morning." He says, "Now, what airport are you? Excuse me, Mr. Burgess. What airport will you be leaving with?" And Heathrow. And I said, "No, I think we're Gatwick." And he just kind of looks at you.
That's like Kennedy versus LaGuardia, right?
You need to prepare for yourself at least an hour and a half of travel. And I'm like, what?
So Gene Simmons was at the desk?
It was Gene Simmons. English Gene Simmons. English Gene Simmons. So how about the hotel we stayed in was very nice. And the service there was probably the best I've ever experienced. I mean, the service was top notch. Now, when you're going out to restaurants and stuff, I will say this: we as Americans, we get after it a little more in the restaurants. We're going to keep you drink feel.
Right.
And I don't know what it is with the people of London. What's the big thing about ice? Why is ice treated like gold bullion? I mean, you have to really ask for ice and then ask for more ice. They don't put ice in any of the drinks.
Really?
And when they do, they'll throw you like 2 cubes in there and it's floating around in your Coca-Cola.
Really?
Like,
I got ice.
yeah, it's like, hey, what have I got to do to get ice in here?
Is there a shortage?
And by the way, I found out in the restaurants when they give you a drink, that's your drink for the whole meal.
Really?
You have to really pursue to get you another round.
Well, I know you're drink and bread sensitive, so that did not fly well with you.
No, it did not. and if you're at a very nice restaurant that's considered the premier restaurant of London and you're complaining about it, they don't like it.
So where was it? What was the name of it?
Rules Restaurant. Now, I liked it because, as a matter of fact, Bubba, you'll be happy to know that that Charles Dickens is actually in the Rules Restaurant.
Well, really?
You know how weird it is? Here, our history is so young. Their history, goes so deep.
Yeah.
And I will tell you this, and I've got a gift for you that I left, and Sherry's going to love me for that. I brought you something back from the birthplace of William Shakespeare.
Did you really?
From Stratford.
On Avon.
Or
I call it Avon.
Right, yeah. And I did too. Got talked to about that too. But I actually watched a play in the Shakespeare Theater.
Did you?
Yes, and went to, his matter of fact, you can see this in pictures. We have pictures several ways. There's some in my family photo gallery from trips. You'll see it there. We have a picture of the day on the website. And we've also linked to some other pictures that Sherry's got on her Facebook page. So
now, where is that at?
And
where do I get to that?
And my wife's name is spelled Sherri. Remember that for those of you that are on Facebook.
Is this under Rick's family trips? Because I know that's a pretty big gallery.
Yeah, it is.
Gotta see all
those are the ones that I put there. And did you see me sipping tea just then?
No, I did not.
Yeah, show that again. Look right there. That's me. That's me sipping.
You got to have. Don't you have to have your pinky up?
I want to update you on that. The pinky thing's out now. It is. They said that's over now. So we'll come back and kind of jump into.
That's 4 months ago.
Yeah, we'll jump into some of the moments that stand out.
What was Justin Bieber doing? Oh, wait a minute. That's Brody.
Yeah, yes. Yep. Not as much excitement for Justin Bieber in London as there was in South Africa. No one said, I want to have my picture made with Justin Bieber.
Hey, how about the castle?
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ten minutes to the top. Thank you for being with us. Brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. As we announced earlier in the show, the final Rick and Bubba CD, racking up 31 years, is called Run Me a Zane Shutter Down. And it's the final CD. It's got best of moments from this year mixed with deep cuts from the many years that did not make best of CDs, but seemed to be requested a lot on best of shows. And then it has the original telling of the Joe Car Wash to kind of get it started because of the title and all that. So you can get it. Hard copies are going briskly at rickandbubba.com. So if you're looking for that, you need to go ahead and make the move on that. When will it come to the streaming services? I don't know. But it's all been turned in, so we'll let you know as soon as possible. Bubba, also in the golden ticket seats today, we have Type A. He says that he is the greatest. I'd like to see him. Who's our historian?
Patrick Campbell.
Patrick Campbell. I'd like to see him, Patrick Campbell.
Square off.
Square off. He said he knows all Rick and Bubba knowledge, and he's only missed one question. Anytime we play the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge, he's only missed one.
And I'll be honest, that's a hard question.
So do you want to go? Just where can he go? Right there.
Yeah, right there. Just
pick that mic up.
Let's
for
see
just a minute.
how much Greg actually helps.
Yeah, and I'm
that boy.
Yeah. So you said only one time.
He's
and
taller than-
what's
he's
your name?
John Paul.
John Paul.
Yeah.
Also known as Type A.
Do you ever get a JP? You ever go JP?
You know, everyone always asks me, "Are you Catholic? Were you named after the Pope?" But it's worse than that. I was actually named after the Beatles. So,
oh wow!
Yeah, I've always been told. Thankfully, I'm an only child. If I had a brother, it would have been George Ringo. So,
wow, that's true.
So they really like them.
So only
I was going to ask what your middle name was.
Only one question ever stumped you.
yeah, it was if I recall correctly, it was the one about which of these words does Bubba mispronounce? And it was like, well, he mispronounces all of those. It was almost like a trick question.
Yeah. It's like all of the above.
Okay. So that's the only one that got you.
That's the only one I can ever recall missing.
So have you listened?
And it's an ongoing list.
Yeah, well, same here. So have you been listening?
Architectural review
The entire time, all 30
Deuteronomy.
My story about you guys, it's very similar. Back when you guys would get a new affiliate, you would always say, hey, when you first start listening, you're going to hate the show. You're going to think it's terrible.
Standard.
So 1999, you guys replaced the show I was listening to. I'm like, what is this?
You hated it.
What is this? Right.
So, but I think 2 or 3 days in was the original telling of Willie and Watt.
Oh my!
And I was in.
And the rest, they say,
the rest is history.
Yeah. So, all right. So, have you?
You know, that trip is still burned in my memory. I mean, I don't think it'll ever be out.
Well, there's no way you get rid of that. That's like saying somebody who stormed the beach in Normandy just somehow forgot about it.
Yeah.
So, did you go back and get knowledge on the years you missed, 94 to 99?
I got every best of CD at that. Of course, at that time there wasn't the online resources that there are now.
So you feel really ready for any Rick and Bubba knowledge question, except for the one that burned you.
So I do have a little bit of kryptonite, and that's the fact that I'm being in Nashville. You know, you guys were ripped off the air years ago, so I'm a podcast guy.
Yeah.
But as Bubba said, don't miss a minute. So I don't miss a minute of the show. So I'm a little bit behind. So right now I'm just on the Bubba's a big sexy peacock of me.
Oh,
so
like
that.
Boy, you're gonna love the next week.
Yeah, let me tell you.
You ain't gonna believe it.
Bubba, he's a sexy big peacock of meat.
See, things like that just drop out of heaven. You know what I mean? It's just are from somewhere.
Being a podcaster, and
can you imagine? By the way,
yeah. How do you restrain from like going, okay, there's a big event going on, or something's happening today? How do you not just jump forward?
I will say I listened to day after the election. I did jump forward and listen to that show, but then I had to go back.
Where and you said you're at Peacock of Meat?
Big sexy Peacock of Meat.
Yeah.
Wow,
Was that about 3 weeks?
That's
back?
about
You
mid.
got to
That's
pick,
mid.
you got to pick up your tempo a little bit.
The good news is you'll have shows all the way through the first of the year.
That's right.
Question on your history: does the multiple choice help you, or do you just know them?
Typically, I know them.
Typically,
I know them.
if we ask you questions, you don't need multiple choice.
I mean, I'll take multiple choice, but I probably won't need it.
Okay.
Right. Wow, that is. I mean, that. So I was thinking like,
you should be able to let that go.
Is there this one's unfair? Okay, this is unfair because these happened before you became part of the show.
Okay,
and I won't even ask you to name all of them. Can you name the title of any of the best of cassettes?
Cassettes, the Smell of Success.
Oh
no, that's the first CD.
Okay, no, I don't know the cassettes, just the CDs.
Okay, so these are things you're going to have to learn. I mean, if you want to be the giant winner of Rick and Bubba knowledge
that's
of all
fair,
time.
Rick. That's fair.
All right, let me ask you this.
So one's called Pass the Gravy.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah, I didn't know and then what was the other one called?
The very first one was Butt Naked Christmas.
Correct. Correct. Well, that's when Bubba was still a character. We weren't Rick and Bubba at that time, were we?
See, I don't know if that counts then.
Yeah, it may be so.
I'm just counting ones I had to dub on demand.
Right. Yeah. People would come to the office and you wouldn't get one. You just asked when we go dub it for you.
Yeah, it took about 20 minutes. High speed dub it.
What was the other one?
I got you.
Oh, Rick.
Speedy knows.
I can tell you if you let me pull it up here because I have a note.
If you count Butt Naked Christmas, there's 3 cassettes. I'd prefer not to count that one, but we can. And that just had parody songs on it.
What about this one from Q104? Oh, wow. This is called The Best of Rick and Bubba 94.
Wow. 95. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, that was.
What was it called? Is that all it was called?
That's all it was called.
I got that at the house. I found it.
Is that all that was called? Best of Rick and Bubba? Okay.
Best of Rick and Bubba 95.
Not very creative on that.
No, we're just getting started, Rick.
Yeah, okay. All right. And first, but you could on the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge, you could say, if you ever hear the question, first ever CD, it is Smell of Success.
There we go. Okay.
So you're right on that.
Okay.
There was just a few cassettes prior to that. Pass the Gravy, Best of Rick and Bubba, the parody songs, and then
it seemed like
there was one more.
Yeah, I printed it when I was doing the best of stuff.
Yeah, it seemed like there was one more.
Let me get it here.
And to have those
it's on a spreadsheet.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's one of those things you look for at a yard sale. You know, is eBay still a thing?
Sure it is. Sure it is. Here, Rick, I have the official list. Are you ready?
Yeah.
94 was Butt Naked Christmas. 95 was Best of Rick and Bubba. These are all cassettes. 96, Pass the Gravy, Please, was a cassette. And the last cassette was called Living Large in 97.
There it is. That's the one.
Smell of Success started the CD.
I can't. Living Large is the one I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
See, even you didn't know that one.
No, I did not.
I had to look.
Yeah, so I also missed there was a Best of 94 that I guess came out in 95 because that's the one he just put behind us. And I was like, I didn't know we just had one called Best Of. Did you?
Yeah, just the Best of Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. So I don't remember that.
Probably rushed.
So do you know like the name of the people that lived out in the woods and they went hunting for?
The
See, we're getting back. We're pre 99.
You're going
challenging.
Well, you came in here talking you the knowledge champion.
Okay, 99. You got to think when 99. Is
You
when I
walked
started,
in here like Lee Greenwood talking about basketball.
And when Bubba declared that he was going to lose weight and go for jog,
was it the rainbow?
Yes,
the rainbow.
There you
people?
go.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. That's good.
When Bubba declared he was going to lose weight and go jogging, what was the first place he stopped at and called in?
Gosh.
It's a fast food place, and it was like right around the corner, which made it so funny.
Was it Jack's?
No.
Hardee's?
Yeah.
Hardee's. There you go. Hardee's. Look at you. You're not doing too bad on things you weren't even part of. And there's no, like you said, there's no archive of those, so you really can't go back and get them unless Bubba's got it in a stack of VHS tapes.
No.
What got Greg in trouble at Alabama Power when he came to the studio?
Oh, riding the bucket truck, coming up to the window in the bucket truck.
Yeah, he got fired.
Oh, you're in his zone now.
Yeah. What's unique about Greg's feet that nobody knows?
He's got webbed toes.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
when it's really rocking along, it's 100 and something miles.
Close to 200.
Yeah.
Is it monorail like?
No, it's just like a regular train, which I thought I found.
Really?
Yeah,
a regular train going that fast?
Yeah, but I mean, it's a bullet-looking thing. You know?
Yeah, it was high tech looking. But it's got wheels.
I don't know. I didn't look at it close enough. Bubba, I'm trying.
I've been like, how does this thing?
Bubba, look, you've been in this situation before when you're the person who is leading your family.
Oh, I know. You're just trying to survive.
Even in a place in America you've never been. You know what I mean? You remember going out to Phoenix last year.
Oh, yeah.
Picture that in another country, and you're trying to figure out how to get your family on the Eurostar.
Yeah, I know.
You know, the last thing you're thinking about is, let me see if it's got wheels. You know what I mean? It's like you're trying to make sure you get on the right train and all this. And my gosh, you're going to Paris.
So how long does it take you, London to Paris?
2 hours. Yeah, about 2 hours. Hour and 45, something like that. So it's not bad. So in the train, they serve you, a food immediately. They get you a meal. You're very comfortable. The seat, a train's much more
How long? Say that one more time.
About 2 hours.
2 hours?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Remember, and I think coming back, we're even shorter than that. But remember, a train is so much more comfortable than an airplane. So much more comfortable.
A little more room.
Yeah, you're sitting there in those comfortable seats.
As long as it doesn't derail.
You can get up and walk around.
Right.
They bring you the meal right to you. It doesn't take near as long. And so this on this trip,
do you go from car to car? Is it kind of like, do you have to go out or do you stay enclosed?
You really don't there because you never have to go out. But they'll bring you most everything you need to where you're at. I've been on a train before where you go to a dining cart.
Right.
This one they served you like you're on an airplane. They brought it to your seat.
Cool.
Of course, we've been mistaken for that later. But anyway, so we're getting there. So I arrive. There's a little line. We're on time. Rapid. Force. Right. But anyway, so sir, saw him for you.
On Alabama to the rest of the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we start a brand new hour. Say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day, and sometimes we can spit it out.
Bubba, let's run some questions to start this hour. We'll spin the wheel of canned meat this hour. Rock and Roll City, the entire band back together. Tom still seems a little distant, but he's back. But I think he's upset about something else now.
Is he okay?
No, I don't think he is. I don't think he is.
He's struggling.
I don't think he is.
He's struggling. Yeah, he's struggling.
Nothing health related.
Tom,
he's fine if you're a family member.
Sorry, Tom.
Sometimes neighbors get you deer.
They do.
They do.
Right.
Wow.
Deer can't see property.
We're all working together, Tom. The deer,
muzzle loader got you, huh?
The deer that you spent.
You know what you have to do? Take up spear season.
Yeah, you built your entire season. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
You know what Tom just told me? So disgruntled, he's not even going to hunt tomorrow now.
Yeah.
All right,
You go ahead and sleep in.
So that leads to a couple of questions.
Maybe he's got a brother.
Let's get this one first.
Yeah.
Good question, and I wondered about this. You haven't mentioned it. On the text line, somebody said, has Betty heard the giant peacock of meat?
Oh,
What
yeah.
does that even
Yeah,
mean?
sure.
And they want to know how she responded to that.
Look, Betty knows how lucky she is.
That's so good. That's so
Cleared
great.
it up.
Enough said.
Enough said.
Enough said.
You know, we had that discussion a long time
Yeah,
ago.
yeah,
I
sure.
told you about that.
Yeah, you do.
You know, we have some great pillow talk at night. That's some of my favorite time of the day. And she was giving me a little grief about something. And I said, Betty, you know how many fat girls would love to be laying there right now? You count your blessings, girl.
Gosh, funny.
That's so good.
He's a sexy big peacock of meat.
That's so
Mate.
great.
Oh, gosh,
mate.
that's good. Man.
Bill Bussey.
The other one ties to
Peacock
sad
of
Tom the engineer. A person says, I don't understand what y'all get out of deer hunting. I never grew up in it. I don't understand the intrigue. And you know, we don't even have to research this text.
You ought to invite him for a hunt and show him. Rick.
Thank you. Thank you.
Him and Show Hunt Jack.
Yeah. But this tells me immediately that this person has never been married, doesn't have a taxing job, has no children. There's no way that this person doesn't understand the solace of deer hunting. I mean, and you know, I will tell you this, I never thought I'd be the guy. You remember when you were younger and you'd hear the older guys, or, you know, if your dad hunted or whatever, and you'd hear them saying, oh, it don't matter where we see anything or not. It's just great to be out there. And you would think, what?
Yeah, I thought
It absolutely matters if we
lost his
see
mind.
something.
Right.
If we don't see something, that's the same bunch that say it doesn't matter if you're catching fish. It really does.
Yeah.
I like
You know,
just being out there,
yeah,
Rick.
but
I'm
no.
one of those people.
Well, I got there, but I'm talking when I was little. When I was a little kid,
I got too many
didn't-
other things I could be doing.
But let me tell you something, boy. Do I understand it now?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the relaxation.
Just to be out in the woods,
Oh,
and you
just
know, it
around
gives you a good excuse to be out there.
Yes.
You know, and then you throw in guns and playing with that. That's
Sure.
fun. And then you throw in potential packs of spaghetti walking around and chili. That's even better.
And let me tell you something. You could tell this man's never pulled on camo. Just that feeling of your camo on you. I mean, you think to yourself, "Good night."
Yeah.
It just feels good.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Sometimes I'll keep that on walking the house.
Well, yeah, that's when you mean business.
Yeah.
And you don't care about getting sick.
Listen, you hadn't lived till you get in a shooting house and have to load a high-powered rifle in the dark.
Right.
And stick it out the window and wait on the sun to come up. I mean, that's living right there.
When the sun came up this morning.
Unless you catch your finger in the mechanical action and pinch it. But
That's
other
not
than that, it's
good.
fine.
But if we took this person out in the woods and let them watch the whole world of nature come to life, just the solace of
the
that.
whole experience with the guys and the goofing off and the stories you hear and all that. And then you have the solace of sitting out there.
Oh.
You know, the excitement of walking to the stand or coming out in the dark and everything you hear and you know, envision that it might be.
Hoping it's not a dangerous predator.
Right, right.
It's phenomenal.
Or a
Bigfoot.
UFO.
Yeah, right. Or be abducted like fire in the sky.
Yep.
We used to take it real serious. Now,
but you take this guy who doesn't understand, take him out through all the things y'all said, and then add to that, all of a sudden you see a little movement. And all of a sudden you're trying to go out and you see, and if it's a good cool morning, you'll see him blow out. And you'll see his breath, and you'll see him stop, and you'll see the whiteness of the horns. You can't quite make him out, and all of a sudden that heart just starts beating. You start moving that rifle into position. You're just looking. And then, of course, your neighbor shoots him, and it's over.
Right
off money.
Yeah, then you spend all the money.
Sorry, Tom. Sorry.
Spend all your money
what
on
is
corn.
Tom signaling?
I don't know what
I
he's
think
signaling.
he said to hit and run. I can't
What
tell
do you
say.
signaling?
Tom, go to the mic.
Tom, none of us can
Yeah,
see.
the guy that shot my deer, he sent me a picture. I'm just gonna let y'all see it.
Oh,
Have you seen?
Oh, Tom.
I should say the clown.
That one hurt.
Oh, Tom.
Scored a 149.
Oh,
which
Tom.
we were guessing about a 150.
That's a 160 if it's in a...
Bubba, they were days, and I'm sure you got it too, where Tom would come up. He goes, "Hey, I saw him in daylight today."
Oh, I know.
And he was tracking
he showed
his
us a
deer
picture like every other day.
day. So excited. Built your whole season
Hey,
around
you
it.
see
so
that
much
tree
money.
line to the guys to the left of the picture? Yeah, that's where I had him, right there. That's my property.
You're close.
That's how close
That's
it was.
how close he was.
Oh, Tom.
Tom Scott.
Yeah, I've
What
quit
was he
crying
hunting the
now.
line on you or something?
Well, we kind of share a checkerboard of property right there where ours join, and
Yeah, Sharon.
Well, let me tell you something. He jumped you.
Yeah,
If it's a
sure
checkerboard.
If you'd have just done spear season, you'd have had it.
Yeah, I talked myself out of muzzle loading because I didn't want to take a chance. And this guy said, "Well,
He
I
didn't
don't want
say
to
he
take a
took
chance
one.
on Tom getting him, huh?"
Yeah. This guy didn't care. He took muzzle loading and said, "I'm gonna get out there first."
I'm
And
gonna
he
take
got
up spear throwing.
He
I
got
think
it.
that's
Yeah.
Well, you get out there before anybody with it.
Yeah, right.
Primitive weapon.
Right. Tom, can I ask you this?
Do we have a slingshot season? Do y'all know?
Probably.
Oh, that'd be under primitive.
slingshot season's every day, year round. So let me ask you this, Tom. Are you struggling to be happy for him?
No, I'm not even happy. I'm not even going to try.
Not even pretend. I see you trying
pretty
to.
much ruined
So
the
then what I'm
season.
watching is really therapy for you.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm making jokes just so I don't cry. Yeah, it's
Spent a lot of money on that.
Tom,
I got a
hate for
small
you
tractor
to.
for sale if anybody wants to buy. I got to pay for this corn now.
How much corn you invest in this fella?
Probably around 2,000 pounds.
How much did it weigh? Do you know?
I don't know that yet. All I got was a score.
Well, it was eating all that corn you was putting out. I bet.
Yeah. I may go back there and just shoot a bunch of fat raccoons just to get it out of my
Plenty of them.
because they got real big.
Tom,
on my
don't
corn.
get mad and not go hunt because you know what'll happen then. They'll shoot one even bigger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they'll be like,
he's
we hadn't
the
seen
only-
this
You know
one
how
on
that
camera.
goes. You know how that is.
He's the only shooter we had designated for our club this year. He was the only one. We got a lot of nice 3-year-old 8 points and stuff, but we don't. We try to wait till they're 5 because they look like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
No, that's
And,
good management.
So,
But
I guess we'll wait
there's
on the run, and
traveling
maybe
deer,
one of
though.
his deer will run over on me, and I'll get it.
You know how many
Does he
times
play
though
by the
have
same
you
rules?
thought
Yeah,
about
he
not
does.
going?
Yeah, that's why I'm
almost
not too
didn't go,
upset.
and then you saw the biggest deer you ever saw or something.
Oh, Bubba. Every time I've shot a good deer.
You know, I begged Speedy to come down and hunt for years. He came down 20 minutes, shot a 12 point, and went home.
You know what? That's what we call the mic drop, or in this case, I guess the bullet drop.
Yep, the casing.
Yeah. So okay.
It was
always
always my
a nice
season
place.
will be cull hunting.
Well,
or-
but there's
or
other
whatever.
things to
Tom, why are you like this?
Good
Wait, this
You can't
equals
have
cull
nothing.
hunting now?
You
think
can't
don't
have
think that
nothing.
this is the only
Tom,
trophy?
you think that's the only deer
Right.
in that county?
What are you talking about?
I've had enough cameras out there. I can tell you that's the only deer like that in that area.
Nah, there's one will show up. He'll come running through you hadn't seen.
Well,
Hey, Tom, if you want to come to my house, man, come on by. These are right in my backyard, right by the summit. Come on by, buddy.
Yeah, look at it.
Yeah,
Please look at that.
well, I can sit on the back porch.
Yeah, we can hang on the
That's
back
my
porch.
coffee.
Watch TV and drink coffee.
But that's something.
Neighborhood hunting is we got to. There's gonna have to be some more expertise in that.
Well, I remember that.
You remember that TV
that
show?
series
Yeah.
where that's what they did. Yeah.
They go, yeah.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
Tom.
Every year, my wife takes great
at that
joy in sending me pictures of deer that are bigger than what I'm seeing that are running through our backyard. We'll be back. We're ready to get some folks on the wheel. We'll do that coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. I got folks ready to give a spin on the old wheel of meat. Wonderful wheel of canned meat. Release the golden ticket seats. Meat's got me yearning. Here we go.
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful wheel of meat.
Where's our spam at?
Are we out of spam? You know, I know our spam ornaments, Christmas ornaments, are in there on that table for some reason. So if we need those, they're in there. We got folks lined up ready to go. They'll spin the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Rock and Roll City, America's favorite house band. They were jamming in the break. They're ready to go. And most of the items, especially today, as the store is emptying as we speak. And if you're having trouble creating an account and all that, we can't help you. You just need to talk to customer service at the store. We're no help there, so sorry. But they're good at helping you. But most of the items on the wheel, Bubba, are not in stock. So we have the Rick and Bubba Museum laid out here on the table. And there's all kinds of Rick and Bubba goodies that people can grab instead of that.
Did we ever identify who this was?
No, we did not. We did not. We did not. We call him Mustache Man.
I want to say Joe Desmute brought him.
Probably. So we're talking about there's a guy on our softball team that we don't know who he is. And there was a jersey that somebody took last week that has a last name on the back of it that was never picked up. So somebody Horn. All right, so here we go. Up first, Kathy Bowman. Kathy, what do we say for Kathy? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip.
Now, in recent weeks, the wheel seems to lock in on a particular spot and then repeat that. And it's different every week.
Which, explain
so what will it be this week?
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. You can't have nothing. I mean, come on. I mean, you can't even have a wheel meet. So, Kathy, I'm sorry. And Bubba, if that ends up being the one that's locked on,
that's
bad. Not good news. All right, so up next is Ken Bowman. Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Ken.
Yeah! Ken said, I'll spin it.
All right, way to go, Kenny. Come on, Kenny. Give me something of value. Good luck with that one.
Are we going to eat that cake in there or just keep playing with it?
You know, you said, go. Blaze TV. Blaze TV. All right, so are you a subscriber to Blaze TV?
Are you a subscriber?
I'm not. You are now. Gotcha. You are now, my friend.
Got a question for you from the text line. Who was our last intern?
The last one that we just had that ended interns.
This is type A, John.
Type A.
My goodness.
We'll let you think about it.
Okay. I can't. I don't know that one.
Wow.
I don't know that one.
That's a stumper.
Stupid COVID.
That's what you get for being behind. All right, so here we go. John Paul Wooden, claimed to have been the greatest.
Wow, what a wheel! Wow, what a wheel!
Is it the pressure?
He forgot the rules.
Is it the pressure? I mean, you're choking. Is it the pressure?
We stumped him on that last one, Rick, and it messed him up.
Good night.
What are you doing?
Bandana. Bandana. I thought he'd be excited about the Rick and Bubba Museum, but he probably didn't know anything about it. I mean, come over here, pick whatever you want, because we don't have that anymore. All right, so see if you have
a lot of good stuff.
The Rick and Bubba softball team puzzle. You know, if you want to be the king of Rick and Bubba knowledge, find out who that team member is.
We got one team member we can't identify.
I think John Paul, he's choking under the pressure.
He came in here hot. He made some big claims.
He did.
And he's bogging down under the pressure.
What do we warn people about? Burnout.
Yeah.
I mean, you burning out. you got to coast in. All right, up next, Lori Wooden. What do we say for Lori? Wow, what a wheel! All right, here we go.
See, she does it right.
She does it right. JP. All right, here we go.
Do you think she gets tired of talking about the show?
Yes. All right, here we go. Oh, no. What a tough day.
It's going to be the Pippet today, huh?
Has anybody seen Pippin? Oh, man. I'm sorry, Lori. What a tough day. That's it. Up next is Hannah.
Paul?
Hannah Stevens is up next. What do we say for Hannah?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let it rip, Hannah. Oh, a little swing, a little touch. Uh-oh, look coming around here, Bubba. Look coming around here. Can you believe this? All right, there we go. All right, that's spam. Spam.
Do we have any?
Do we have any spam left? Why y'all tell me?
Do we have any spam?
Where's the spam?
Both of y'all. You're like my dogs. Y'all don't listen.
Oh, wait a minute, though. I got something. I would tell JP, but he'll get lost. If you go look on that table, there's a spam Christmas ornament. Bring it back. All right, so
give me spam.
You have spun spam, and spam you will have. It may not be the meat, but just when you thought it couldn't get any better, you have a spam Christmas ornament.
You were very, very close to smoked ham with water added.
And there you go. How about that? So see there? Yeah. All right, so good job, Hannah.
Don't try to eat that.
Yeah. Up next is Dalton Stevens. What do we say for Dalton?
Wow, what a wheel!
All right, here we go, Dalton. Let it rip. Oh, my goodness.
No need to grease it today.
Oh. My God, that wheel's going to come off and run over Speedy's chest. What would you do if it landed right back on the same area again? It could.
Listen, I don't know how it does.
Bubba, it is. It absolutely is. Look coming right here. Look coming right here. Look coming right here.
Here we go.
Oh, my goodness.
One click.
Tea glass. Tea glass. Those are too valuable. Can't have it. All right, so now look right here. Anything you want out of the museum. He's looking at a Rick and Bubba T-shirt autographed by the staff at the time. There you go. Right, he's taking it. It's an old Rick and Bubba T-shirt autographed by. Let's see, I see Blair and Karen on there, Don Juan DeMarco, Cassio Kidd, Speedy, and you and me.
That was the funny year.
It's Cassio calls the funny year.
Got it.
There you go.
That's the last one.
Here comes Abel Lee. What do we say for Abel?
Wow, what a wheel!
All right, come on, Abel. Let it rip, buddy. Let it rip, Abel. Come on, Abel. The pride of Pell City, Alabama. All right, let's see. Come on. Yeah. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. All right, Abel, anything you want right here? Yep. Right, yeah. The Rick and Bubba Big Honking Book of Hunting. Oh, that'll bring a tear to a glass eye. My goodness.
Right as hunting season's kicking.
Oh, can you imagine
Perfect
him sitting down there with Andrew reading it? Here's Andrew Lee. What would we say for Andrew?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let it rip, Andrew. Go.
Andrew with a big spin.
Let's see, Andrew. Andrew coming around. Oh, Topaz. Try it. No Topaz shirt left.
No.
Andrew, here, I mean, there's all kinds of Rick and Bubba, gold right here. Some sort of, oh my goodness, yeah, he couldn't take that one. You and I on the cover in underwear, he doesn't want that. He's going with it. The Birmingham Magazine with us dressed in long underwear. Yes, right there. I'm not sure what the message is there, but I respect it. So there it is. Congratulations to everyone for getting to spin the wheel. Rock and Roll City is ready to perform.
Are they going? Can we hear them out here?
I don't know if they would just turn it up.
Turn it up.
If I would just turn it up. Oh, Henry.
Henry, the horse, making an unscheduled appearance.
Right on the hard break.
What's up, guys? I just want to let you know that I will not be Attorney General. Trump tried to put my name in the running for AG, but I had too much baggage, so he went with Matt Gaetz.
Okay, there it goes.
He must have had that one in the chamber.
Henry has spoken.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check, hey, two, check. All right.
We'll dedicate this to Tom Buck.
Yeah. Sorry, I gotta
get at the hands of Tom.
I gotta get ready here. I wasn't ready.
Oh, you gotta use headphones. I guess I should too.
Yeah, you gotta use headphones so you can hear me singing.
Oh, that's true.
Cause man, I'm struggling here. Normally, I sound really, really good on my singing. Normally, the singing's perfect and great, but I'm so sick right now that it might not be as good as it perfectly normally is. And Tom is wearing off on us too much, guys. We've actually been practicing for about 40 seconds before the break. So, all right, who wants to get us going? I guess I get us going on this one, yeah. All right, here we go. Thanks for listening. Be sure to like, hit the thumbs up, hit the bell for notifications, all that good stuff. Thank you for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Get your mama. I can remember the 4th of July, running through the back of the bed. I can still hear the Honda barking, chasing down a hoodoo there, chasing down a hoodoo there. Born out of bayou, born out of bayou, born out of bayou, born out of bayou. Wish I was back on the bayou, rolling with some Cajun Queen. Wish I was fast on a freight train, jogging down to New Orleans. Born out of bayou, born out of bayou, born out of bayou. Born out of bayou. Hey, sing it, sing it. We're professionals. We're going pro, and we're selling tickets, and we're selling merch. It's going crazy. Thank y'all for listening. Have a great, great Friday. Be sure to like and subscribe, like I said. And I blame Tom because we've been practicing.
That was one of the fun. That was fun.
The gravy, please.
So here we go, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. PDSdebt.com/bigbox. PDSdebt.com/bigbox. I know nobody wants to talk about debt. I got it. I don't either. But a lot of times when you're trying to make the most wonderful time of year can be an expensive time of year, and a lot of folks take on debt during the holidays just trying to make those holiday dreams come true. Well, if that's going to be your situation, go ahead and get a plan, because get that off of you. You want to get that off of you as soon as possible. And PDSdebt.com/bigbox can help. Doesn't matter if you have bad credit. Doesn't matter if you have fair credit. If you've got $10,000 or more in eligible debt, you qualify. No minimum credit score, as I mentioned. So why don't you get a free debt analysis right now from PDSdebt.com/bigbox. Takes about 30 seconds. Do that today. No obligation, but they can tell you what they can do for you to be sure if this debt is already on you or you know it's about to be on you, you already have a plan to get it off of you. And there's a link, as you can guess, at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. All right, so a couple of things. Apparently, and I came back and looked from the text line, we've had people say, my first time to ever watch Rock and Roll City in the break, I was not disappointed. So that was great. They really were really, because Tom, I think, on the bass today, he played anger. And anytime
you could tell he was mad
from his heart.
Yeah, anytime a bass player's playing angrily, you're in good shape.
Yes.
And then others saying Speedy had the wireless mic and I guess did not turn it off and it was still up. So people said they heard Speedy talking in the break on the wireless.
Are you serious?
Which is always.
I hope he was talking bad about somebody.
No, they say he was talking about everybody getting pictures and stuff like that. And
I tell you, that one guy's got on my nerves.
Yeah. Well, he said some things. He said some things about Type A and his birthday, and I thought, well,
he don't know nothing about the show. He act like he did.
Yeah. So I wonder how come y'all haven't touched Type A's cake today?
I forgot about the cake.
I would have thought about Type 2 would have been all in. Bubba, I know that you're just waiting
I got caught up in these peanuts.
You're just waiting on somebody to draft with you.
I'm waiting for Type 2 to take the lid off.
Yeah, but Type 2. I mean,
I'm a wingman.
Bubba, you could have been riding on that birthday train.
That's a birthday
show.
cake, y'all.
I mean,
I've been all right today.
Yeah, sure.
Boy, Tuesday was tough.
Oh, sure, boy,
wasn't it?
So a couple things, and I guess Speedy is the only one that knows this, and so I'll pause this. So looking, one thing, Greg, I wanted to ask you a question. Okay. So, he's got it going.
He got it going. He loves to serve.
Yeah, Speedy, the wireless mic was left up during the break, so hopefully you didn't say anything bad.
You left it up on the board.
Well, I didn't mean to. I thought you cut it off.
Please tell me you were talking bad about somebody.
Yeah.
No, we were actually having a good time taking pictures in front of the Wheel of Meat and all that.
Yeah. No,
I heard one person, they said, Rock and Roll City sucks.
No.
Who's playing those drums?
Right.
It's game day. Hey, go Warriors.
Right. I'll tell you what, Tom's wearing that deer on his shoulders.
Boy, I tell you.
But anyway, so, Greg and I always, we're interacting and with taking care of Mom and all that. Yeah. So I was talking to Mom, and I wonder if Greg has withheld something from us. One of the things that we've enjoyed, as a matter of fact, the combination of you and him last year, Bubba, on Rough Patch, and we had all the puppies out there.
Oh yeah.
Greg's ongoing saga with his dogs is just a dandy. Okay, and so I'm talking.
Somebody said they thought it was Lee Greenwood during the break.
That is hilarious. That's funny. That's so funny.
Talking about the game.
Yeah. So
number 2 on the charts again, Bob.
Number 2 on the charts. So.
1984.
So I was talking with Mom, and Greg and I interact with her, and our sister does too. And you just kind of run down, hey, do you need anything? What's going on? She said, well, Greg was over here, and I said, well, good. I'm glad.
I heard y'all didn't cut her heat on.
Right.
I do that.
Did you figure that out?
I did. She actually had it on. She just didn't know how she did. She goes, I think I got it. And I looked and I said, yeah, you're right. She goes, but I don't know how I got it on. I said, well, whatever you did, do that again if you ever needed to go off.
Oh, thank you, Greg. So she said, I said, well, did y'all do a grocery run? Do you need a grocery run? Well, if we do, we'll do it Friday, she said, because listen, here it comes, and I want to know what this was, because you kept it from us. You kept it from us. All of a sudden, Bubba, she says, because he had to take one of his dogs to the doctor. And I said, what? What?
That's just my life.
What's
your buddy's getting old. And, he had some weird, of course, I was just going to leave it like we did with our dogs. He got something growing out of his big tumor or something in his mouth.
Good night.
So I let it go on for a good while. I said, I guess I'll do something.
What's a yard dog?
Yeah, but it is kind of getting in his way. But he don't care.
Well, you made the move because you came to this was your diagnosis. It's kind of getting in his way.
Lisa made me do it.
Okay, there.
And,
it is.
I like how you say he doesn't care.
But I
Did you hear this? My mom said Greg had to leave early because he had to take his dog to the doctor. Did you know about
I
that?
had an appointment at a certain time, Rick.
Yeah,
I had an appointment at a certain time.
Right. But I'm just talking about the fact you're back in dog drama.
Oh,
again.
I know. Yeah, I try not to bring
You know,
it up.
Greg will talk
that
about
8 puppy thing put me so. I mean, I'm still recovering from that.
The stray dog that was pregnant with puppies, I think we all agree, I thought it was going to kill you.
Oh, it was
I
terrible.
honestly thought it was going to take your life.
That was terrible. And
well, you know, Greg
now
will
remember,
talk,
all this for dog you're not even connected to. I mean, that's the thing that gets me.
she lives with me now and still doesn't like me at all.
That's worked out great.
And she's real fat. And I'm thinking, you were skinny when you showed up, and you're fat now. You should
if you
thank
just joined us, Greg's talking about a dog.
A dog.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
You know.
So
it's not a relative.
No.
But anyway, but he's gonna be out. They're gonna go in there and cut it off. He's gonna be all right.
What happened? What'd they say?
They said we scheduled time to cut it off.
Okay, were they concerned about it at all?
Nah.
Greg, I thought all you did. If you
Some
had
long word that I don't know.
If you had a country dog, is you dipped them in that
Right.
purple stuff every spring
Oh, yeah.
and gave them a shot of penicillin,
Right.
and that was it.
Oh yeah, you're right.
These dogs, Greg, they're
Yeah, that was
they're
easy.
owning your life though. But I mean, they're just. I mean, there's always something.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, they tearing up garages.
That crazy female, she chews. She's like a goat. She eats stuff. I don't know how she digests it.
Right.
She's the
She'll
one
eat
that
a
likes
rug.
to eat the sensors off the
Correct.
garage door.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. We
You know, they don't work real good without that.
That's when I gave her the speech about she brings nothing to the table good, positive.
Did she seem to comprehend it?
She looked at me like she understood me.
Question: has the possum come back?
Yeah, she had a possum. up
Heard that on the
porch other
show.
night.
Heard y'all talking about that.
Has
I
it come
haven't
back?
seen-
Hadn't come back?
Well,
If it-
Greg
he
up in
may
the middle of the
haven't.
night barking at a possum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go out there and that possum's just hissing like crazy. And then get this. This is how Lisa is about animals. You see possums.
Oh yeah.
There's nothing affectionate.
They
about
bring
it.
nothing to the
Me
table.
and Speedy actually.
They
one
don't
problem.
have any problems with population. They're good.
So I get a broom and go out there. She said, "Well, don't hurt it." I said, "Well, you ain't hurt it. I'm gonna sweep it off the porch.
what are you gonna do?
Sweep it right off the porch."
Right. Which means it just comes back.
No, yeah, it's still out there.
They're
somewhere.
easier to sweep with a shovel.
You know what brings
Well,
them
it ran when it saw me with it. It finally ran.
You know what brings them in, don't you? When you have
Yeah,
yard dogs
possum.
that you just have
Dog
dog
food, yeah.
If you had dog food out, that's what brings them in.
I did. I moved it.
You moved it.
You remember one of my dogs? You know, I've had so many that came. I run through the backyard one night, and I noticed she was kind of reared up like she was carrying something. She actually had a possum in her mouth, carrying it around the yard.
Unbelievable. Your dog
And
life.
the possum was playing possum. So she dropped it, and I scooped it up on a shovel and went to a tree, and it climbed out. So
Your
it's
dog
always-
life, Greg.
It's always something.
It's just always something.
Yeah.
But
But no, this ain't no biggie.
okay.
This ain't no biggie.
This ain't no biggie.
Yeah.
I want to ask Speedy. Have you researched? I know it's been a hectic day.
Okay.
We haven't mentioned it.
Okay.
Can we give college football fans an all clear?
Yeah. I mean, I think
Boy, y'all really
she's
messed her up,
she's
Rick.
dialed in with
Bubba, good news.
women's
Yep, good news.
college basketball. I heard her on night before last.
Well, that's where she needs to be.
Wow.
Taking care of ladies' hoops.
Still good.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but no, I don't see a Beth. So there's,
I'm telling you,
Tonight
ever
at,
since.
tonight at halftime, the ladies will be taking on Lee Greenwood. A little one-on-one action.
Stop it, Adler.
Look at there.
Stop it, Adler.
Rick
Y'all
got
look
some
like-
highlights.
Who's doing our game? Do you know?
Who's our game?
Which game?
CBS, Jack State, Sam Houston, 11 o'clock.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
CBS Sports Network.
Mama be glad to call the Gamecocks.
I'll check for you.
I'll check for you. Here we
I
are.
hate for that to sneak up on me. May not know it.
Burgess Snowfield Amherst.
Like that.
Is it right? Amherst? Is that right?
Yes.
Amherst Stadium, home of the Cocks.
Good gracious.
Yards.
I don't know if they say it like
Time
that.
out.
I tell you, ever since she met Speedy, her career has kind of gone
That's the last
downhill.
game she did.
I
wasn't
think it is.
Mama
Nah,
told
football. That's
Mama
not
told Dr. Petro, take a little off. Mama won't smooth skin Speedy. Mama like.
Jordan Kent and Logan Ryan are on your call, Bubba. Sam Houston at Jack State.
Speedy's little face got redder than Greg's neck.
Yeah, I did.
That's
I did. Knocking on that ESPN door, I was nervous. I straight up. I ain't gonna lie.
I think you hugged
That's
a little
that's
long.
real.
Calvin, hello, Beth Moens.
Can Beth come out?
Can I have a few words with Beth?
Mama's home.
That's not what she said.
Well, you got to admit,
She said
Speedy, she hadn't been on much since then. You got to
She
admit
hadn't. I think they've dialed in where
Reckon Bubba shut me down.
No.
Shut me down. yards. Tackler.
That's not how she said it.
Toe touches leather.
We're underway.
She told me to stay in it.
Stay in it, Calvin. Mama likes your new smooth skin. Hair just gets in the way.
Quit videoing this. Stop. Tell Greg, don't be worried. Warriors are going to win.
Warriors will be fine.
Yeah, Greg's tore up, isn't he?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
wrapping her up for another hour, 9 minutes to the top of the hour. No Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, but you can go back and catch some of the archives and maybe some of those that you may have missed. The brand new Rick and Bubba CD, somebody run me a Z, shut her down, is out. It was out on the, as far as hard copies are concerned. It is out and in the store and going quickly. If you don't get one, by the time the weekend's over, they'll probably be gone. We'll give you an update on Monday, Lord willing. It is not on the streaming services yet, but it will be there as soon as possible. That process has started. So there's you some updates. The Rick and Bubba Christmas ornament has sold out, been reordered, sold out again. So that's probably it on that one. Golden ticket seats today. You've met them once. Let's meet them again. Kathy and Ken Bowman. John Paul and Lori Wooden. Hannah and Dalton Stevens. Abel and Andrew Lee. They're all here. The Elite Eight, the Great Eight. And, Bubba, we need a number for a $50 American Express gift card from our family dentist, Dr. Dudney. Who's it going to be, Bubba, 1 through 8?
Now, we scramble these numbers up. Not that I could remember them in any order anyway.
No.
What about lucky number 5?
Lucky number 5, Ken Bowman. Ken Bowman. Yeah, and he's excited. Everybody else sitting around him looks like Tom, the engineer, just earlier when he saw the picture of his deer that would have been shot by his neighbor.
Yep.
So this is them trying to be happy for Ken.
Yeah, all right.
Good for Ken. No one wants $50. So there you go. Lunch is on Ken. And so I'll hand that off to Speedy.
Yes, sir.
And I will no longer be responsible for that, because if I was, it would end up in the trash can, apparently by accident. All right, so one of the things that we have not looked at is that we mentioned that we gave you an all clear for Beth Mowens. Looking at matchups, Jacksonville State, Sam Houston, of course, that's a personal favorite of ours, but looking at the college football playoff
11
situation.
Don't miss it.
Don't miss it. We see... I'm looking for interesting games.
We're going to see what Indiana's got, finally.
But say Indiana, it's not Indiana.
That's also at 11 Central.
That's a different team.
Indiana, Ohio State. That'll answer a question.
Yeah.
That'll answer a question.
Game day will be at that one.
Bubba and I were talking about this in the break. Are y'all a little tired of this thing where one of the military schools is undefeated and doing great, and they try to hype us for their matchup against Notre Dame, who then beats them by 30?
I know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of tired of all that, really.
I respect the military and all that, but when they're undefeated, they're not going to hold it.
That was kind of special, though. Isn't it getting played at Yankee Stadium?
Yeah, well, the other one was
it really doesn't matter how special and where it is. They're still going, they usually don't. It's not much of a game.
When they played Navy was, I think, undefeated, and they played at Giant Stadium, was it? Something.
In the Meadowlands. I think you're right.
Something like that.
Out in it.
And of course, Navy got waxed.
Yep.
And
so
maybe
Army's going to get them.
Well, maybe. Look, I like Army. I like triple option. I'm all about
Northern
it.
Illinois beat them. I mean, they can be beat by a lower opponent.
Okay. Okay. You're bringing that one back. Okay, Greg.
Well, it happened.
Greg off Sports Center.
Yeah, there it is.
That's what happened.
We go pick that up.
Ain't
of course,
that what happened?
Notre Dame, long time ago, gotten a lot better since then.
We'll see. I'm going with Army.
Now, you know what? I know that Florida is not great right now. Keep an eye on Florida Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of
down the swamp.
Just kind of hang on to it. Just take a look, peek a little bit.
Because they don't still have that old nerdy looking guy at quarterback. You remember when both of the starters got hurt and one of them back?
None of us referred to him as the nerdy looking guy.
He's from Yale.
Yeah, but from you, yeah.
Poindexter.
Yeah. Just like a minute ago when you said, I got respect for the military and all that.
Well, I meant.
Let me tell you what, that'll get Lee Greenwood singing again.
I meant about the football.
Q Lee.
I know what you know.
Number 2 in the country.
Bubba, I know that you're expecting Auburn to upset Texas A&M.
Normally, I would say that would probably be a big win for Texas A&M, but the fact that they play Texas next week, they're going to renew that rivalry, and the coach, while trying to convince us they were not looking ahead, referred to Auburn as Texas. That may be an upset special this week. Watch out on that. Watch out.
Well, and now that
Alabama's lost all their players.
Yeah, so now that Oklahoma game, now they don't have any of their players, a little bit different.
Yeah, according to the caller.
Hey,
fact.
Who had found that online.
Yes, he had.
So there you go. But
they did lose a defensive guy.
Yeah, that is true. Somebody did get suspended.
Yeah, no, that did.
But guys is texting a little out of hand there.
Yes.
Yeah. Especially the coach's daughter. You know
right.
Is that true? Because I heard.
I don't know if that's true or not.
We just said it.
Was that same caller? Did he give
I
us
saw
that info?
I saw a story about it.
I did too, Bob.
Somebody said. Anybody interested in Vanderbilt LSU? Vanderbilt LSU?
No.
A little shine off that now.
Yeah, nobody
A little
cares.
shine off that LSU
But
not playing well.
where are they playing at?
At LSU.
Isn't the quarterback for Vandy out? CC.
Oh, wait, hold.
Isn't he?
Well, who said
Am
that?
I wrong about
who
that?
said that changes the whole game?
Fabio or whatever his name
Are
is.
you serious?
I think so.
We're just throwing out all kinds of. Where are we getting all this from?
I thought he was hurt. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Maybe. So, are you into USC UCLA?
Oh, yeah, that's a good rivalry game.
Yeah,
we
but
used
they
to
both are
always watch
terrible.
that.
Let me ask Bubba if he's going to watch it.
No, he is
They're
not going to
terrible.
watch
What
it.
time is it?
You're out.
9:15 p.m.
8:15 p.m. our
At
time.
night?
Yeah, our time.
Oh, heck no.
No,
Those are Central, Rick.
I
It's
want him to
9:15.
be in this world.
Is
at
this
that time.
Central Time?
Oh, yeah, all of them.
I'm sorry, 9:15.
Yeah, I'll have to catch the highlights. But that used to be a really good game. You know, you used to play it earlier in the day, you know. And
Heard
all the
Beth on that
USC
call.
had the good teams. It was a good matchup.
That's about all I see. I mean, there's some other games.
Seems like that game's a week early or something. Usually it's the big rivalry weekend.
Wait a minute. 11 o'clock a.m. also on Central on ESPNU, Yale versus Harvard.
Well, that's always a good one. You throw the record books out on that one.
You do.
But you have to look at the SAT scores.
How would you break that one down, Greg, if you were like, it was your turn to break it down? What would you say?
You don't even know what.
I know nothing about either one of them.
Yeah, that's it.
We go to RFK Jr. for the breakdown.
Well, you they got that.
Why's your shirt off? Why's your shirt off?
I can't eat Big Macs.
Let me tell you, Bubba, that's one thing Bubba's worried about, and I think it's legit. All of you that are letting him know that the McRib is back just in time for the holidays. Is that Bubba's concerned that RFK Jr. is going to get that McRib before he gets one?
Oh, yeah.
You think he didn't have that in his crosshairs?
Well, everybody's sending me pictures of their local McDonald's with the sign that says the McRib is back.
It's back.
He's going after it in that red dye everybody talks about.
You think
the yellow dye too?
You think RFK Jr. is not coming after that McRib?
Oh, Rick,
listen, there's several soft drinks he's going after, and they've already outlawed them in Europe. And get ready.
Outlawed them?
Yeah, you can't have because of the color in it is a cancer agent.
Okay. Wow.
A lot of people know that.
That's a bit of a Debbie Downer.
The picture, though.
I'm telling you, all that yellow dye, red dye.
So red dye 54 or something. It's got a number.
40, I think.
Don Jr. put
40.
a picture out of them all sitting around eating McDonald's. He said, diet will start tomorrow.
Yeah.
RFK Jr. sitting there. He's got McDonald's right in front of him.
Well, the problem is,
I kind of like it every now and then.
if RFK, thank you,
Now
Greg.
you're Bill Clinton.
Yeah, RFK Jr., if he's going after fast food, he must go through Donald Trump.
Yeah, 'cause he loves
Yeah,
fast food.
that's going to be. Listen, this bromance is going to run aground quickly, I have a feeling.
You're probably right.
He's probably going to let him cut loose on some things, and then he's going to cut his legs out from under him because he's going, we're not getting rid of McDonald's because that's what I eat for lunch every day.
Yeah, you can
And if he goes after Diet
That's it.
Coke, he's had it.
There it is right there.
Because that's what Trump said. He drinks 20 of them a day, doesn't he?
I do think I do think we're on to something because I think RFK Jr., because of his voice being distracting,
Look, he's eating too. He's eating it.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah.
He takes his shirt off so that he's trying to show you that you need to listen to what he's saying no matter what you have to do. That's what that's about. I know it's hard to hear me, but look at how I take care of myself.
Yeah.
You should hear me. You know
That's what he's doing.
Right, I guess.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.